Chapter 51, Lord Idris Morningstar. I'm asking why you're in Tamara. Your mother told me you're trying to recruit someone, Lord Idris said. I'm here to check on him. Shia flinched, glancing at Arthur and Levi, realizing her scheme might no longer be under wraps. She knew her father cared deeply about his agency. No one was ever recruited without his approval. That ensured only daywalkers with great potential and dedication were brought in, keeping the agency's name untarnished. She thought he'd check on them during the assembly, as he should have been busy preparing for the upcoming major expedition. I brought him here to train, Shia said, pushing Arthur forward. Although he has SS potential, he's severely lacking in combat. He's never received any formal weapon training. I see, Lord Idris replied calmly. Come here, boy. Arthur had already been informed of the plan to secure a recommendation letter for his brother, and he had no intention of ruining it. He glanced once at Levi, then swiftly approached Lord Idris. Standing next to him, Arthur's towering figure was dwarfed for the first time in his life. Whoa, you're way bigger than on TV. What kind of gym workouts do you do? Arthur asked absent-mindedly, eyes filled with admiration. Levi and the others twitched at the disrespectful tone. But Lord Idris didn't take offense. In fact, he smiled in amusement. He could tell Arthur was a gym rat, just like he had been in his youth. Gym weights no longer work for me. Ah, I'm almost maxing out the gym too, Arthur said, eyes sparkling. What kind of weights do you use now? I want in. When it came to weightlifting, Arthur couldn't care less about the status or reputation of the person in front of him. He treated them like a fellow lifter. Lord Idris didn't mind Arthur's casualness. He was a strong believer in gym culture himself. Inside the gym, status meant nothing, only the crushing weight and the shared goal to grow as swole as possible. Though he had left those days behind, the sentiment remained. For your age, you're quite big, Lord Idris admitted. But I doubt you can handle them. Bold assumption. I've never backed down from any weight in front of me. Arthur flexed his right bicep until the veins bulged, silently daring Lord Idris to underestimate him. Lord Idris smiled and threw his great sword at Arthur's feet. Arthur looked down at it, and a sense of dread crept up his spine. It was understandable. The blade had sharp, shark-like teeth, and its body was crafted from thick black hide. Its handle was clearly molded to fit Lord Idris' massive hands. It was the epitome of a barbaric greatsword, made for slaying monsters. If you manage to lift it off the ground, I'll take you in as a trainee and supervise your growth personally for the assembly, Lord Idris offered. Really? Arthur exclaimed, ecstatic. Without hesitation, he grabbed the greatsword's handle with his right hand. A cold sensation coursed through his arm. Suddenly, a shark-like white eye popped open from the side of the handle, staring directly at him. Then the blade curled into a cold grin and taunted, "Don't drop me, kid." Arthur flinched, but steeled himself. He knew opportunities like this didn't come often. Joining the Blood Hunters Agency was one thing. But becoming Lord Idris' student, even if only for 2 months, was another. He could already envision the prospects waiting under his guidance. Alas, his dreams began to crumble as he failed to lift the greatsword again and again. He gave it everything he had, until his eyes turned bloodshot. But the greatsword didn't budge. It felt like trying to lift a truck. Arthur, give it up. He's messing with you. Fincho weighs more than a ton. Only freaks with my father's strength can lift him, Shia said, approaching with the others. Calling your dad a freak? How harsh, Lord Idris chuckled lightly. Unlike Madame Naima, Lord Idris might have seemed cold and stern, but he was actually a chill guy if you ignored his obsession with eradicating every living nightcrawler on the planet. A ton? And he swings it like it's nothing. Levi was still processing the remark. eyes fixed on Lord Idris' sealed scarlet spiritual aura. It was tightly contained within his mountainous frame. He couldn't fathom the level of strength needed to achieve such physical absurdity. But at the same time, it made perfect sense. Lord Idris was one of the few infamous high-ranker daywalkers of the enhancement specialization. It was far easier to gain recognition as an elemental or psyche specialist than through enhancement. Sensing Levi's gaze, Lord Idris shifted his attention from Arthur. Since his contracted Nightcrawler was summoned as a weapon, Lord Idris hadn't seen Levi in the Bridge of Darkness, and was unaware of his condition. Still, he picked up on Levi's blindness from his behavior, which piqued his interest. Noticing her father's interest, Shia quickly stepped in to keep control of the conversation. "This is Levi Larson, the big brother of that musclehead," she said, without hiding her praise. "Believe me, without his amazing spiritual vision, we'd have been buried in the harrowing forest." "Is that so?" Lord Idris sized Levi up. "It's an honor to meet you, sir," Levi said, bowing slightly with respect. He had been told by Ashkral that his spiritual aura would remain hidden unless it became too strong or he wanted it revealed. Still, the thought of Lord Idris figuring it out filled him with unease. Thankfully, it didn't seem like Lord Idris noticed anything. He withdrew his gaze and nodded with a faint smile. "To possess such empowered spiritual vision at your age and without a contract, you have a bright future ahead of you. Are you also participating in the upcoming assembly?" His compliment and question shocked everyone. Even Arthur froze mid-deadlift, glancing sideways. "Father, what are you talking about? How can someone blind become a daywalker?" Shia laughed awkwardly, trying to salvage the moment. If Levi showed interest in the assembly now, it would expose her entire scheme. If he lied and appeared later with their recommendation letter, things could end poorly. She'd rather be the one to take the hit for it. "Is that what you all think?" Lord Idris asked, scanning the room. Before Sergio or Jamal could respond, Arthur spoke with unfiltered conviction. "Not me. My big bro's going to be the greatest daywalker alive." "Eyes," he scoffed. "They tried to weaken him, but it's not enough. Nothing will be." Arthur glanced at his brother, then down at the great sword. He lowered into a squat, perfectly positioned. "As his brother, I'll be right there by his side. Rise." Before anyone could stop him, Arthur gripped the handle with both hands and roared, channeling every fiber of strength into the lift. To everyone's shock, blood trickled from his nose, and his biceps bulged to the brink of tearing. Just as they were about to stop him from hurting himself, the great sword moved. Only the hilt rose, barely 2 centimeters off the ground. Yet it stunned not just Chia, Sergio, or Jamal, but even Lord Idris and his Nightcrawler, Fincho. Only Levi wasn't surprised. He simply smiled proudly, watching his little brother with admiration. Thud. Arthur dropped the sword and stood still, back hunched, head lowered. Blood streamed from his nose. His eyes were as red as they could get. Slowly, he looked up, locking eyes with Lord Idris. In a raspy voice, he asked, "Does this count, or should I try again?" "Again." Lord Idris's smile widened, then he broke into amused laughter. "A promise is a promise," he said, shaking his head. "It's passable, at most." Sergio and Jamal's hearts skipped a beat. Arthur was going to be personally trained by Lord Idris after a single meeting. They'd been in the agency for 2 years and didn't even get their names remembered. "Are you kidding me?" That was the only thought racing through their minds. "Shia, send him to HQ tomorrow morning," Lord Idris said, walking toward the door. As he passed Arthur, he made a small gesture and his great sword flew back into his hand. He slammed it against his back, locking it into place without any harness. Just before leaving, he glanced back one final time and added casually, "Cute hair tips." Don't forget to give me a full report of your breakthrough. Fine, Shia huffed, watching the door close behind him. Chapter 52, Family's Love. After Lord Idris left them be, Levi helped his brother sit up and clean himself. From the thunderous rhythm of Arthur's heart, he could tell just how much effort had gone into pulling that great sword. He had poured every ounce of strength into it, pushing well beyond his limits. You did good, Levi praised. I had to. Arthur gave a thumbs up with a foolish smile. He was about to expose us. At that, everyone raised an eyebrow in surprise. None of them had expected Arthur to be clever enough to deflect Lord Idris's probing like that. Still, it worked. Lord Idris had left without pushing further. Shia knew it was for the best. Even if he'd shown a flicker of interest in Levi, he wouldn't have recommended him. Each agency was only allowed to give out one recommendation letter. The bigger ones could give two at most. And in Lord Idris's case, someone had already claimed the second. He wouldn't be foolish enough to hand Arthur's letter to Levi. You lucky dog. I can't believe Lord Idris is going to train you for 2 whole months, Sergio said as he stepped forward and smacked Arthur on the back. He tried to hide his jealousy, but it was obvious. Seeing his lord pick a citizen over him stung. Meanwhile, Jamal had Arthur in a playful headlock, his twig-like arms making it look like Arthur was wearing a black scarf. You must be excited, Jamal gritted through his teeth, half joking, half burning with envy. He wanted nothing more than to choke Arthur out cold but knew his arms would snap if he tried. Ah! I don't think I'll go. Arthur shook his head, almost twisting Jamal's arm in the process. Jamal froze. What are you talking about? Shia frowned. She might have resented her father's rigid expectations, but she still respected his power. A few moments of his guidance were more valuable than most would ever realize. Arthur had no idea how lucky he was, and yet, he was planning to throw it away. It was beyond foolish. I thought we'd train in Tamara, Arthur said simply. I'm not going to the capital and leaving my brother behind. Arthie, I'll be fine on my own, Levi smiled, patting his brother's shoulder. Go and learn as much as possible. Opportunities like this are rare. Most candidates would do anything to have them. Are you sure? Arthur asked, his brows knitting. It's a whole 2 months. You think I won't survive 2 months without you? Levi's tone sharpened. Big bro, I'm worried you might overheat and pass out again from your cultivation, Arthur sent through Astrai. I'll be fine, Levi smiled serenely, as if to say, I'm not the same as before. Arthur fell quiet. He had seen it himself, how his brother now moved without a cane, how his eyes saw more than his own. Levi had told him about his new ability and how drastically it had improved his awareness. Still, Arthur knew that Levi liked to step out every now and then, and it would be harder without him. How about you come with me? No. It's best I remain in Tamara, Levi said with a shake of his head. He preferred the quiet of his apartment. It made cultivation and training easier. The capital would be too noisy, too distracting. Besides, if Levi came along, Arthur wouldn't be able to focus. He'd be too busy worrying about him. Ah, if you say so. In the end, Arthur relented. He knew better than anyone how stubborn his brother could be. When they finished their talk, Arthur turned to the silent group and asked, So, are you going to show us your ultimate or not? Everyone had always known the Larson brothers were close. But none of them had expected Arthur to willingly pass on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity just to stay with his blind brother. It was a level of loyalty and love they simply couldn't fathom. For Levi and Arthur, though, it was nothing new. They had been orphans for as long as they could remember, raised by each other, protected by each other. The trials they had survived would have melted even stone. Ah, sure, Shia finally said, pulling herself from her thoughts. She walked away from the group, her mind racing. The thrill of her perfect breakthrough had faded, replaced with something quieter, emptier. "What's the matter?" Bleeder asked softly. "I don't know," Shia lied. She did know. Deep down, she knew exactly what was wrong. But she couldn't say it, not even to her contracted partner. How could she admit that what the Larson brothers shared was her dream? A simple dream. To have a family's love. To know, without question, that someone would stand in her corner at all costs. Instead, her family was a machine. A corporate empire where affection was measured in results. Success granted status, failure meant erasure. Levi and Arthur sought strength, authority, and legacy. She just wanted to be loved. Yet, that seemed more unattainable than any of their paths. She steeled herself, pushing the ache deep down, just like she'd been taught. Then, without a word, she summoned her crescent-blade crimson glaive. Her hair began to crystallize at the ends, and her eyes turned a gleaming crimson. With one flawless upward sweep of her glaive, a wave of massive blood crystal towers erupted from the ground and charged the steel door. Boom! The towers slammed against the steel and surrounding walls, sending shock waves through the room. If not for the shock-absorbing barriers, the entire training center would have been leveled. Shia lowered her glaive, popped a lollipop in her mouth, and walked away from the smoking scene. Her face was unreadable. Her short figure cast a massive shadow against the jagged blood towers, an image that captured the quiet, terrifying strength she kept hidden. Shia, that was awesome. Holy, now that's what I call an ultimate. I so want a perfect evolution too. Sergio, Jamal, and Arthur rushed toward her, all grinning with awe. Shia smiled softly at their praise, though her heart wasn't in it. Then, a quiet voice reached her. "It will be all right." She turned. Behind the others, Levi stood, leaning on his cane, his smile calm and reassuring. She blinked, startled. How had he known? There was no way he could read her thoughts, yet everything about him, his words, his tone, his presence, it felt like he understood. She didn't know that Levi could hear her heartbeats, and with them, her emotions. His attunement to others was sharper than most would believe. From her silence and her pulse alone, he had sensed the shift in her mood. He didn't know exactly why. But he had known she needed reassurance. And he gave it. Shia stared for a long moment. Then she smiled, genuinely this time, and murmured, "Thank you." A short while later, Shia had taken care of the destruction she'd caused. With a wave of her hand, the towering, crystallized blood pillars broke apart into liquid form. Bleeder devoured the scarlet stream eagerly, storing it away for later use. Though solar energy was required to fuel and manifest abilities, once something was created, it remained. It was like converting solar energy into permanent matter through the shadow life seed's will. Had this not been the case, humanity wouldn't have rebuilt itself so swiftly in under a century. Many daywalkers had contributed to the recreation of raw materials, iron, steel, glass, and more, reshaping the world in record time. Without their intervention, civilization would still be clawing its way through a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Instead, society now stood on the shoulders of daywalkers' governance, focusing on technological advancement and regional stability. Of course, the emergence of the Solar Aegis sanctuaries had played a pivotal role in this resurgence, but that was a conversation for another time. Once the training room returned to its usual state, Shia gathered everyone in front of a pristine wall of smooth silver steel. Then, with a calm command, she said, "Open up the arsenal." With a soft hiss, the bottom of the wall split open and slid back, revealing a brilliantly lit display of weapons, each one resting neatly on angled ledges. Swords, spears, gauntlets, rifles, bows, pistols, dozens of weapons, each gleaming with readiness. Since daywalkers could wield nearly any weapon type, most agencies ensured their training centers were stocked with everything imaginable. The goal was clear: help future candidates discover the weapons that would eventually evolve with them, sometimes even becoming unique variants. "Arthur," Shia began, turning to him with a serious look, "I know you're training under my father starting tomorrow, but it's best you choose your weapon before then." "Why's that?" Arthur asked. Shia folded her arms. "Because he can be stubborn. I fear he might force a weapon on you under the pretense of knowing what's best." It wasn't an exaggeration. There were many lineage families where every member used the same weapon type, generation after generation. To some high-ranking daywalkers, free will was just a liability. Arthur grinned. "Don't worry. I already chose my weapon when I was 8. He walked confidently toward the wall, bypassing blades and guns, and stopped in front of a dusty, circular brown shield. Compared to the rest, it looked almost forgotten, untouched for years. He lifted it from its ledge and strapped it to his arm, turning back to face the group. With a big, foolish smile, he struck a dramatic pose. "How do I look?" "Dashing, right?" Chapter 53, Deciding on his weapon. "A shield? You can't be serious." Sergio's eyelids twitched. Jamal and Shia exchanged skeptical glances. It wasn't that shields were useless, but they weren't exactly seen as prime picks either. After all, they were called weapons for a reason, and a shield didn't quite qualify. "Yep, this is what I want," Arthur said with an easy smile as he dusted off the old shield. "I've always dreamed of wielding a massive shield, protecting my family and friends behind it." Silence followed. Then someone blurted out what they were all thinking. "Arthur, are you really going to base your future on a childhood dream?" Everyone had once wanted to be a hero, to save the day, protect the innocent, and change the world. But most outgrew that fantasy, reshaping it into something more practical. Arthur, however, hadn't changed at all. "It's best to give it up," Levi murmured with a smile. "My brother chose his path a long time ago. Whether it's the best or not doesn't matter. It's his, and we should support him." He'd grown up watching Arthur pretend to be a superhero, cardboard shield in hand, a painted mask over his eyes. Levi had always known this day would come. Even Lord Idris wouldn't be able to sway him. "So be it," Shia sighed. "A shield it is." Then she turned to Levi. "What about you? Have you chosen your weapon?" "Not yet." Levi's tone was calm. "I'd like to test a few if that's all right." "Now that's what I like to hear." Shia led Levi back to the arsenal wall and began describing each weapon she thought he could use most effectively. "To be honest," she said thoughtfully, tapping her chin, "your condition makes things complicated. Most daywalkers with psyche specialization prefer ranged or abstract weapons that harness mental energy. But you can't really train with either right now." Levi nodded, fully aware of what she meant. His blindness made ranged weapons impractical. And the abstract weapons, crafted within the rooted plane and shaped by the psyche, weren't physical at all. Some looked like orbs, others instruments, even jewelry. Nothing he could train with in the physical world. "Can I try a sword, staff, nunchucks, spear, glaive, and axe?" he asked. "I want to figure it out for myself." "All right." Shia and the others gathered the requested weapons and laid them before him. All were dulled and sheathed, perfectly safe for practice. "Thank you," Levi said, smiling. "You can go help my brother now. This will take me a while." With that, they left him and returned to Arthur, gleefully teasing his shield choice as they resumed training. Levi sat on the ground, hands moving slowly over each weapon, using the low-pitched frequency he emitted to form faint images in his mind. He lifted each one in turn, testing their weight and balance. He started with the sword. Then the staff. the axe, the glaive, the spear. One after the other. But none of them felt right. He stood and began swinging, moving with surprising smoothness for someone blind. Shia glanced over, eyebrows raised. "Not bad," she murmured. "His spatial awareness and balance are better than I expected." Still, she turned back to Arthur. Levi had made it clear, he wanted to figure it out alone. And if he wanted to join the assembly, he'd need to. Levi, meanwhile, was growing frustrated. The sword lacked audible reliability, it didn't make consistent contact with the ground. A huge problem for someone reliant on sound. Close-range weapons like nunchucks and daggers were manageable, but too risky for a blind fighter who couldn't gauge sudden distance shifts. The spear, staff, and polearm worked better. Their long shafts scraped or tapped the floor, giving him sound feedback. But, they came with a problem too, the 2-second transformation rule. Ashkral had warned him about it, how that slight delay could be fatal in battle. Eventually, Levi sat down again, setting the weapons in front of him with a sigh. He watched the others train, watched how Arthur handled the shield, how the others flowed with their chosen weapons like they were extensions of their very souls. "Why don't I have that?" he wondered. "Why doesn't anything feel like mine?" He ran his fingers absently over his white cane, folding and unfolding it, feeling the light rattle of its chain. Then he froze. An idea struck him, wild and absurd. What if I made a weapon with the form of a cane, but the strength of a staff? His heart began to race. It was insane. Laughable, even. He could already hear the others mocking it like they had Arthur's shield. But for the first time in a long while, the thought felt right. It felt like his. Levi held the training staff in one hand, his white cane in the other, his mind spinning with the possibilities of merging the two. The problem with a staff is its rigid form, he thought. It can only become a spear, a polearm, nothing more. It lacks adaptability. But a cane? A cane doesn't have that problem. With a flick of his wrist, Levi folded his cane into 3 neat segments and instantly snapped it back into a rigid pole. That smooth transition, swift, silent, efficient, was thanks to a core chain mechanism running through its hollow frame. It was simple, but effective. And suddenly, Levi saw its potential in a whole new light. What if I crafted a real weapon with that same mechanism? A reinforced staff, hollow inside, chain-threaded, ready to shift on command. His thoughts ignited. I could turn it into a blade whip, a flail, a spear, an axe, a polearm, nunchaku, a billy club, even a single-edged or double-edged scythe. Levi's face brightened with each passing idea. The possibilities weren't just numerous, they were overwhelming. No, he wouldn't wield every form at once. But having access to such a versatile, instantaneously adaptable arsenal? That was 1,000 times better than being shackled to a single weapon. And the best part? He already knew the cane. He'd trained with it for over a decade, not as a weapon, but as an extension of himself. Its length, its weight, its rhythm, they were already second nature. While others spent years bonding with a blade or staff, Levi had unknowingly mastered the most important part, comfort and control. For a daywalker, nothing mattered more than becoming one with your weapon. This is it. With a quiet, determined smirk, Levi picked up the staff for now and walked toward his friends. His decision was made. Sometime later, Levi and Arthur returned home after a grueling training session with their friends. At one point, Shia asked Levi about his weapon choice, but he simply replied that he had a good feeling about it and didn't elaborate. Shia and the others didn't press him for details. Instead, they jumped straight into the basics, introducing exercises tailored to their chosen weapons. The drills were tedious, repetitive, and dull. But neither Levi nor Arthur complained. Levi welcomed any chance to learn something new, while Arthur's only real weakness was anything involving books or theory. Once home, Arthur headed straight for the shower while Levi sat down and called for Ashkral through their mental link. "I've decided on my weapon. I want to craft it now," he said telepathically. "About damn time," Ashkral replied with a lazy yawn. After confirming the area was clear of intelligent night crawlers, Ashkral emerged beside him. The moment he appeared, his notorious aura radiated outward like a wave of invisible fire. Most of the intelligent night crawlers nearby immediately backed off, well aware of the threat he posed. In the past, Ashkral didn't care much if they harassed Levi, as long as they left him alone. But that had changed. Now, he'd made it clear, he didn't want them anywhere near Levi. And knowing he could erase them through the bridge of darkness was a warning they dared not ignore. "So, what have you decided on?" Ashkral asked. "I'll show you." In the ancestral-rooted plane, Levi responded, eyes gleaming with quiet. Chapter 54, Testing the Concept. Levi sat in a meditative position and summoned his tattoo, pressing against the glowing crimson seed. Immediately, his consciousness was hijacked and thrown into the spiritual dimension of the seed. Even though Levi had seen it before, he couldn't help but gaze at the cosmic crimson tree in awe. "Breathtaking as ever," he murmured, captivated, as he walked toward the already risen crafting platform. Facing the spinning crimson nonagon orb, Ashkral tucked his tiny wings on Levi's shoulder and asked again, "So?" Levi began explaining his vision and how he believed it would ensure a smooth transition between forms. Ashkral thought about it for a moment, then nodded. "Doesn't sound too bad." Levi's smile widened at the reassurance, knowing Ashkral's approval was the best stamp of quality he could ask for. Ashkral stepped inside the nonagon orb and gestured. "Place your hand above the orb and imagine your desired weapon. The 9 senses seed will handle the rest." Levi did as instructed, envisioning a 1.5 meter black staff with a chain core mechanism running from end to end. He designed it to split into 5 small parts, but then changed it to 4, thinking 5 was too many. Sensing his hesitation, Ashkral advised, "Create the base version. You can modify it later." "Oh, I didn't know that was possible." Levi raised an eyebrow. He had read that once a weapon blueprint was submitted, there were no redos, no takebacks. It was final until they gained access to their awakened weapon. It's one of the seed's small perks. "Now, make contact," Ashkral said, waving a wing dismissively. Levi focused on the weapon again and pushed his hand into the orb, touching Ashkral's wing. The moment contact was made, the crimson nonagon orb spun wildly and exploded in a blinding flash of light that lasted less than a second. When the light faded, Ashkral was gone. In his place stood a long, dark wooden staff. Levi gripped it at the center, feeling the rugged texture of the wood under his fingers. As he pulled it free from the orb, he noticed millions of tiny, engraved crimson inscriptions running along its surface. They were so finely etched, no one would notice unless they were as close as Levi. When he gave it a slight shake, he could feel the tension of the chains hidden within. "Looks quite neat." Levi smiled in satisfaction and swung it behind his back. But when he brought it in front of his face, he got the scare of the day. The dreadful, crimson-slitted eye of Ashkral had emerged near the staff's edge. "Go down and get a proper feel for it," Ashkral's voice echoed. "As long as you don't leave the ancestral-rooted plane, the weapon won't be crafted." "Good to know." Levi landed softly on the still water below, sending ripples outward but never sinking. "Let's try some of what I learned today." He gripped the staff from the bottom and began swinging it, up, down, left, right, getting a feel for its balance. He even performed a few simple tricks, like a child playing with a broomstick. While he was enjoying himself, a wide grin formed on the staff's surface. Then, without warning, the top part of the staff detached and smacked Levi square in the face. Arg. Levi dropped the staff and clutched his nose with a pained expression. Despite being in spiritual form, the pain felt entirely real, proof of the deep connection between body and soul. Looks like your concept works, Ashkral said solemnly, feigning ignorance. Asshole. I know that was you. Levi cursed while massaging his nose. I just wanted to check if the chain mechanism worked, Ashkral coughed. Levi ignored him and picked up the staff. Then, without hesitation, he smashed it into the still water and held it submerged, seemingly trying to drown Ashkral. BL, help. My partner is waterboarding me. Came Ashkral's muffled cries from below, sounding like music to Levi's ears. Soon, the cries turned into chuckles, irritating Levi even more. He pulled the staff out, knowing full well he wasn't hurting Ashkral. For a being claiming to have lived for eons, you play 2F***ing much. You know nothing, Ashkral laughed. Childlike joy is the key to longevity. Whatever you say. Levi didn't buy it. He knew Ashkral was just excusing his assholish personality. What do you think about the chain mechanism? Levi asked, separating the staff into 4 parts and pulling them apart. The chains were tight, limited in length by the staff's own stature. Since he had copied the cane's chain mechanism exactly, the length couldn't exceed that of the staff. This meant the chain feature would only become useful after adding other weapon variations, something that bothered him. He wanted his first weapon to feel complete, not decorative. How about you increase the chain length and store the excess at both ends of the staff? Ashkral offered calmly. Oh. That's an interesting idea. But will it really work? The current mechanism depends on the chains having a precise length to keep the staff stable. Levi pulled the chains taut to demonstrate what he meant. In his mind, adding more would loosen the internal system and make the staff unreliable. You're limiting your imagination to physical logic, Ashkral reminded him. This isn't a real weapon, it's me reshaped into one. You can control internal mechanics as long as you don't add entirely new components. Levi paused, realizing he had been thinking in rigid terms. In truth, he only needed to respect some laws of physics, not all. If that's the case, can you lock the excess chain with the mechanism under my control? Yes. Levi didn't wait. He rushed back to the platform and made the changes. After another flash of light, the new version of the staff appeared. It looked almost identical, except the ends were now thicker and wrapped in crimson root-like engravings. Levi loved the new appearance, though he immediately noticed the weight had increased. Still, it wasn't an issue. He'd grow strong enough to make it feel like a feather. Back on the water, he snapped both ends open. The thick sections dropped, pulling out a long crimson-rooted chain. Only once a small pile formed at each edge did the chains tighten. Levi held the staff at the center, smiling widely as he gazed at the dangling ends. This is it. He didn't even need to test it further, he knew this was the missing piece. Still, he willed the chain's retraction to confirm everything worked. Whoosh! The chains shot back inside the thick ends like anchors reeling in. Once the excess was stored, a small wooden compartment latched shut, locking them in place. The staff returned to its solid form in less than a second. Satisfied? Very. If you still want more modifications, it's not too late. No. Levi shook his head. The staff is the perfect balance of complexity and simplicity now. More would only ruin it. Good. Ashkral smiled, pleased. Still, Levi spent a few more minutes swinging and fooling around with his weapon before stepping onto the platform one final time. He placed the staff into the Nonagon orb. I have chosen my signature weapon, and it will be called. He paused, searching deep within himself for a name that matched the weapon's soul. Then, the memories returned, scenes from that cursed night. Every second, every scream, every horror replayed in his mind. His expression darkened, and his voice dropped to a whisper. Judgment's chain staff. He added, coldly, I'll use these chains to bind the ones who destroyed my family, and this staff to shatter their bones to dust. I'll bring down my judgment on all who stand with them. This, I swear. The moment the final word left his lips, the name Judgment's chain staff was seared in glowing Ildhorian script at the base of the staff, forever marking its creation. Levi had officially become a true daywalker. Chapter 55, Professional Upstairs Neighbor. The next morning, Shia called Arthur and informed him she was waiting downstairs. Arthur had already packed his suits and was sitting beside his brother, waiting for the call. She's here, Levi smiled, his enhanced hearing easily picking up Shia's voice through Arthur's earpiece. Arthur wasn't bothered. Levi had already told him his main evolutionary trait was related to sound. If he hadn't seen what his brother could do with echolocation, he wouldn't have felt at peace, leaving him alone for 2 whole months. They had been together ever since their parents were murdered, and this would be the first time they'd be apart for so long. Go already. You know how thin Shia's patience is, Levi said as he gave Arthur a small shove toward the door, luggage in hand, after sensing the shift in his heartbeat. Fine, fine, I'm going. Arthur grabbed his bag and opened the door. Before stepping out, he turned around with a solemn expression. I'm going to work my ass off these next 2 months. I don't know about you, but my goal hasn't changed. I'm aiming for the number 1 rank in the contract ritual assembly. How surprising. I'm aiming for it too, Levi chuckled. Though already a daywalker, Levi wasn't joining the assembly just to disguise his awakening. The contract ritual assembly was one of the most anticipated events of the year. Beyond being a stage for the chosen to shine, the top 5 contestants would receive rewards capable of drastically accelerating their evolutionary path. The bottom 2 rewards were modest, just a few hundred solar Aegis coins and a minor discount at the Grand Training Center. But the top 3 were truly valuable. Third place received 1,000 coins and a 10% discount for 6 months. Second place got 2,000 coins and a 15% discount. But first place. The first ranker would earn 5,000 solar Aegis coins and a 30% discount for an entire year. To put it in perspective, Levi nearly lost his life in the harrowing forest and barely walked out with materials worth 1,000 coins. The 30% discount alone could save more than that in the long run, and every major agency knew it. That's why they pushed their candidates to aim for the top prize. It was worth more than gold. Then I'll see you at the top, Arthur grinned, holding out a fist. Not if you fail the intelligence trials, Levi smirked, bumping his fist. At least I won't get beat up on national TV, Arthur shot back with a grin, dragging his suitcase behind him as he walked away. Levi watched from the door, smiling faintly. Though they constantly roasted each other, there was nothing he wished more than success for his younger brother. He knew Arthur was full of potential that only someone like Lord Idris could truly unlock. That's why he insisted Arthur go, knowing he'd come back 10 times stronger after 2 months apart. Levi stepped to the window and watched his brother's figure enter the car. Then they were off, heading for the capital. As the sound of the vehicle faded from his auditory field, Levi murmured to himself with a smirk, we'll see who ends up doing the beating. Time flowed like a rich river pouring into the sea, steady, unstoppable. Before anyone realized it, the contract ritual assembly was just a day away. In those 2 months, or slightly less, Levi had been dragged through hell and back under Ashkral and Shia's relentless training. He spent nearly 5 hours a day mastering the basics of staff combat under Shia's sharp eye. The rest of his time was devoted to cultivating his power and honing his weapon. Because summoning his staff outside risked exposure, Ashkral had taught him a trick: how to keep the ancestral rooted grounds open by not unlocking the next innate ability. After reaching the second stage of his 9 senses seed evolution, Levi deliberately ignored the blooming nonagon flower above his head, brimming with glowing abilities, and remained on the still ocean under Ashkral's mentorship. The seed didn't care whether he claimed his reward or not, but Ashkral had warned him. He could perfectly erase his spiritual aura only while remaining in the second stage or lower. If he advanced further, he'd risk being sensed by perceptive beings, like the Willow Grove. Since the assembly was taking place in the Solar Aegis Sanctuary, surrounded by powerful entities, it was better to play it safe. Though he halted cultivation, Levi used his free moments to try sensing the dark energy flowing through the bridge of darkness. So far, it remained elusive. On the upside, his combat abilities had skyrocketed under Ashkral's brutal training. Even when his mentor was at his most insufferable, the results spoke for themselves. Now, Levi stood at the center of his apartment, clad only in his boxers, rehearsing a flowing combat form with a sleek black training staff. He had cleared out the furniture, turning the living room into his personal dojo. Ting! The staff tapped gently against the floor, but the sound shot through the room like a sonar pulse. Levi used the wave like a second set of eyes, sweeping the floor with a leg before launching into a spinning airborne kick. As he landed, he fired off another echolocation pulse to map out the space and continued his fluid motion. He knew echolocation consumed solar energy from his 9 senses seed. Just like everyone else, he had to pay for each use. The difference? His tank was enormous. The 9 senses seed was both a ravenous glutton and a monstrous reservoir, giving Levi room to burn energy like no one else in his rank. Even so, he knew the assembly would stretch across several days. He couldn't afford to waste power. He needed to learn how to use his energy wisely, to be precise. Without echolocation, he'd be fighting blind. Literally. Ha! Ting! Ho! Ting! Levi spun and moved with sharp, graceful power, his messy brown hair falling over his eyes. Under the morning rays of the holy light, his skin glistened with sweat. He looked almost like a superb bird of paradise performing a mating ritual, if that bird had ABS and a battle staff. Too bad the only thing he attracted was the wrath of the neighbors 1 floor below. Thud. 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 You noisy F***er, stop jumping around. It's 5 in the morning, for God's sake. Levi paused mid-form, ears twitching at the muffled curses and the dull thud of a broomstick smacking the floor from the apartment below. I guess I've been a bit annoying this past month. He smiled apologetically as he sat down on the wooden floor, acknowledging the patience his neighbors had shown. By all accounts, he'd been a model nuisance, regularly practicing combat forms every night for weeks, yet they'd rarely complained until now. Still, Levi suspected their silence came less from tolerance and more from fear. A blind man in their world was a ticking time bomb, one step away from becoming a sleepwalker. If it weren't for that stigma, they would have either complained in person or called the cops long ago. That was the quiet power of wearing an ankle monitor in this new society, a warning label people took very seriously. After a short rest, Levi headed to the shower. When he finished, he dressed in his usual clothes and emptied half his closet into a single large suitcase. He slid it to the side and moved on to breakfast, his motion smooth and ordinary, eerily so. No hesitation. No fumbling. No wasted movement. To a stranger watching, he didn't look blind at all. His head always turned toward what he was doing, like he could see it clearly. But this wasn't about pretending to be normal. Levi didn't care about blending in for vanity's sake, he simply wanted to avoid drawing attention during the upcoming recruitment phase. Faking sight was a survival tactic. He cooked a simple breakfast, omelette, buttered crispy toast, and a cup of minted tea, then stepped out onto the balcony with his plate and settled beside a small table. As he ate, a faint smile touched his lips. Above him, hundreds of monstrous creatures soared through the skies over the vibrant, wavy sprawl of the city. The noise, the scent of morning dew and steam, the sharp warmth of his tea, the chaotic skyline. It was all perfectly imperfect. "I'm gonna miss this peacefulness," Levi murmured, taking a small sip and savoring the view for just a while longer. Chapter 56, Heliodor's Capital. A couple of hours later, Levi was sitting on a train with Shia, heading toward the capital city. Sergio and Jamal couldn't stay with him every day, they still had their duties as agency combatants. Shia, on the other hand, was the daughter of the leader and the second in command. She operated under a different kind of privilege. After a short while, the train arrived at the station, where a personal chauffeur was already waiting. Levi wasn't surprised. Shia clearly enjoyed taking the train, even though she could have easily had someone drive her straight to the capital. "You're still planning on staying alone?" Shia asked as they got into the luxurious car. "Yes." Okay." Shia didn't pry. There was something in his expression that told her not to. She simply sent the address to the chauffeur, who merged into the sea of never-ending cars. Heliodor's capital was a pulsating heart of life: people, vehicles, towering buildings, agencies, daywalkers, everything. Overcrowded, yes, but held together by impressive infrastructure that maintained a fragile balance, unlike the chaos of the outer settlements. Glass skyscrapers stretched in every direction, built for corporations, lineage families, and private agency headquarters. But instead of heading deeper into the capital, the chauffeur took a detour toward the outskirts, to the suburban zones. Here, space was precious. There were no slums, no cheap homes. If someone couldn't afford to live in the capital, they settled outside it. Simple as that. Soon, the car pulled up in front of a gated residential block, about 100 modest apartments arranged in square buildings. Compared to uptown villas and southern housing complexes, this was considered bottom-tier housing for the capital, and still 5 times more expensive than anywhere outside it. "We've arrived at the gate," the chauffeur said. "Thanks for the lift." Levi gave a respectful nod and moved to step out. Shia gently caught his arm. "Want me to walk you to the apartment?" Levi shook his head, wearing a polite smile. "I've already stolen enough of your time. I don't dare ask for more." He knew Shia had more important things to do than spend 5 hours a day training him over the last 2 months. That she had done it anyway said a lot about her character. "Don't see it that way. It wasn't a waste. I had fun training you," Shia said with a grin. "I never imagined I'd train someone blind to be a daywalker, and not be disappointed by the results." "I'm glad," Levi chuckled. "If you really want to repay me, kick some ass in the assembly." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Especially Mantis' little brother, Demetrius. I heard he's signing up." "What did Mantis do to you?" Levi raised an eyebrow. "It's a long story, but I can't stand that prick," Shia clicked her tongue. "His little brother's supposed to be one of the top rising talents in Sunstrike Agency. I doubt he's any better." "Well, I'll see what I can do." "No promises." Levi smiled wryly. He wasn't planning to carry out Shia's vendetta, but if Demetrius crossed his path, he wouldn't hesitate either. "Take care. We'll be cheering you on tomorrow," Shia said with a playful smile, blowing him a soft kiss as she drove off, knowing full well he couldn't see it. Unbeknownst to her, Levi's sensitive ears picked up on the subtle gesture, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he walked into the residential complex. At the gate, his Neuralens device was scanned. As a previous resident, he was granted access without question. A few minutes later, Levi stood in front of his Uncle Rob's old apartment and knocked twice. No answer. He focused his hearing inside, nothing. He pulled out a spare key and unlocked the door. Click. The second he opened it, a foul stench of alcohol and rotting trash assaulted his senses, forcing him to pinch his nose shut. What a mess. I should have come earlier to clean this up, Levi muttered, using his voice to send out a mapping pulse. In an instant, the apartment appeared in his mind, small, tight, filled with bags of trash and debris. But what made his expression sharpen was the sight of broken furniture. Sigh. I wish it had ended differently, he murmured as he stepped inside the wreckage and shut the door behind him. Levi rolled up his sleeves and got to work. This wasn't his uncle's place, not really. It had belonged to his late parents, just like Tamara's apartment. Both were part of the modest inheritance he and Arthur received after their deaths. If Uncle Rob hadn't been such a gambling addict, their parents might have left him something, too. But they knew it would vanish in a casino faster than a heartbeat. Unfortunately, they hadn't anticipated dying early, leaving Rob as guardian of the children and trustee of their estate until Levi came of age, 16 years old, in the new society. To his credit, Rob had tried. Their death sobered him up, at least for a while. He cleaned himself up, took care of the boys, and spared no expense on Levi's eye surgeries. They had failed, but no one could say he didn't try. Still, the dildo of consequences rarely arrived lubed. Rob's gambling addiction came roaring back. The debts piled up. These weren't friendly loans or bank agreements, they were from sharks. And when they heard he had access to an inheritance, they came knocking. Rob turned to the boys, asking permission to sell some properties. Legally, he couldn't do it without their consent and court involvement. Levi was only 11, and naive. All he wanted was to save his uncle. So, he said yes. Properties were sold. Debts were paid. Everyone was happy. Wrong. Rob relapsed harder than ever. He started eyeing Levi's welfare checks. In this age, beating addiction was nearly impossible. Night crawlers were always around, always waiting to drag your guilt into your dreams. Levi didn't know if Rob had been manipulated, or if he'd just fallen apart on his own. He didn't care. At 15, Levi moved out with Arthur and relocated to Tamara's apartment. They knew staying would destroy them, and neither of their futures could afford that. Since then, they hadn't spoken to Rob or helped him financially, not until he truly cleaned up. He was a screw-up, but he was still family. They had a soft spot for him, especially after all he did in their darkest times. Sadly, when Levi tried to check up on him, Rob had already vanished. Calls went unanswered. No leads. No sightings. In this society, disappearing was easier than dying. Levi hoped it was the former, he didn't want to lose anyone else. But, there wasn't much he could do to search for him. After a few grueling hours and the help of Astrai, the apartment was clean. The trash was gone. The ruined furniture was removed. Levi clapped his hands once, twice, and used the sound waves to scan the space. Empty. Clean. This'll do for now, he said quietly. Levi took a quick shower for the second time that day, and as he stepped out, he was greeted by the sight of a gigantic humanoid rhino heading straight toward him. The creature's body was covered in shimmering, crystallized rock, making him look like an armored statue sculpted from gemstones. His singular horn was long and curved inward, almost as if trying to pierce his own skull. His spiritual aura was so well contained, it leaked almost nothing. Levi narrowed his eyes, preparing himself for what he assumed would be more trouble. To his dumbfounded surprise. "Hello there, child," the rhino greeted with a polite smile. "Hello." Levi replied, waving awkwardly. "Would you be so kind as to direct me to this region's contract ritual assembly?" The rhino asked with a sheepish grin. "I'm truly terrible with directions." Levi pointed behind him in silence. "Ah, looks like I was on the right path." "Greatly appreciated." The rhino gave a respectful nod and continued walking until he vanished from Levi's spiritual field of sight. Levi lowered his head in mild confusion. Doesn't he know he can use the contract serial number to access the assembly? Also, were night crawlers always this polite? Recalling the torment he had endured at the hands of others like Ashkral, he couldn't help but chuckle dryly. Well, would you look at that? I met a unicorn, Levi muttered, sighing. Someone's going to be lucky to have him as a partner. Unlike me. I think I heard someone be asterisking. Chapter 57, The Recruitment Office. Out of nowhere, Ashkral's malicious voice echoed from behind Levi. When he turned around, he found the little creature flapping his tiny wings, his singular eye narrowed to the limit. You heard wrong, Levi coughed, quickly changing the subject. I only have half a day before the assembly. Do you think it's best to unlock the second ability now? You can, but I doubt you'll be able to use it, Ashkral replied lazily. Don't forget, you ain't a daywalker in their eyes, and it's best to keep it that way. Levi thought for a moment. Unlocking it now might help in emergencies, but then it hit him. He'd be fighting non-daywalkers. Some of them might be tough, sure, but he was a daywalker. Did he really need a second ability to handle civilians? That thought alone made him feel ashamed. I'm already signed up, so I've got nothing to lose, Levi told himself, steeling his heart. Echolocation is the only ability I need. If I still lose, it means I need to improve myself, not stack cheats. Ashkral simply smiled and said nothing. The next morning, Levi had finalized his preparations and eaten his breakfast. Without waiting for anyone, he left the apartment and headed straight to the recruitment center in a taxi. He carried only his smooth black metallic staff and a backpack filled with essentials. He had called Arthur the day before to check on him. Lord Idris still wasn't finished with his training, and Arthur had said they'd meet again at the assembly itself. Levi could only smile sympathetically, not even wanting to imagine the kind of hell his brother was being put through. After a 15-minute ride, the driver dropped him off near a massive crowd of people ranging in age from 14 to 26. 3 long queues wound in front of a modest government office, the recruitment center, and the first blockade on the path to becoming a daywalker. Usually, nearly all young people within that age range qualified, as the requirements weren't that strict. 2-time repeat limit. Must be under 26. No serious criminal record. No major mental instability. Definitely no ankle monitor wearers. Simple conditions, meant to give most children a fair shot without needing connections or wealth. But for Levi, that last condition had always been a wall. As long as he wasn't a daywalker and remained blind, the ankle monitor wasn't coming off. That monitor made him ineligible, until now. He focused his hearing, filtering out irrelevant sounds until he picked up a specific street noise behind the crowd. Using it to map the area, he made his way toward an empty curb and sat down, resting his backpack on his lap. He waited silently, surrounded by families, friends, and supporters of the candidates. The recruitment process usually lasted about 2 hours at most. With 3 recruiters and neural scanning tech, things moved fast. They only needed to scan a device and confirm a candidate's public records. If everything checked out, they were in, and sent straight to the Solar Aegis Sanctuary. Levi was waiting for the final moments of the recruitment window. The later he went in, the fewer eyes and the less drama. As for Arthur, lineage candidates like him were processed privately. Since Levi was technically one of them sponsored by a lineage, Shia had taken it upon herself to shield both brothers during recruitment. A lot of effort had gone into making sure Levi slipped through the cracks. Eventually, the serpentine lines vanished. Most applicants were accepted and sent toward the sanctuary, faces split between excitement and dread. A few were turned away, shoulders sagging as they left in silence. It's the moment of truth. Levi exhaled deeply and stood up. His posture straightened, head held high, black circular glasses hiding his unseeing eyes. To any observer, he didn't look blind at all. He entered the office and used echolocation to guide himself toward the booths. 2 were already closed, only the central one remained staffed. Levi walked up and gave a polite smile. "I'd like to participate in the contract ritual assembly." The recruiter was an older man, full white beard, deep-set wrinkles, and a bald spot he tried to hide by styling the rest of his hair backward. Yet, it still gleamed under the harsh lighting. "Name?" the man asked, clearly impatient. He'd nearly finished his shift and was moments away from joining his co-workers for coffee, until Levi walked in. Levi instantly recognized the man's voice. He was the same recruiter who had thrown him out alongside Arthur last year. Still, he kept his face neutral. "Levi Larson." The recruiter paused. The name stirred something in his memory. "Is this your second attempt?" "No." "I see." The man didn't dwell on it. He dealt with hundreds of faces and names each year, they blurred together. But when he pulled up Levi's public record, his eyes widened. "It's you again. I knew I recognized you." The recruiter snapped. "Brad, haven't you wasted enough of my time last year? Why are you back again?" "You told me to come back with either a recommendation letter or a miracle that restored my sight," Levi said calmly. "Check your inbox." He forwarded an official file via Astra AI. The recruiter was already reaching for security when his screen lit up with a signed recommendation letter. At first, he assumed it was fake, but as he skimmed through the document and saw the Morning Star insignia, his jaw slackened. You got the Morning Stars to sponsor you?" "You?" "Yes, me," Levi smiled faintly. "Got a problem with that?" No, I was just looking out for you," the man stammered, his tone shifting completely. "You don't know how brutal the trials can get. Someone like why?" "I'll stop you right there," Levi cut in smoothly. "I've got a signed letter, and I also have Shia Morningstar's number. If you've got a problem, I can call her. You can explain to her why her family's sponsored candidate didn't make it into the assembly on time." No. No need to bother Miss Shia with such things." The recruiter stood up, sweating, flustered. He quickly approved Levi's application and forwarded a copy to his inbox. Levi had Astra read it aloud, just to verify, then gave a nod and walked off toward the Solar Aegis Sanctuary. The recruiter stared after him, torn between calling the authorities or contacting someone inside the Morning Star family. A reward might be involved, or at least some clout. Then he sighed. Since the letter was legit, whatever happened next wasn't his problem. As a senior civil servant nearing retirement, he wasn't about to get involved in something that might jeopardize his pension. If someone in the Morning Star family had issued that letter, that was their business. Poking around would only get him in trouble. "I don't get paid enough for this crap." He shut down his booth and left to join his peers for coffee, not even mentioning what had just happened. Unbeknownst to either of them, the moment Levi's name was registered, a signal was sent to a very interested party. As expected. "She really tried to pull a fast one on us," Lord Idris said with a sip of tea. He was seated at a small table on the rooftop garden, enjoying the sunlight with his wife. "If it weren't for your visit to Tamara, we wouldn't have known until it was too late," Madame Naima replied, a tinge of disappointment in her voice for her daughter. Sponsoring a blind candidate to appear on national TV? Their lineage's image would be humiliated. "I disagree," Lord Idris said, recalling his first meeting with Levi. The boy hadn't impressed him with action, but there was something else. A hunger. A fire. A quiet, dangerous potential. For people like him, disabilities aren't weaknesses. They're fuel, Idris said, smiling. "Let the boy compete. If he succeeds, great. If he fails, we still have Arthur. If we reject him now, we might lose them both. And public opinion. Naima asked, frowning. Darling, have you gotten too caught up in politics? Idris said with a shrug. Public opinion? Since when have we ever cared for that? Let them laugh, our family will remain untouched. Our agency will stay at the top. Naima stared at her husband, then laughed softly. She realized she had, in fact, grown soft. Too many years behind a desk had dulled her edge. I think I'll be joining you on the next expedition, she said, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Time to warm up my blood again. Really? Haha. Now that's some good news, Lord Idris grinned, eyes gleaming with delight. Chapter 58, The Willow Grove. A short while later, Levi had arrived at the Solar Aegis Sanctuary, located at the very heart of the Heliodor holy region. Unlike the jungle of concrete and glass around it, the sanctuary stood inside a colossal ancient tree. Its enormous trunk bore the scars of time as it rose defiantly amidst the concrete labyrinth. Though its size rivaled that of its neighboring skyscrapers, its massive brown branches reached outward like a forgotten divinity, twisting gently around steel and glass. It was as if the tree were a sentinel, growing with perfect awareness, never disturbing the structures around it. As for its leaves, they were nothing short of a masterpiece. Known as celestial crescents, they were unlike ordinary foliage. Each leaf resembled a crescent moon with a single elegant spiral unfurling from the stem. Under the sunlight, their surface shimmered with hues of gold, silver, and emerald, as if brushed by stardust. The Willow Grove, how I wish I could see you again. Levi murmured with a wistful smile, using the noise of the crowd to shape the tree in his mind. Despite his best efforts, Willow Grove's image returned hazy and chaotic. Sound waves could never capture its true, ancient beauty. He remembered sitting beneath the Savior's tree every Saturday, brought there by his parents. Arthur was always at his side, both of them laughing and running with other kids, untouched by the weight of the world. To Levi, the tree was sacred. It wasn't just a landmark, it was the reason the region still stood strong after more than a century. If the Heliodor region were a living body, the Willow Grove was its heart. And if that heart were to die, the heavenly light pillar protecting the city would flare in wrath and reduce everyone beneath it to ash in seconds. That's why the government enforced the 30% crystallized seed offering, the Savior's tax. Most daywalkers didn't complain, because they knew the grove's survival depended on it. As a dimensional entity from the upper realms, the Willow Grove couldn't feed on water or soil, at least, that's what every child was taught. Respect for the grove was etched into them from the moment they could speak. Now, a massive crowd had gathered at the base of the tree, or more specifically, at the threshold of the Solar Aegis Sanctuary. The sanctuary was the only entity allowed to occupy space inside the Willow Grove, not even the government dared to challenge it. Around the world, the Solar Aegis sanctuaries were revered. They were the only link to the radiant entities. If they pulled back their divine pillars, the world would be left at the mercy of night crawlers. If the government served the people, the sanctuaries were the royalty watching over them. Luckily, Heliodor's sanctuary and the local government got along well enough. The sanctuary allowed the state to host its biggest events here, in exchange for a hefty payment in crystallized seeds. Not cheap, but worth every drop. Levi moved past the throngs and ascended the wide white marble stairs leading to the enormous hollow entrance at the base of the grove. When he reached the guarded section where civilian sheriffs kept order, he was stopped at once. Show approved application or back off, the sheriff warned. He wore a dark blue uniform with black boots and a belt, armed with the same wooden firearm used by anti-sleepwalker officers. Levi calmly forwarded his approved application and motioned toward the sheriff's inbox. The sheriff checked his holographic display, brows raising slightly. Levi's application was valid, and he was sponsored. Please, enter from here. With a respectful nod, the sheriff pulled aside the railing and let him through. Levi climbed the circular staircase under the watchful gaze of the crowd. "Good luck, boy. You got this. Make us proud and come back with a contract. We're rooting for you." Levi smiled faintly at the voices. For the first time, he felt what it was like to be truly supported. Not because he was special, but because in this region, daywalkers were revered. They hunted night crawlers and harvested the seeds that kept everyone alive. Without them, the willow grove would fall, and the people along with it. It had already happened elsewhere. Entire holy regions turned to dust. At the final step, Levi paused. Then, he braced his right leg and stomped down on the mirror-smooth marble. A sonic wave erupted, washing into the grove and feeding him a full map of its interior. What returned nearly stole his breath, not out of fear, but excitement. Over 200 humanoid auras filled the chamber, grayed out and scattered in every direction. All of them had turned toward him, the newcomer, standing alone in the massive open threshold. After a moment, they turned back to whatever they were doing, unaware of Levi's true condition. "Here we go." Levi drew in a steady breath and stepped into the hall, his serene smile intact. But it didn't last. "Big bro. Haha, you made it." Arthur's voice thundered through the solemn space. Levi's eyelid twitched as everyone turned toward him again, and to the approaching hurricane that was his brother. While Levi couldn't see him directly, his senses told him enough. Arthur's muscles had shrunk slightly, not from neglect, but refinement. He had worked himself to the brink, compacting his body into something leaner, deadlier, more efficient. Just as Arthur lunged forward for a hug, Levi's instincts flared. Without thinking, he slipped sideways and lightly tapped Arthur's head with the end of his staff. It looked like nothing, but a few candidates caught it. Levi did it without even facing him. "Do you have to be so loud?" Levi muttered. "You're in a sacred place, try not to get us kicked out." "Ah, my bad. I just missed you, man." Arthur rubbed his head, grinning as he offered a fist bump. Levi tapped it. "I missed you too. The place has been way too quiet without you." "Haha, I know I leave a good presence everywhere I go." "Yes, yes." If Levi had eyes, he would have rolled them so hard they'd rattle. Arthur had probably flipped the entire Blood Hunters agency upside down. Loud, shameless, and utterly himself. And now, in a room full of silent, serious candidates, he still didn't care. Come, let me introduce you to some of my new friends." Arthur tugged him toward a small group huddled beneath a twisted white staircase spiraling upward. The staircase led to the uppermost floors within Willow Grove, where a significant portion of the tree's hollow interior had been converted into housing quarters for the sanctuary. Hovering at the center of the spiral staircase shaft was a wooden platform, adorned with massive Ildhorian inscriptions carved across its surface. It hovered gently, like a natural elevator pulsing with arcane energy. Just like the staircase and the floating lift, the rest of the sanctuary's interior was either sculpted directly from the tree's trunk or crafted with meticulous artistry meant to harmonize with the living wood. The smooth marble flooring blended seamlessly with the organic surroundings. Altogether, the atmosphere was cozy, serene, and steeped in a quiet reverence, befitting of the ancient tree's name, Willow Grove. When they arrived at a small gathering nestled near the base of the spiraling staircase, Arthur clapped his hands together and began his introductions. After naming each person with the same enthusiasm as a show host, he grinned proudly and gestured toward Levi. "This is my big brother, Levi, the one I've been telling you all about." The trio before them consisted of 2 girls and 1 boy, each contract seeker with their own energy and presence. "Hello," Levi greeted politely, "thank you for looking after my little brother." "You're welcome, he's quite a handful," Melissa replied with a small laugh. She had the poise of someone who didn't mind being stared at. Tall and slender, Melissa had violet hair twisted into a bun and dramatic eyes lined with dark eyeliner. Her midnight lipstick matched her gothic ensemble, a black leather jacket, tight sliced jeans, and tall boots with silver skulls embedded on the sides. Her long black nails had tiny skulls painted on them as well. Melissa wasn't just a pretty face, she was the first candidate sponsored under the Blood Hunters agency. That alone placed her potential near the top, as the Morningstar family wasn't known for wasting investments. With how much Arthur kept hyping up his big brother, I figured you'd be twice his size, joked the boy, Ryan, extending a friendly handshake. Glad you're not. One of him is more than enough. You're right, one of me is enough, Arthur smirked, flexing his muscles like a proud beast, drawing uneasy glances from nearby candidates. Just because they had made it here didn't mean success was guaranteed. Some were on their second and final attempt, others had shown up just for the experience. Nightcrawlers were highly selective about their partners. They weren't looking for sympathy, they were looking for survivors. That's why the contract ritual assembly stretched across multiple days. Time was needed to test each candidate thoroughly, inside and out. You're Shia's little cousin, right? Levi asked as he shook Ryan's hand. Arthur had kept Levi updated even while locked in the agency. He'd already told him about befriending a Morningstar cousin, a thrill-seeking relative named Ryan. Though he didn't carry a recommendation letter, he didn't need one. He was family. The letters were meant for the unconnected, the orphans, the exiles, not heirs. Yep. I've heard all about your trip to the harrowing forest, Ryan nodded, clearly impressed. Exploring the wastelands without being daywalkers? Man. Your balls must be made of titanium. You know we almost died, right? Yep, on that must have made you feel so alive. I'm so jealous. Ryan clutched his chest dramatically as if restraining an outburst of emotion. Levi raised a brow, unimpressed. Why do weirdos always surround me? Ryan looked like a spindly street rat, long-legged, underfed, but his energy was pure fire. A red-haired Morningstar through and through, with a faded undercut, curly top, and sharp golden amber eyes that didn't seem to blink often. His skin was light brown and dusted with a few freckles across the nose. His outfit screamed chaos. Neon-trimmed tech pants, a sleeveless combat vest glowing with red circuitry, fingerless gloves, high-speed boots with shock absorbers, and to top it off, a cropped black hoodie torn at the edges. The look wasn't designed, it was survived in. He radiated the kind of adrenaline that made people flinch without knowing why. Ryan, that's enough. You're scaring our new friend. A soft, tranquil voice cut in. Levi turned instinctively, picking up a humanoid figure in his echolocation, bald, robed, serene. Namaste. I am Hauda Omori. But you can call me Monk Jojo. She clasped her palms together and offered a graceful bow. Her scalp gleamed under the sun. It was so perfectly smooth and shiny that it reflected a beam of light across the chamber, temporarily blinding someone on the other side of the hall. It's you. Levi muttered under his breath, recalling the girl Arthur had once told him about, the one he scammed at the gym. Well, not technically scammed. She had offered to pay him 1,000 lumens for a session. You remember her, big bro? Arthur grinned, oblivious to social grace. The one from the gym with the weird exercises. I spotted her earlier and added her to the squad. Levi prepared to scold him for being blunt, but Jojo beat him to it. Her smile vanished. Says the gorilla who broke 5 machines in under 3 months. If the manager weren't terrified of you, you'd have been banned long ago. At least I'm not the gym's laughing stock, Arthur shot back while pulling weird moves. Namaste, hiya. Namaste, hiya. Jojo noticed everyone staring, some chuckling. But instead of retreating, she doubled down, mocking Arthur with exaggerated muscle poses and dumb flexing faces. Ah, look at my triceps, haha, my muskles grow bigger, ha ha. With her bald head gleaming and her monk robes fluttering, she looked like a deranged bodybuilder in cosplay. It should have been enough to shut Arthur up, but no. He was just as childish. Namaste, ho. Namaste punch. My back, so wide you can eat on it. Just like that, the serious, composed image Levi had projected at the entrance shattered completely. The group had earned its label. They were that crowd. Levi's face went blank. It's my fault for leaving him alone, my fault. Beside him, Melissa and Ryan attempted damage control, trying to separate the two clowns before things escalated further. It had only taken a few minutes for them to be branded the weirdos of the gathering. But as Levi stood there, listening to their nonsense, he found himself chuckling quietly, recalling that he was a blind boy desiring to become a daywalker. I'm just as weird as them. Maybe even worse. Huh, birds of the same feather do flock together. Who would have guessed? Chapter 59, Instructor Seraphize. What's with the ruckus? A robust, stern voice boomed from above, immediately silencing the hall. All eyes turned upward, locking onto a well-toned man in his mid-50s descending atop the wooden platform. He wore a weathered ceremonial daywalker gray coat and an old sun sigil amulet that dangled at his belt. His arms were crossed over his broad, muscular chest. Though his clothes were worn, he had clearly taken care of his appearance, golden hair streaked with silver tied back in a low ponytail, and piercing ocean blue eyes that froze every candidate in place. No one even dared to breathe. Shit, this year's instructor is Sir Seraphize. Quick, stand straight, and don't say a word, Ryan hissed under his breath, snapping into rigid posture like a fresh recruit meeting his drill sergeant. Arthur and Jojo dropped their antics instantly and followed suit. Who is he? Levi asked quietly, his focus locked on the wild fluctuations of the man's spiritual aura. Though Levi couldn't see his contracted nightcrawler, just like every other daywalker present, he wasn't surprised. He already knew that nightcrawlers couldn't enter Willow Grove's spiritual bridge. They were only allowed inside in their physical form or the form of their weapon. That's Seraphize vein, Ryan muttered. Meanest and toughest instructor at the center. He treats being a daywalker like it's some divine oath, and he uses the assembly to filter out everyone he deems unworthy. Oh. Levi frowned slightly. He already understood that each assembly changed depending on the instructor and that they were given some freedom to run their own version. Still, he hadn't anticipated this kind of bad luck. I heard that in his last rendition, only 7 contract seekers made it to the final trial, Melissa added. Though all 7 were signed, so his success rate was 100%. I see. Levi's expression tightened. That ain't good. He had braced for resistance from instructors due to his blindness, but falling under the supervision of this man felt like the universe playing a cruel joke. Above, Instructor Seraphize arrived on the first floor, stepping off the platform and walking toward the wooden railing. He leaned over it, arms resting lightly, eyes scanning the sea of candidates below. Silence blanketed the chamber. No one met his gaze. All heads remained bowed. I don't care if you were sponsored by the top 4 agencies or came out of lineage families' vaginas. Seraphize said coldly. The moment you stepped inside Willow Grove, your lives are now mine. Am I understood? Yes, sir. The entire hall answered in unison, loud and firm. Seraphize clicked his tongue, clearly hoping someone would slip up so he could set an example. But no one did. He moved on with a sharp nod. I am Instructor Seraphize Vane, and I've been appointed as this year's assembly overseer, thanks to the garbage that's been spewing from these sacred grounds in recent years. His smile was colder than frost. The trials are still the same, but I've added my own sweet twists to weed out the weak faster. Uneasy gulps echoed across the room. Seraphize loved the sight of crumbling confidence. As everyone knows, Each year's assembly is split into 5 trials, all held within 7 days or less. He raised a pen-like device and flicked it forward, manifesting 5 massive holographic screens across the upper wall. Each screen bore a glowing title. Trial of Light Affinity. Trial of Physicality. Trial of Spirituality. Trial of Intelligence. Trial of Combat. Then, with a wave, a 6th screen materialized, this one showing a long list of names lined up one beneath the other. This is the assembly's leaderboard, Seraphis continued. You'll be scored through a point system based on each trial's result. And just so we're clear, scoring 0 in any trial is instant elimination. A wave of anxiety rippled through the candidates. Unlike prior assemblies, failure to complete even a single trial now meant disqualification. Most weren't too concerned about the light affinity trial, unless they were disabled. Unfortunately for one hidden among them, that was precisely the case. I'm screwed, Levi's upper lip twitched. The new rule was a direct death sentence. And he wasn't the only one who noticed. Elsewhere, watching from a live broadcast, Shia, Sergio, and Jamal sat in silent horror. Seraphis New Orleans was streaming the entire thing to national TV. Isn't Levi doomed from the start? Jamal said, rubbing his forehead. Did he have to be this unlucky? Shia growled. She clenched her fists at the injustice. After all Levi had done to prepare, this was how it was going to play out. We can only hope he finds a way through it. Sergio murmured. Back inside the hall. Once all trials are finished, your fate will be decided. Seraphis clapped twice. Line up and enter the Willow Grove dimensional mirror. Without hesitation, the more experienced candidates stepped forward. They walked to a massive circular mirror at the far end of the hall, its edges wrapped in thick, twisted roots like a natural frame. The first candidate waited until the surface began rippling like a disturbed lake, then vanished into its depths. One by one, they followed. Until it was Levi's group's turn. It's finally time to kick some ass. Arthur grinned as he shoved Levi forward, unaware of the internal crisis tearing his brother apart. The moment they stepped through, they arrived on a floating slab of land suspended in a dimensionless void. No sky, no Sunday. No stars. Just one massive artificial white sun above them and a never-ending expanse of misty colors swirling beyond the land's edge. Despite its alien appearance, they could all breathe and move without issue. The space had been tuned to mimic Earth's gravity and atmosphere. Above, Instructor Seraphis floated calmly on a platform of his own. Welcome to the boundless expanse, he declared. You'll be spending the next several days here, so you better get used to the scenery. The boundless expanse. Jojo murmured. I heard they host death games here. Yeah, Melissa replied. It's controlled by the Nocturnal Contract creator, that's why it's neutral ground for high-stakes events. No one knew who the creator really was, but he didn't seem to mind letting others use his domain. But for Levi, none of that mattered right now. I can't score 0 in light affinity, he thought, coming back to himself. That's the only one I can't pass. He knew exactly what the trial tested. The candidate's resistance to blinding divine light, a pure ocular test. And Levi didn't even have eyes. He had accepted this before joining, thinking he could make up for it in other trials. But this new rule, this timing. I just need time. Just one trial, just one to prove my worth. Then, his heart sank. Seraphis announced, since talent is primarily the decider of a daywalker's growth, we'll begin with the trial of light affinity, to dig out the gems from the rocks. Then we can work on body, spirit, intelligence, and combat. Levi stood there, utterly speechless. Is something wrong? Arthur whispered near his brother's ear after noticing the change in his demeanor. It's nothing. Levi forced a smile, not wanting to worry his brother and ruin his concentration. He could tell that his brother didn't connect the dots yet. I am left with the Hail Mary. Chapter 60, Trial of Light Affinity. Levi knitted his eyebrows as he used the surrounding noise to form a sound bridge connecting him to the stage. Then, he pressed his index finger into the bridge and focused deeply on mapping it. This was a technique he had refined over the past month, one that allowed him to visualize sound waves down to their tiniest crevices and reconstruct their structure by layering other noises on top. He applied this skill to the Ithorian inscriptions and symbols etched across the stage, forming a perfect three-dimensional auditory image of the surface, one he recreated in front of his mind's eye. Then, he began analyzing the writings, desperately searching for a way to shift the trial from testing light resistance in the eyes to measuring his body's endurance instead. Levi understood the principle. The stage, like most other totems, responded to spoken incantations. A command phrase activated the mechanism, and if he could find and alter it, he might just survive. It was a complex, high-risk endeavor, but not one unfamiliar to Levi. "Come on, remember what Mom wrote in her textbooks," he urged silently. "The Ithorian language is interconnected so precisely, just one change in the incantation could alter everything. I just need to find the incantation frame and its supporting utterances." Levi knew this wasn't a quick task. It was like decrypting a layered password, because every incantation was buried beneath millions of meaningless inscriptions. That was the totem's built-in security. 99.9% of the symbols served no purpose beyond camouflage, a forest hiding a single, vital tree. This was why most daywalkers whispered their incantations. They didn't want anyone else decoding them. Incantations were a free-for-all system. As long as you knew the language and how to pronounce it, nothing stopped you from using it. As for how he knew that this stage could test both eye and body affinity, it wasn't a secret. Some instructors ran tests for both, but most opted out of the body test, leaving it for the Grand Training Center instead. Not out of laziness, but because the results were almost always the same. Eyes absorbed light through photoreceptor cells built for that purpose, skin reflected most of it and absorbed only limited wavelengths. If a candidate's eyes scored SS, their body was usually an A or lower, a statistical certainty in over 99.99% of participants. So the second test was seen as pointless. Still, Levi clung to it like a lifeline. He studied the circular wall of strange symbols and pushed his mind into overdrive, desperately trying to extract the correct phrase. Above him, Instructor Seraphis narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze toward the sky. "Now, let's greet our ugly dimensional friends," he said, raising a finger toward the void. Everyone instinctively looked up, and many immediately wished they hadn't. Thousands of enormous eyes stared down at them, filling the sky. Each one was different, seductive, monstrous, mystical, chilling. Not a single pair looked the same. They belonged to night crawlers from the shadow dimension, invited to spectate the ritual. Any night crawler that signed the nocturnal contract tied to this assembly had the right to watch, and to make a pact with any candidate they deemed worthy. Each contract had a unique serial number. That number turned it into a multilateral link. Anyone who had it could summon the same ritual and participate. In this case, however, Seraphis limited the connection to night crawlers alone. If he hadn't, millions of humans could have watched through the sky, their minds directly connected to this space. Thankfully, his Neuralens broadcast was working fine. The void was still tethered to the Willow Grove mirror, which kept Earth's atmosphere and gravity active in this bizarre plane. The government had paid dearly to maintain this fragile bridge between worlds. Fresh meat at last. I've been waiting. Don't disappoint me, cuties. I want a decent partner this time. Look at those scared little faces, Kikiki, this'll be fun. The night crawlers' voices echoed across the massive floating platform, rattling some of the candidates to their core. Seraphis had the authority to mute or dismiss them, but he didn't. Their commentary served a purpose, shaking the resolve of the weak. Once you hear your name, step forward and stand on the luminance right, Seraphis commanded, clapping twice. The crusty white marble trembled, then cracked open to form a staircase, rising 10 meters high and leading to a circular stage, the luminance right. It was carved with Ithorian symbols and arcane inscriptions. Seraphis hadn't used his powers to forge it. Authority over this space was his by right, gifted through the nocturnal contract and its mysterious creator. In this dimension, for the next 7 days, he was a deity. Nura Blackthorn. A stunning, lightly tanned girl began her ascent. Her curvy figure moved like a jungle cat, her plump lips curled into a confident smirk as she looked up at the sky full of monstrous eyes. She wore a black latex suit that hugged her form. Twin daggers rested in sheaths at her waist. Every step she took, she made sure her hips swayed, drawing the boys' attention. Most of the girls looked less than amused. Ryan, predictably, looked like he was about to drool. "Don't even think about it," Melissa warned flatly. "She's a siren." "Oh? How so?" Arthur blinked, clearly confused. "She's the daughter of the Midnight Slayer's second in command," Levi said calmly. "And probably their top prospect in a decade. The Blackthorn lineage started training her at age 3. "Wait, the assassination family?" Arthur asked, eyebrows rising. Even Arthur, who hadn't studied their competition deeply, had heard about the Blackthorns. They were feared across every holy region, known for assassinating rogue sleepwalkers and fallen daywalkers alike. The Midnight Slayer's agency was built on their blood. If the Morning Stars were battlefield hyenas, the Blackthorns were silent owls, deadliest when the world slept. On stage, Nura reached the top, posed with a hand on her hip, and toyed with her long, braided black hair. "Lift your head and stare at the artificial Sunday, no blinking," Seraphis ordered. "Okay," she replied, voice sweet and melodious. She obeyed instantly, staring at the blinding light without flinching. 5 seconds, 10, 30. The symbols on the stage began to glow with each passing milestone, drawing gasps from the crowd and night crawlers alike. Finally, she blinked past 35 seconds. Without delay, she pulled out a wooden bottle and applied eye drops. Then she whispered an incantation. "One drop, one blink, the burn will sink." Her eyes pulsed once, and the irritation vanished like morning fog. Nura Blackthorn, 35 seconds. Light affinity grade, SS. Score, 150 points, Seraphis announced with a rare hint of satisfaction. "You carry your mother's torch well." "Thank you. You may step down." "As you wish." Instead of walking down, she drew her daggers and leapt. Mid-air, she stabbed one dagger into the wall beside the staircase, using it to slow her descent in a controlled slide. Just before hitting the ground, she kicked off the wall and flipped, landing like a panther. No one said a word. She didn't look like a contract seeker, she looked like a daywalker already. "She's a real superhuman," Levi admitted, staring at her graceful gray aura. Ash Kral wasn't kidding when he warned him about monsters in this assembly. She was the complete package: talent, preparation, resources, and unrelenting will. Levi might have trained for 2 months, she had trained her entire life. And of course, the night crawlers were enchanted. "Now that's a partner. She's mine." "Back off." I called dibs. SS light affinity and elite flexibility. If only she didn't use daggers. Even among the candidates, she was drawing admiration, envy, and desire in equal measure. But the mood quickly soured. After Nura's dazzling performance, more than 50 candidates stepped onto the stage, and none of them came close to matching her score. Seraphis' expression darkened with each result, as if he had tasted heaven only to be served sewer water afterward. D grade. C grade. D grade. B grade. A grade. While no one had received an F yet, none had even grazed the S tier, let alone touched the legendary SS grade. Most candidates barely lasted 10 seconds before blinking, as though their eyes were on the verge of combustion. Though eye resistance to light could be trained, improved, and even restored with totems, this trial still held heavy weight in the eyes of both the candidates and the night crawlers. Because if someone could last more than 30 seconds without blinking, it meant they had the potential to cultivate for extended hours each day when given the right resources. Unlike the others, who would burn out within moments. This trial effectively set the cultivation pace for every candidate, and night crawlers paid close attention to it. A strong result promised faster evolution and a quicker return to their former power. After about an hour, Melissa was called and managed a solid A grade. Jojo followed and didn't disappoint either, earning an A as well. Then came Ryan and Arthur, both scoring a respectable B. Ah! I really thought it would be different, Arthur sighed, disappointed. His score didn't surprise him. He'd already tested his light affinity at the Blood Hunters Agency, his results had always hovered between C and B, with a max hold time just above 10 seconds. It's alright, Melissa consoled him gently. Light affinity isn't an exact prediction of someone's future. Your pace might be slow at first, but once your eyes adapt to cultivation, you'll take off. I do hope so. Arthur muttered, glancing at his placement on the leaderboard. Rank 88, right in the middle of the pack. Meanwhile, Levi had completely shut out the world. He filtered out every sound that wasn't Instructor Seraphi's, rendering himself deaf to the crowd and blind to everything else. It was the deepest focus he could achieve, an optimal state for decoding the hidden incantation behind the luminance rite. And he was close, almost at the breakthrough. Until a sharp voice cut through the air and struck him like a hammer. Levi Larson. Step forth. His heart skipped a beat. But his face showed nothing, no panic, no hesitation. He simply turned and walked through the parted crowd toward the staircase. Why do I feel like he's going to score the highest out of our group? Ryan murmured, eyes shining. Me too, Melissa smiled. Arthur's been hyping him up for a whole month, he must be the real deal. Damn you, Arthie. Levi's brow twitched slightly as he realized his stupid brother had been running his mouth again, painting him as some kind of genius. Chapter 61, Hail Mary. Fortunately, Instructor Seraphi's contracted Nightcrawler was summoned as a weapon while the spectating Nightcrawlers had their spiritual vision linked to the boundless expense instead of the spiritual bridge of darkness. Thus, no one knew of Levi's disability or tried to stop him from climbing the staircase. After arriving at the stage, Levi knew it was either the moment to create a miracle, or beg for one. Levi wasn't the type to leave things to whim. Since there were millions of tiny inscriptions, Levi had to read through thousands of incantations to find the legitimate one. With all the options, he settled on this. Test thine eye, endure the blaze or go blind. Levi thought. My best chance is this one. Levi removed his sunglasses and lifted his head to gaze at the artificial sundae. His thick hair hid his scorched marks perfectly, making it nearly impossible for anyone to see them. Then, Levi murmured the new incantation under his breath, test this flesh, endure the blaze or wither to ash. He knew it was near impossible to land on the exact required incantation with the short time he had, but he also understood that if an incantation was partially correct and used close enough synonyms, it might still activate partially. While this would negatively affect his true affinity for reading, Levi couldn't care less. Right now, all he wanted was not to score 0. After a second that felt like an eternity, the stage began illuminating slowly. Levi couldn't see the difference, so he focused his ears on everyone's reaction. That's when he caught Instructor Seraphi's murmuring, did something happen to the stage's illumination? Why is it dimmer than usual? The instant Levi heard illumination, he lowered his head with a fake grimace and sneakily murmured the original incantation. Then, the stage's lights turned off, and Levi walked away with a disappointed expression. Levi Larson, 3 seconds, light affinity grade F, points scored, 1. With a dark expression, instructor Seraphis announced the readings like he was being punked. Meanwhile, Melissa, Jojo, Nura, and the rest of the contract seekers stared at Levi, dumbfounded. 1 point? F grade. Even though instructor Seraphis was the one announcing it, they felt something wasn't right. Even children could stare at the sun for more than 3 seconds. Brad, did you sign up to mess with me? Instructor Seraphis chided. Go up and give it another try. There's no need. I'm satisfied with my humble results. Levi smiled politely. Is this dude retarded? Here I thought he was a threat after that entrance stunt. Het. The fabled F grade. I never thought I'd be blessed to witness it in my lifetime. Humble results. Many thoughts coursed through the seekers' minds as Levi returned to his group. Suit yourself. Ehlem madman, step forth. Instructor Seraphis dropped the matter and continued the trial, wasting no time on what he now saw as a lost cause. In his eyes, Levi was done. No nightcrawler would sign someone who treated the assembly like a joke. If Levi wasn't joking and had truly scored that poorly, then it was even worse. As expected, most nightcrawlers just laughed in amusement before shifting their attention. However, a few gave Levi an intrigued look, noticing what others had missed, and kept it to themselves. Ash Kral was one of them. His unique crossed-out eye narrowed, tracking Levi until he rejoined his brother. Were the rules changed to force him into altering the luminance rights test target, he wondered. He had seen what Levi pulled off but didn't understand the reason behind it. Instructor Seraphis had announced the new rules outside the dimensional void. If telepathic communication were allowed inside Willow Grove or the Boundless Expanse, Levi would have already informed his partner. But any spiritual connection would have been instantly detected. Meanwhile, this entire area was under Instructor Seraphis' absolute control. He had already banned telepathic exchanges to prevent manipulation from the spectating night crawlers. While he passed this hurdle, he's bound to be exposed in the next trial, Ash Kral thought. The same worry filled Levi's mind as he chatted casually with his brother and new friends about his disastrous score. Levi, did you blink by mistake? Ryan asked, confused. No, Levi replied calmly. Did your hair get in the way? Melissa pointed at the shaggy bangs covering part of his glasses. No. Then what the hell happened up there? Jojo took a deep breath to collect herself, then shifted to her monk mode. Namaste, will you kindly tell us what went wrong? The real question is, what's wrong with you? Levi thought dryly. Arthur and the others were used to her whiplash behavior. Levi, however, was still trying to make sense of it. In the end, he labeled her as bipolar and left it at that. That's just my unfortunate natural light affinity, Levi said calmly. Don't think too much about it, the trial is almost over. You heard him. No more questions. Arthur stepped between his brother and the rest, cutting off their curiosity. He could see they were about to start probing more. Fine. It's his funeral. Melissa and Ryan shrugged, letting the matter drop. They had only just met Levi. If he wanted to throw away his chances, that was on him. Meanwhile, in Shia's mansion, the three troublemakers were glued to the holographic TV, still silent. Eventually, they turned toward each other, wearing the same expression of disbelief. Does he have tiny holes on his scorched marks? Sergio offered with a straight face. Before Shia could shut down his dumb joke, a small hologram flashed beside her eye, a call from her father. She accepted it with a faint grin. Hello. Mind explaining yourself? Lord Idris asked calmly. Though he already knew what she'd done, this was their first direct conversation about it. I had to. It was tied to my perfect evolution. Shia didn't bother lying. Her father hated being bullshitted when he already knew the truth. I see, but why didn't you tell us? Lord Idris said quietly. We would have accepted anything for a perfect evolution. Shia knew he meant it. When it came to perfect evolutions, nothing else mattered. It was a one-time deal. I didn't want to risk it. Bound by contract, Shia couldn't explain further. Her father seemed to understand that revealing the details might void the deal. But we will discuss this later, Lord Idris said. You can expect your hours in the agency to double. Chapter 62, The Trial of Physicality. Before long, all the candidates had received their grades and scores, except for one. I'm hoping I've saved the best for last, Instructor Sirafai said with a hardened look, because with your shitty scores, I doubt any of you will make it past the physicality trial. Demetris Bain, step forth. Demetris walked through the crowded area with his hands in his pockets and an indifferent expression. Although he was Mantis's little brother, he didn't resemble him much aside from the color of his hair. It was short, dark green, and slightly messy, falling over his forehead and hiding his ears. His skin was fair, with a faint tan like he had been gently kissed by the sun. He wore a simple black t-shirt beneath a hybrid jacket, green on the inside, black on the outside, that looked like a mix between a bomber and a hoodie. On the bottom, he sported slim black sportive pants and sneakers. Strapped to his back was a long-sheathed sword, the leather dyed in a serpentine green pattern that caught the attention of many night crawlers. Weapon choice mattered. Night crawlers had their own battle styles, and they often preferred partners who matched them. For example, a night crawler who specialized in long-range combat would naturally seek a partner with a ranged weapon to maintain synergy. This was also why Shia, Sergio, and Jamal had tried to talk Arthur out of choosing a shield. They knew it would shrink the pool of interested night crawlers. That's why contract seekers were asked to bring their primary weapons, to advertise their compatibility. The moment Demetris stepped onto the stage, it was like a revitalization spell had been cast on Instructor Sirafai's and the observing night crawlers. Demetris fixed his eyes on the artificial sun for 10 seconds, 20, 30, 40. Nura's pupils thinned when she noticed her record had been broken, and Demetris still showed no signs of stopping. Just when it looked like he might surpass the 1-minute mark, Demetris calmly closed his eyes and descended from the stage before Instructor Sirafai's could even call out his score. Now that's what I'm talking about. Instructor Sirafai's smile widened with satisfaction as he made the announcement. Demetris Bain, 55 seconds, Light Affinity Grade SS, points scored, 200. The moment those words rang out, the contract seekers instinctively parted, clearing a path for Demetris as they stared in a mix of awe and envy. The sea of night crawlers had gone mad with excitement. Some even shouted contract offers right there and then. A swordsman with SS Light Affinity? I've seen enough. Sign me up now. Hearing the clamor, many candidates nearly died of envy at the idea of Demetris securing a contract from the very first trial. Do you wish to sign a contract now? Instructor Sirafai's asked. No, I'd like to continue until the end, Demetris replied calmly. Good. Instructor Sirafai's looked up. You heard him. Settle down. The night crawlers quieted but kept their eyes fixed on the top candidates. Demetris, Nura, Melissa, Jojo, anyone within a grade or higher. This concludes the trial of Light Affinity. Instructor Sirafai's clapped twice, and the luminance right staircase crumbled back into the earth, returning the massive platform to its bare state. Then, he projected the updated leaderboard, showing everyone's rankings from top to bottom. Demetris claimed first place, followed closely by Nura. From the third position downward, the scores were close, but as one scrolled to the bottom of the barrel, a single name stood out like a bruised thumb. Levi Larson, 1 point. He was 20 points behind the candidate just above him, a gap so large it made even the lowest scorers feel slightly redeemed. After all, none of them had scored just one. Levi wasn't deaf. He heard the whispers, the sarcasm, the mocking tones from his competitors. But he wore the same calm smile, their words bouncing harmlessly off his fortified mental walls. The only thing on his mind was, if I want to come first, I've got a long, long climb ahead. There will be no break. You have 10 minutes to warm up for the next trial, the trial of physicality, Instructor Seraphis called out. Welcome, to the Gauntlet of Titans. Suddenly, the floating island began to tremble. The cracked earth shook violently as massive mechanical structures burst out from beneath, accompanied by the grinding sounds of ancient gears and pistons. Steel pillars erupted like jagged fangs, forming hazardous sprint lanes. Rotating arms and gears were locked into place in a series of deadly obstacles. At the end of each lane, a sealed door stood, the entrance to a towering structure filled with narrow ledges, collapsing floors, and impossibly tight gaps that tested flexibility and balance. Beyond that, a massive hill rose at a sharp 45-degree incline, stretching more than 3 kilometers. At its peak stood resting chairs, while at its base lay 2 piles of weighted vests. But it didn't end there. Beyond the hill, the terrain twisted like rubber and dipped into a wide, gaping pit, soon filled with torrents of water gushing in from countless spouts hidden in the walls and cliffs. In mere seconds, the pit transformed into a vast artificial lake, its surface shimmering under the artificial sun. At the far side of the lake, a finish line was painted clearly on the ground, glowing faintly. The silence that fell afterward was heavy. Candidates stood motionless, their eyes wide in disbelief at the monstrous obstacle course before them. It was clear now. Instructor Seraphis hadn't come to guide them. He had come to cull them. Welcome to the Gauntlet of the Titans, Instructor Seraphis announced, his proud smirk stretching. It took me a month to visualize this beauty into reality, so I have high hopes of eliminating at least 40% of you. Gulps and murmurs spread like wildfire across the platform. The trial was designed to be brutal, and no one doubted him when he said he'd built it to thin the herd. And as expected, he didn't let ambiguity linger. I don't care what you do. Crawl, fly, cry, doesn't matter. If you don't cross the finish line in less than 2 hours, you're done. I don't care if you were first in the last trial or last in the next, 0 means eliminated. Am I understood? Yes, sir. The crowd responded in a chorus of shaken voices. Good. Now, the rules, Instructor Seraphis said, and with a flick of his pen-like device, a large hologram appeared midair, listing the rules one by one. The candidate's eyes scanned the text. The candidate's start timer will be based on the number of points collected. 1 second equals 1 point. Candidates are not allowed to use any form of solar totems. Candidates may use their weapons, but not against others. The gauntlet tests speed, flexibility, strength, and endurance. Each stage will be graded separately, final points are determined at the finish line. Bonus points will be awarded for completing hidden or extra challenges. Since Levi couldn't see the holograms, and his echolocation didn't reflect light in a way that could help, he relied on Astra. Through her soft voice in his ear, she narrated the rules quietly and efficiently. Once she finished, Levi's brows drew together. I'm dead last, which means I'll have to wait over 200 seconds before I can even move, ouch. The start timer system was brutal. With each point granting 1 second off the countdown, Demetrius would start immediately. Nero would follow after 50 seconds, and so on. When the timer reached 1, Levi would be the only one still waiting. What a harsh rule, Melissa muttered as she eyed Levi with concern. By the time you're allowed to move, the top 10 will already be halfway through. It's all right, Levi responded, giving a faint smile. At least you're taking it graciously, Ryan said, throwing a glance at a few candidates who were already grumbling and protesting the fairness of it all. Life favors the winners, Levi replied calmly. If the rules seem unfair, it just means you're not winning hard enough yet. Nearby candidates who overheard him didn't appreciate the comment, taking it as a veiled insult. But Levi didn't flinch under their glares. Nura, however, had a different reaction. She walked past Levi with a lazy, seductive smile and whispered, "For someone sitting at the bottom with a single point, your confidence is impressive. Let's just hope you're not bluffing." Before Levi could answer, she turned and sauntered toward the starting line, where Demetrius was already stretching. Arthur blinked. What does she mean by that? Levi chuckled as he tracked her retreating aura with his senses. It means she thinks I'm all bark, and no bite. He smiled faintly. Let her think that. They'll all find out soon enough. Chapter 63, The Gauntlet of Titans. Enough chit-chat. Form a line based on your rankings, Instructor Seraphis suddenly ordered. I guess I'll see you guys at the finish line, Jojo said with a playful salute before heading to the front alongside Melissa. Since Arthur and Ryan had similar rankings, they were next to leave. Arthur had already tried to wait for his brother so they could take on the challenges together, but Levi declined. He told him he preferred to move at his own pace. Hearing this, Arthur gave him a fist bump. I'll be waiting at the finish line. Levi chuckled and replied, if you slack off, I might beat you there. Arthur laughed but didn't brush off the remark. He knew exactly what Levi was capable of and never underestimated him, not for a second. That said, Arthur had also changed. Especially after his training under Lord Idris, he had become a completely different person compared to his former self in the harrowing forest. Soon after, all the candidates lined up in 4 straight rows according to their rankings. And Levi? He stood at the very end, not behind any row. Alone. It was like he didn't belong in the competition. Neither Instructor Seraphis nor the contracted Nightcrawlers spared him a second glance. To them, he was a lost cause. Even the audience watching from cafes and homes had already dismissed him. The only ones still holding onto a flicker of hope were Shia, Sergio, and Jamal. But even they knew this challenge wasn't tailored for someone with Levi's condition. No matter how sharp his hearing was or how skilled Astra was in assisting him, competing in a high-speed obstacle trial without sight seemed like a suicide mission. Logically, they weren't wrong, but Levi wasn't a normal human anymore. The trial will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2. Instructor Seraphis roared, 1. Begin. Whoosh. Demetrius shot forward like a bullet, sprinting at full speed through the shifting zigzag lanes. The platforms were unstable, constantly moving, and designed to throw off anyone who couldn't anticipate their changes. As if that wasn't enough, mechanized arms jutted out from the walls, throwing sudden punches meant to knock competitors into the water below. Despite the hazards, Demetrius blazed through the chaos with finesse and power, reaching the other end in no time. Cheers erupted from the viewers, and more than a few contracted Nightcrawlers stared at him with stars in their eyes. 20 seconds to finish the first stage. Speed grade, S, Instructor Seraphis noted coolly. Before Nura could be called, Demetrius was already deep in the second stage, a tight structure filled with narrow crawlways, swinging poles, and steep climbs. It was a pure test of flexibility and balance. He even struggled in spots. But he maintained his flow well enough. After 50 seconds had passed, Nura finally got the go-ahead. Though her sprint speed wasn't on Demetrius's level, she breezed through the first stage without a single misstep, dodging every arm like she had rehearsed it in her sleep. But it was in the second stage that she truly shone. She twisted, coiled, and slipped through impossibly tight gaps like a feline without bones. Some gaps even acted as secret shortcuts, ones no one else had even dared try. The crowd held its breath. It was like watching a creature born for this course. She moved so fast, she caught up to Dimitris at the base of the 5-kilometer hill despite his 50-second head start. "Let's see how far that flexibility gets you now," Dimitris muttered, strapping on a weighted vest and starting his ascent. "Unfortunately for you, I've been training these legs since I was 5. Nura smiled, picked up a vest of her own, and immediately caught up. Her skin-tight latex training suit made it clear, her legs weren't just strong. They were built for power and endurance. "Bye-bye," she teased, blowing him a kiss before passing him with ease. Dimitris' expression darkened. He could have pushed harder, but he was smart enough to know there were harder stages ahead. If he wasted energy now, he might regret it later. TCH. Damn blackthorn monsters. He watched her pull away and knew that unless something slowed her down, she had already won this round. Meanwhile, Melissa, Jojo, and the other top candidates had begun their runs. Since their point differences were small, many started at the same time, causing chaos on the track. But that was nothing compared to the central batch, dozens of candidates released in clusters. Arthur and Ryan were among them. "Stay behind me. I'll clear the way," Arthur shouted as he barreled forward like a freight train. "Get out of my way." The ground rumbled with his every step. Candidates who turned to see the 6'5" behemoth charging toward them instantly panicked, some even dove into the water on their own. Instructor Seraphis had banned weapons, but said nothing about physical contact. "Haha. Good job, Arthur." Ryan cheered from behind. Arthur's brute presence opened a path for those who followed him, like a snowplow clearing a clogged road. Unfortunately, even he couldn't avoid the arm punching from the side walls. The narrow lanes became a jammed mess. Candidates started dragging each other into the water, scrambling for space and survival. Arthur didn't care. He powered forward until he cleared the stage. "Now that's what I'm talking about. A juggernaut like him. Fits my style to perfection." Some night crawlers began to take notice. Enhancement-type night crawlers, in particular, were visibly interested. But others were still skeptical. They had seen plenty of meatheads before. The true test was always the second stage. However, Arthur proved them wrong. He may not have matched Nura's elegance, but he bulldozed his way through with astonishing agility, leaping, swinging, and vaulting with surprising grace for someone his size. Imagine a gorilla in motion, powerful, fluid, and relentless. Isn't he the Morning Star's sponsored candidate? I thought so. Wait a minute. Let me double-check the list. No. Arthur Larson isn't registered as a sponsored candidate. What? That can't be. He's been hanging out with their people since the start. The list doesn't lie. Melissa and someone named Levi Larson are the ones sponsored by Morning Stars. Levi Larson? That's the guy with the trash light affinity, right? Yeah. The 1-point wonder. Are you saying Madame Naima sponsored the wrong Larson? Madame Naima making a mistake? Keep dreaming. Then what's going on here? I doubt even the Morning Stars know. Across every agency watching the trial, similar conversations sparked between leaders and their seconds in command. No one had double-checked the Larson brothers, they simply assumed Arthur was the prodigy on the sponsorship list. But now that the spotlight was on Arthur, the truth had come out. The candidate with the lowest score, the infamous F grade, the blind boy, was the one sponsored by the Morning Stars. Not a single agency kept the news to themselves, they swiftly spread it across social media until Levi Larson's name and face were plastered everywhere. A scandal? Morning Star's lineage has sponsored a boy with the worst known light affinity in the world. Was it a mistake, or was it intentional? Daywalker's Daily Media tweeted. Rumors say Lord Idris has been personally training a sponsored candidate. Could it be Levi Larson? How could he train a contract seeker with such horrendous talent? No nightcrawler would sign him. What a waste of a recommendation letter. If I had the chance, I'd have performed 10 times better. Connecto, the most popular social media platform on the planet, was bombarded with posts from media companies, celebrities, daywalkers, and even everyday citizens voicing their complaints. Fortunately, the news remained confined to the Heliodor region's social media sphere. Had it reached beyond, the entire region might have become a laughingstock. As Levi once said, light was worshipped and darkness shunned in this society. In other words, light affinity had become the new beauty privilege. Those attuned to light were treated like angels, saviors, good people, talented, kind. All sorts of praise clung to them like a natural aura. Meanwhile, those with poor light affinity or mental instability were viewed as muggles, misfits, the bottom feeders of society. Whether now or a century ago, human nature hadn't changed. So, a boy no one truly knew found himself buried under a nationwide storm of mockery and insults. Unaware of any of it, Levi stood with a serene, gentle smile, using sound to paint his dark world, watching his little brother perform with pride. He's truly improved, I'm glad. While he silently cheered for his brother, no one was cheering for him, except 3 friends watching from afar. As they read through comments on their holographic screens, their expressions soured. He would have scored better if he were blind. Those F***ing assholes, what do they even know? Sergio growled, fingers furiously typing replies laced with every insult he could think of. Don't waste your time on those keyboard warriors. Shia said coldly. Levi will shut everyone up during the trials of spirituality and intelligence. She believed in him wholeheartedly, convinced those 2 trials would be where Levi truly shone. What she didn't know, was that Levi had no intention of lying low in the trial of physicality either. Astra, alert me when it's my turn. Levi murmured, slowly walking toward the starting line. 10 seconds remained on the countdown. He was the final candidate left at the line out of over 100, and as the scandal unfolded, Instructor Seraphis found himself puzzled. He had known Lord Idris personally, they had gone on joint expeditions in years past. He knew the man's standards. Knew he would never allow the Morning Star's name to be tarnished this way. Which meant, Levi might be hiding something. And so, Instructor Seraphis shifted his focus from the front runners to the underdog, placing Levi's face on national broadcast just as the barrage of public ridicule reached its peak. Levi set down his backup gear and rested his metallic staff on his shoulder, silencing the world around him. He tuned out the crowd, the commentary, even his own heartbeat, leaving only the sounds of the gauntlet. The hiss of shifting tiles, the hum of tensioned gears, the mechanical whine of punching arms, the echo of impact. He listened. Mapped. Understood. 3, 2, 1. Go. Chapter 64, Relentless, Merciless. The instant Astra's voice resounded in Levi's ear, he took off at the top of his speed on the right lane. His head was always lowered, but his movements were finer than sand. He kept jumping from one sprinting lane to the other for a split second before they shifted, saving him from falling into the water like most candidates in front of him. As for the punching arms, Levi could predict when they would push out from the faint gear noises produced inside. This made him avoid them without losing a fraction of his speed. He even bypassed the candidates holding up routes by jumping between the lanes, making him resemble a character from an old mobile game called Subway Surfer. The hell is that? By the time they reacted to what happened, Levi was already tens of meters away from them. Meanwhile, as the viewers watched Levi's peculiar sprinting form, they didn't know how to react. Everyone felt like he would bust his head into a wall or something, but Levi kept moving akin to a Black Panther. Nothing came close to touching his clothes. In the blink of an eye, Levi made it to the entrance of the second stage, and his grade results appeared on a massive holographic screen. 15 seconds, speed grade SS. Instructor Seraphis was stunned, the night crawlers were intrigued, and the viewers were silenced. Levi's results ranked him above both Demetrius and Nura. While his sprinting speed was great on its own due to possessing an amazing physical state, Levi aced the first stage simply because he never slowed down once. Both Demetrius and Nura were forced to slow down due to the arms or the shifting lanes, but Levi sprinted from the start to the finish line like there were no obstacles in front of him. While this performance painted him in a different light for some viewers, many were still not convinced. Possessing an F-grade light affinity was like holding onto a massive turd. Regardless of what achievement one did, he would always be looked at as the man holding a turd. If only they knew the whole truth, their reactions might have resembled Shia's, Sergio's, Jamal's, and the ones knowing of his disability. This kind of movement, has he truly refined his other senses to such a supernatural state? Fengling wondered as he watched the stream on a small holographic screen. He was sitting on the ledge of a skyscraper while Mao was resting on his shoulder. Obviously, he was smoking a cigarette. He usually never bothered to watch the yearly assembly, but he didn't want to miss this one after finding out Levi had signed up. Maybe, or he has already signed a contract, Mao said. It can't be, his spiritual aura would have gotten picked up immediately by Willow Grove. Fengling shook his head. Plus, he isn't desirable by most night crawlers, and I doubt he will sign a sleepwalker contract. Why? If he wanted to, he would have done it years ago instead of taking in their daily abuse, Fengling replied calmly as he gazed at Levi entering the second stage. Well, we did see many special kids born with unnatural talents unrelated to light. Mao smiled. I guess this desolate region was blessed with one. Maybe. Fengling said calmly. But, everything still depends on the night crawlers. I hope his talents catch someone's eye. Back to the trial. Levi was seen bolting across the second stage, not slowing down for even a moment. Unlike his brother, he had been training in calisthenics since he was a child, which was the key to passing the second stage. While it tested flexibility and agility, many challenges required amazing upper body and grip strength, such as cliffhanger, a thin ledge that forced competitors to traverse it using their fingertips. Many candidates ignored or gave up on this challenge, deciding to skip it altogether. Since points were scored based on the number of challenges completed, they weren't getting out of it scot-free. Every decision they made in the entire gauntlet of Titans was going to affect their final score. It was so significant that candidates might get ranked much lower than another candidate who finished the track late but managed to complete more challenges. In simpler terms, this was not a race, and instructor Seraphis made sure to give the candidates a whole 2 hours to complete as many challenges as possible. After finishing with the cliffhanger, Levi landed on top of a blue cushion. Without lifting his head, he scanned the next challenge and pulled out his staff from its holster. It's a Salomon ladder connected to a zipline, leading to the end of the second stage. My staff will do the trick. Levi sprinted and then jumped while holding his staff above his head. Cling. The staff latched into the middle rung, allowing Levi to skip more than 4 rungs at the bottom. Then, he started to jump the staff up a series of rungs, using only the strength of his arms. Cling. 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 However, as Levi was climbing upward rapidly, his auditory vision showed him the aura of multiple candidates struggling above his head. Jump into the water. His chilling voice slithered into the ears of a hairy man in his mid-20s. As he looked down and saw that it was just Levi, he couldn't help but sneer cockily. Brat, this is my last chance to get signed, I ain't jumping for no one, especially not for you. Fine, suit yourself. Levi embraced the staff with his elbow, freeing his other hand. Without an ounce of hesitation, he caught the leg of the man and yanked his ass off the rung. A. The hairy man screamed with a horrified look as he fell into the water, splashing it everywhere. A second later, he popped out and cursed out Levi with 2 middle fingers. Levi continued on his climb, feeling absolutely no remorse for ruining the chances of other candidates. In his eyes, this was a competition, and he was going to do anything within the rules to achieve victory. Cling. Cling. F***ck, he is climbing so damn fast. Go up quickly. The candidates felt their ass cheeks tightening with each metallic noise they heard underneath them, knowing that when Levi got close enough, their fate would be similar to the hairy man's. Too bad, there was nothing to save them as Levi caught the next one in no time. Similarly, he tried to grab the candidate's leg, but this time, he was prepared. Get the F***ck off me. He started kicking Levi's arm, trying his best to break his fingers or something to get him off. Alas, Levi's ears had become a certified weapon. The moment he tried to go for a second kick, the whooshing noise of the wind sold its trajectory on a silver plate. All Levi needed to do was avoid the kick and grab it. The moment the candidate felt Levi's cold hand tighten around his chin, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful in fear. Please, a. Splash. Another one was forced into an early swim. Mercy, Kai. Please. I am just one rung away, just give me a few seconds, a. Just like a dog on a mission, Levi was relentless in his climb, stopping for no one and hearing nothing, whether it was a girl or a boy begging for an opportunity to complete the challenge. While it might seem merciless, Levi knew that whatever he was doing to them, it would be done to him in a heartbeat. Cling. After completing the last rung, Levi stood at the highest point in the entire structure. He found a gray boyish figure already standing there next to the zipline. He seemed to be holding onto a pile of objects. Just as Levi was about to tune out the details of the objects, the blue-haired boy threw everything in the water and held a single piece. This time, Levi saw what it was, a handlebar. Good luck getting down. The blue-haired boy smirked coldly and used the sole remaining handlebar to traverse the zipline. The hairy man and all the harmed candidates in the water couldn't help but cheer with wicked laughs after realizing what happened. That's called karma, you B***tch. Haha. Watch him struggle to get down. You get what you deserve, asshole. Levi heard everyone's muffled out curses and didn't let them affect him one bit. He had already thought of a way to finish the zipline challenge. He tapped the zip line twice with his staff to calculate its distance through sound. Then, he nodded and tightened his grip on the staff, placing its center on top of the zip line, which appeared as a long vibrational string, leading to infinite darkness. Wait, what is he doing? Before the candidates, night crawlers, and viewers could react, Levi had already taken the leap of faith. Sparkles flew everywhere as the metallic staff kept grinding against the steel zip line. Yet, Levi ate them up while his circular sunglasses protected his non-existent eyes, creating a fascinating scene that left many viewers staring with widened eyes. Meanwhile, when the blue-haired boy landed on the cushion at the end line, his ears picked up on the grinding noise behind him. What the F***ck? As he turned around and saw Levi coming in hot, his face drained of color as he swiftly got away from Levi's way. The handlebars had a brake mechanism, but Levi had no such thing. Before instructor Seraphis could wonder how he was going to slow himself to land on the cushion, he was left stunned at the sight of Levi letting go of one side of the staff way before he was under the cushion. But, due to his insane momentum, Levi timed it perfectly, landing akin to a cannonball straight on the cushion. A second later, Levi's head popped out of the cushion, and he sprinted past the shell-shocked blue-haired boy, heading directly to the weighted vests. His score appeared again on the hologram, catching everyone by surprise. 2 minutes, all challenges completed, SS grade. What the hell am I witnessing? Jamal murmured with a dazed tone, feeling like he was spectating a different Levi. I knew based on his training he was going to do good, but I didn't know he would be this good. Shia was also left astonished. If it wasn't for the second stage being more crowded, he would have definitely scored much better. Jamal nodded. It's Astra AI, she must be giving him full details of his environment, and by utilizing his enhanced senses, he is moving as smoothly as butter. Bleeder commented from inside Shia's jacket. Most likely. Everyone nodded in agreement as they knew that no other explanation could describe Levi's insane movements. None of them bothered to consider Levi getting signed, as they also knew that Willow Grove would have snitched on him instantly. Uninvited daywalkers or sleepwalkers could not enter Willow Grove without alarming it. It was considered impossible, as its spiritual presence could detect even Tier 8 night crawlers attempting to suppress their auras. If even those monsters couldn't pull it off, how could anyone expect a child to? Meanwhile, inside the Blood Hunters Agency's headquarters, Lord Idris and Madame Naima were also taken aback by Levi's performance. Marvelous, not a single movement wasted. Lord Idris praised. But how, didn't you tell me he is blind? How can a blind boy move in such a manner? Madame Naima was astonished. It defies all logic. Chapter 65, Giving Out a Hand. My assumption is Astra AI and superhuman senses, Lord Idris replied. I've met him, his spiritual prowess alone was on a different plane of talent. Wait, don't tell me he's an Anno. We're about to find out, Lord Idris cut her off, not wanting to indulge in speculation when the truth was unfolding before their eyes. After Levi arrived at the area with the weighted vests, he noticed that the hill was packed with candidates, most carrying only a single vest. Since the participants were mixed, the vests were divided into 3 categories: light, 4.5 to 9 kilograms, moderate, 9 to 18 kilograms, and heavy, 18 to 36 kilograms. Everyone was free to choose whichever they wanted. The points are scored based on one's body weight in correlation with the lifted weight. That's fair to everyone, but not to Arthi, Levi thought, shifting his focus to find his little brother with echolocation. Sure enough, he spotted Arthur struggling. He had a heavy vest strapped to his back while giving a piggyback to another 4 moderate ones. He didn't look comfortable in the slightest. While this weight was already insane in the eyes of most viewers and candidates nearby, Levi knew his brother could lift much more if his form was better suited. This trial is his best shot at scoring the highest number of points. Without hesitation, Levi loaded up a heavy vest on his torso, then placed 2 medium vests and 2 light ones on the ground. What's he doing? Don't tell me he's about to carry all of that up a 5-kilometer slope. How? Wait, is he loading the weight onto his staff? That's insane. Under the stunned gazes of viewers across the region, Levi lifted his loaded staff and rested it across the back of his neck. With a slightly hunched posture, he started up the slope, resembling an old village granny carrying half her body weight on a mountain trail. Breathe in, breathe out. Levi kept his breathing controlled, sinking each breath with every step. His thighs and calves tensed with effort, tightening to their limits. Still, he moved faster than many candidates who had to stop to catch their breath. Arthur was one of them, but not because of exhaustion. He had paused to fix the positioning of the vests. God damn it! Can this be any more uncomfortable? Arthur grumbled, resisting the urge to toss a few vests aside and sprint to the top. He knew that would cripple his point tally. As he crouched to adjust the vests, his eyes caught a metallic gleam below. When he squinted to get a better look, his eyes lit up. Big bro. He had expected Levi to catch up eventually, but not this fast, not when he had more than a minute's head start. Levi! He shouted, waving wildly, uncaring of the looks he received. Arthur! Meet me halfway. Hearing Levi's voice, Arthur didn't hesitate. He dropped the vests and charged downhill, assuming his brother needed help. Thankfully, only 500 meters separated them. Once they met, Arthur took the metallic staff off Levi's shoulders without question. I brought this extra weight for you. Levi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fill the staff with the remaining vests. That way, you can carry everything at once. Ha ha. Just what I needed, Arthur grinned. It's not a deadlift bar, but it'll do. Let's move. Levi gave a slight nod, and together they jogged back to retrieve the vests. Jackpot. Quick. Grab them before the hunk returns. Elsewhere, two candidates attempted to steal Arthur's vests. One was a burly man in his 20s with a thick beard. The other, a fair-skinned blonde teenager. They knew the scoring system awarded points based on the carried weight at the finish line, not how far it was carried. Many were already abusing this loophole, ambushing others near the end of the slope to steal their vests and inflate their scores. Instructor Seraphis observed it all and said nothing. In his eyes, the vests weren't just weights, they were currency. And if you couldn't protect your money, that was your problem. Big bro. They're stealing my vests. Arthur's voice was laced with fury. Levi honed in on the thieves using echolocation and said coldly, "No one steals from the Larsons." He shifted from a jog to an all-out sprint, still weighed down, but accelerating with brutal intent. Arthur matched his brother's energy and charged forward without hesitation, as if he weren't carrying over 100 kilograms on his back. In moments, they closed the distance. The two thieves were visibly struggling with just 2 vests each. Hearing Arthur's thundering steps, they looked back and paled. Crap! The hunk's coming. Run, bro. Run. I can barely walk. Drop the vests. Realizing escape was hopeless, they flung the vests away and tried to flee. But it was too late. Levi emerged from behind Arthur like a predator, silent, swift, deadly. He caught the bearded man by the back of his shirt and slammed him to the ground with a thud. Arg! Noah! The blond boy cried out. He turned to see his brother unconscious, with Levi removing the vest from his chest. You bastards! The boy snarled. We already dropped the vests. Did you really have to eliminate my brother? This was his last chance to get contracted. Vicious. Levi echoed, tilting his head. He stepped closer, calm and cold. The boy instantly dropped into a fighting stance. If I wanted to be vicious, I would have eliminated both of you, Levi said flatly. He extended his hand. If you care about your brother's chances, hand me your vest. The boy hesitated, then glanced at his brother's motionless body and understood. Without a word, he tossed the vest at Levi's feet and rushed back to wake Noah. Levi took the vest and helped Arthur load it on the staff. Soon, it vanished under the pile of weight. When Instructor Seraphis and the night crawlers counted the vests on Arthur's shoulders, they realized he was carrying over 200 kilograms. What a jograunt! Is this brat still a teen? His strength is abnormal for someone his age. I can't believe I found a jackpot in such a deserted region. The night crawlers checked Arthur's participation details and couldn't help but feel astonished at his ludicrous strength, age-wise. Now that's the good stuff. Arthur beamed as he hoisted the load like it was a barbell, then started up the slope, the grin never leaving his face. For him, this wasn't a trial, it was a workout. I'm taking your shield. Bring my staff to the finish line in one piece. Levi tapped his brother on the chest, grabbed the shield, and took off for the top of the hill. Watching it all unfold, the blonde thief realized Levi had done everything, risking his own points, for his brother. His resentment slowly evaporated, replaced by admiration. With renewed determination, he lifted his brother onto his back and began his climb, one step at a time. Meanwhile, Levi reached the slope's peak, carrying only one heavy vest. Though exhausted, it would have been far worse had he carried everything himself. He wasn't a musclehead like Arthur, he had his own limits. As for the other candidates, none dared antagonize him now. Not after what they witnessed. Levi knew they wouldn't mess with Arthur either. Bullies only targeted the weak. And those fools understood, they wouldn't walk away unscathed if they touched his brother. Nura and Dimitris already crossed the silent lake and made it to the finish line. I may need to go all in if I want to beat them. Standing at the trial's highest point, Levi sent out a series of echolocation pulses, scanning the landscape. Below was a steep hill, followed by a shimmering, quiet lake. Most of the top 10 were already swimming across, racing toward the finish. Others sat at the edge, panting in exhaustion, completely spent. They had burned too much energy and now hesitated to swim the last 100 meters. With 2 hours total to complete the trial, no one dared enter until they'd recovered. Levi noticed that those descending the steep hill were doing so slowly, careful not to fall. The slope wasn't just for show, it tested balance and control. But Levi knew that going slow would cost him. By the time he reached the lake, the top spots would be gone. He'd already spent 3 minutes thinking through each stage of this trial. He didn't grab Arthur's shield just for the giggles, he needed it. This could go badly, but screw it. Chapter 66, Embracing the YOLO Spirit. Levi adjusted his grip on the circular shield. It wasn't designed for this. It wasn't made for what he had in mind. But in that moment, with a steep slope ahead and time slipping through his fingers, it was his only shot at stealing back the lead. He crouched near the edge, tightening his core, calculating the angle through echolocation pings bouncing off the terrain. The slope was long, steep, crude. Grass and dirt patches made it rough, but not rough enough to slow him down if he committed to it. Behind him, candidates were still pushing their way up with vests weighing down their backs. Below, others took careful, measured steps, praying not to trip. Further down, the lake shimmered in the sun. A calm surface masking the chaos of bodies cutting through it in a frantic race to the finish. Levi dropped the shield flat on the ground, placed his staff tightly across his back, and lay down on his stomach, arms gripping the edges, legs tucked in like a missile preparing for descent. You only live once, he muttered under his breath, embracing the YOLO spirit. Then he shoved off. Whoosh! The wind screamed past his ears as the shield picked up speed. Vibrations rattled through the metal, singing across his bones, but Levi's grip stayed firm. Grass tore beneath him, dirt exploded to his sides, and the world narrowed into one deafening tunnel of wind and friction. What the hell is that? Is he riding a shield? Someone stop him before he kills himself. The audience couldn't believe it. Neither could the candidates, who watched Levi blaze past them like a bullet fired from a cannon. 1 second, he was a speck above, the next, he was gone, screaming down the hill with zero hesitation. Some of them flinched as he zipped by. **T. He nearly clipped my leg. Is he insane? He's going too fast. Levi didn't hear any of it, his world was sound and momentum. He used the howling wind and vibrations under the shield to keep track of terrain changes, every bump, shift, and tilt painted in his mind like a 3D map. He leaned left, dodging a jagged rock. He pulled slightly right, sliding past a crouched girl clutching her knee. He even bypassed Ryan, leaving him to stare at his back speechlessly. He always believed himself to be a daredevil who had no problem with any sort of stunt. But, as he gazed at Levi nearing the lake, he realized that a new daredevil was in town. Then, the slope ended. The lake arrived. Instead of slowing, Levi let go of all caution. He launched off the slope's end, shield and body airborne for a split second, and slammed into the lake's surface with a massive splash. But the shield didn't stop. Levi made sure to keep his head lowered to avoid disrupting the shield's aerodynamics. As long as he remained one with it and his body straight as an arrow, his calculations promised the shield wouldn't sink. As expected, it schemed across the water like a flat stone, skipping once, twice, then gliding smoothly as if the lake had frozen just for him. The force of his entry sent waves rippling in every direction, soaking nearby swimmers, who looked up in awe and panic. Levi. What the F asterisk C, Namaste. Wow, he's riding the water. You can do that. Even Jojo and Melissa, who were already halfway across, paused mid-stroke to look over their shoulders at him. Levi kept his body tight, every inch of him clinging to the shield as it sliced through the lake. The friction was real, the drag intense, but his momentum didn't let up. He adjusted his weight once more, slightly forward, just enough. The shield hit the final patch of shallow water and launched him one last time, straight toward the finish line. Thump. Levi rolled off the shield and landed in a crouched position across the edge of the finish line. He was gasping, drenched, but with a faint, almost smug smile etched on his face. The holographic board flickered above him a second later. Levi Larson, Performance Recap. First stage time, 15 seconds grade, SS. Second stage time, 2 minutes grade, SS. Third stage time, 17 minutes grade, S. Fourth stage time, 20 seconds grade, SSS. Final score, SS plus final rank, first place. Silence. The crowd didn't cheer, not yet. They were too stunned. Too confused. Too damn speechless at what they just witnessed. A second later, cheers erupted. He actually did it. Jamal nearly dropped his holographic screen. Dear Lord, I knew he was good, but not this good. Sergio blinked twice before letting out a wide, wicked grin. Someone go collect every single hater's address, I got time. Shia's arms were crossed, but a quiet smile touched her lips. The kind that didn't need celebration, just satisfaction. Told you. He's not just good. He's Levi. Even Bleeder popped in his weapon form out of Shia's jacket and clicked excitedly. Did you see how he used the shield to slide on water? Hee, I always knew he had it in him. In the audience, chaos erupted. Cheers. Screams. Shocked gasps. A wave of noise crashed through most gatherings in the streets, cafes, and restaurants. We just witnessed history. He beat Nura and Demetris with close to 3 minutes head start. People weren't just stunned, they were unmoored. The very foundation of what they believed about talent, about power, about who deserved to win, was just flipped upside down by a boy they had mocked online hours ago. And then, the night crawlers reacted. Not one of them spoke right away. Some narrowed their eyes. Some simply stared at Levi's, rewinding the footage in their minds. The monsters of the Heliodor region, those who prided themselves on sensing potential from the first heartbeat, had missed something big. One of them chuckled lowly. That shield slide, who taught him that? Another muttered, it wasn't a trick. He read the terrain perfectly and committed with everything. You have seen how he moved, evaded bumps, and such, it's like he has a radar installed in him, that was real battle instinct. A dark-furred nightcrawler with glowing green eyes narrowed her gaze. His body is decent, his light affinity is questionable. But his application, his control. It's terrifying. Meanwhile, Instructor Seraphis stared at the result, then glanced at the slope, the lake, then Levi, who was casually squeezing water out of his jacket while walking in the direction of Demetris and Nura. Someone actually did it? What kind of candidate have you sent me? Seraphis muttered, Lord Idris' face surfacing in his mind. Chapter 67, A Fun Little Wager. After Levi arrived next to his rivals, he sat down and asked with his usual unprovocative smile, is there a towel or something? Nura stared at him speechlessly for a moment before uttering, you are actually crazy. Crazy? He is a cheater, that's what he is, Demetris scoffed. He wasn't impressed in the slightest with how Levi passed the fourth stage. Maybe he was jealous of his score. Maybe he was embarrassed at being bumped to third place after Levi snatched rank 1 from Nura. Or maybe, he genuinely believed there was no decent way to pass a stage where endurance and stamina were supposed to be tested. Whatever it was, Levi didn't even bother to respond. In his mind, it wasn't up to him to dispute an accusation. Yet, to his surprise, Nura was the one backing him. "Aren't you being a bit of a sore loser?" Nura narrowed her eyes in displeasure. "Instructor Seraphis told us we could use whatever means necessary to reach the finish line, as long as we respected the rules." "Yes, and the rules were put in place to ensure our stats get measured accurately," Demetrius retorted. "In what universe does a triple SSS count when he slid across the lake instead of swimming it like we did? How is that his problem?" Nura frowned. "I'd like to believe that discovering loopholes within rules should be rewarded, not punished. It's a sign of intelligence, not cheating. If you think otherwise, you're just being a hater. I know for a fact you would have done the same if the idea had come to you." "Me? I don't need to abuse the rules to come first," Demetrius sneered, refusing to back down. If only the viewers and night crawlers thought the same way, he wouldn't be getting grilled on the networks and across the shadow dimension. "That's one of the coolest trial finishes I've witnessed in a long, long time. If what he did counts as cheating, then you might as well cancel the assembly." "No sane nightcrawler will see wrong in what the boy did," one of the nightcrawlers commented out loud, his voice as rough as an unpolished diamond. "Is that?" Levi immediately lifted his head, recognizing the voice as belonging to the crystallized black rhino he had met during his shower. He couldn't help but smile at the support, sensing that the rhino said it to repay him for showing him the way. The nightcrawlers and viewers backed up the rhino's claim with overwhelming support, even though they knew Levi's trash light affinity would make any result he pulled obsolete in the end. "Instructor Seraphis, it's your call." Demetrius reached out to the silent overseer above them, realizing no one was on his side in this matter. He knew deep down that he was right. He believed that if Levi's results were accepted, the stat accuracy would become meaningless, as an SSS would equate to an F. Unfortunately for him, Instructor Seraphis knew what he was doing when he designed the Gauntlet of Titans. He silenced the Nightcrawler's ruckus with a thought and said calmly, "Levi Larson's final score is legitimate." The moment Demetrius and his older brother Mantis heard this, their expressions turned dark. While Mantis cursed at the TV screen from beside his agency's companions, Demetrius kept his emotions in check and asked for clarification. "Did any of you ever wonder why Larson succeeded in traversing the lake in one slide? Why was it even possible, considering that many hurdles should have made it impossible? Why did I leave resting chairs at the top of the slope in the middle of a competition?" Instructor Seraphis asked. With each question fired, Demetrius, Nura, and even the viewers felt their pupils narrow as the realization struck. Instructor Seraphis wanted them to do exactly what Levi did. Even Levi was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected the instructor to incorporate the slide into the trial's design. But when he thought about it more closely, everything was too perfect to be a coincidence. The shallowness of the water, the steepness of the hill, the smooth grass field, the launching area between the hill and the lake. Everything had been constructed precisely to make the slide viable, but only for those with the guts and skills to attempt it. While Levi had done his part to ensure success, he now realized none of it would have been possible if the conditions hadn't aligned so seamlessly. Instructor Seraphis, he's the real deal, Levi thought, gazing at the instructor's contained golden spiritual aura with admiration. "You thought I was testing your endurance or balance with the fourth stage, but in reality, it was to test your adaptability," Instructor Seraphis continued. "Why do you think you scored only an A grade? It can't be." Demetrius mumbled in disbelief. The viewers were equally stunned, but some daywalkers familiar with Seraphis' teaching methods weren't surprised. His tests always had curveballs. They just hadn't expected one like this. One more note. Stats accuracy means nothing to me. Besides light affinity, I couldn't care less about your scores. I have my own eyes to judge, and so do the night crawlers, Instructor Seraphis added indifferently. Or have you forgotten your original reason for entering this assembly? No. Then why are you focused on stats instead of delivering your best performance, regardless of what the rules say? As he spoke, Demetrius lifted his gaze toward the thousands of eyes looming in the sky, watching his every move like hawks. Possessing a great light affinity is a good start, but it's not what gets you far in life. It will get you signed, yes, but not by tier 4 and higher night crawlers. Those monsters only commit to a partner when they know he's not a one-gift wonder, Instructor Seraphis concluded, then looked directly at Demetrius. So tell me, are you a one-gift wonder? A one-gift wonder referred to children born with amazing light affinity but no other redeeming qualities. While that might land them a contract, their path as a daywalker could be even harder than someone with lesser talent. After all, light affinity was mainly about eye resistance to light, not combat effectiveness. No, sir. Demetrius shook his head firmly. Then keep your mouth shut next time and work harder in the upcoming trials. That was Seraphi's final word before he drifted away to observe the rest of the candidates. He only said this much because the others couldn't hear. He would never compromise the competition's integrity. After the instructor departed, Demetrius approached Levi and said quietly, "My apologies, it seems I wronged you." "Don't sweat it. It happens," Levi replied with a kind smile. Demetrius gave a respectful nod and walked away to sit elsewhere. "You think he apologized sincerely?" Nura asked, crossing one leg over the other. "Not in a million years." Levi shook his head, listening to Demetrius' heartbeat. He could feel the boiling rage inside, tightly controlled, but very much alive. This whole episode had humiliated him. He hadn't just been proven wrong, he'd been scolded in front of night crawlers and his entire home region. "I think so, too." Nura giggled. "You are definitely in his crosshairs." "What are you giggling for?" Levi chuckled. "He might be coming for me, but I'm coming for you." "Oh, is that so?" Nura smiled seductively, but Levi didn't spare her a glance. "I'm afraid this trial was your last chance to widen your lead," Levi said calmly. "From here on out, all you'll see is my shadow." He said it loud enough for Demetrius to hear, and didn't care. He was that confident in the trials to come, the ones where his true talents would shine. "It seems you're underestimating me," Nura teased. "How about a fun little wager to spice things up?" What do you have in mind?" Levi acted surprised, though he was grinning inwardly. This was the reaction he wanted, the reason he even approached her. "Since you're so sure you'll catch up and steal my leaderboard rank, how about we bet some Solar Aegis coins?" "How much?" "Name your price." "I have deep pockets," Nura replied. Levi didn't doubt her. The Blackthorn family was known as one of the wealthiest in the Northern Africa district, even wealthier than the Morning Stars. Their assassination services were paid almost exclusively in Solar Aegis coins, the most valuable currency in the world. "How about the prize money, plus 2,000 Solar Aegis coins?" Levi suggested. He only had 1,000 in hand, Arthur held the other half. But Levi didn't hesitate to bet everything to swindle even more from Nura. Nura didn't flinch. "Sounds interesting, let's do it." She extended her thin, smooth hand, and Levi shook it without even turning his head. While his peculiar manner intrigued her, she never imagined he was blind. Neither did the instructor, nor the night crawlers, nor the viewers. After what he'd done in the Gauntlet of Titans, no one in their right mind believed Levi was visually impaired. And Levi knew it. He also knew that going high profile carried the risk of someone discovering the truth during the week-long assembly. But he didn't care. Since Ash Kral promised that no one would uncover their contract and that he would handle the fake signing procedures, Levi saw no reason to stay low profile. he understood that to be signed by Ashkral without raising suspicions, he had to overperform. Signing a blind candidate was considered suicidal in most eyes. Levi had to convince the world that his other qualities were so overwhelming, that even blindness couldn't hold him back. In his mind, it was far easier to explain future miracles under the spotlight than in the shadows. Suddenly, Demetrius returned and requested calmly, "Is it possible to be added to the wager?" "Well, of course," Levi said with a wide, kind smile. "The more, the merrier." Chapter 68, The New Leaderboard. "Can you afford it, though?" Nura sized him up and down, making Demetrius' expression turn cold for a moment. "Why haven't you asked him that? He set the price, and I don't think he would have done so without having the necessary funds." Nura smiled at Levi, who nodded in agreement. "I can afford it?" Demetrius narrowed his eyes at Levi. "I can even add another wager if you're interested." "Oh? Why are you addressing him alone?" Nura pouted. "I want to join too. This isn't a wager for either of us, but just for people like him," Demetrius smirked. "I bet that you won't get signed by any of those night crawlers at the end, even if your ranking is in the top 10. Nura covered her mouth with a hand in intrigue. She maintained her silence and stared at Levi, awaiting his response to such a kick under the belt. "State your price." Levi smiled. "The discount reward," Demetrius said. "If I win, you'll hand over the training center discount in case you rank in the top 5. If not, you'll pay me 1,000 solar aegis coins. I assume the same applies to you?" Levi asked. "Yes. Seems fair." Levi smiled. "We have placed these wagers under the watchful eyes of night crawlers and viewers." Demetrius narrowed his eyes at Levi. "I would like to assume that you won't be foolish enough to renege on it later once you lose." If it were up to him, he would have used nocturnal contracts to ensure that no one dared go back on their word. But since nocturnal contracts could only be summoned by those with seeds, he was stuck with using the viewers to pressure Levi. Unbeknownst to him, Levi was the one fearing that Demetrius might go back on his word. "How about this, we'll swear it on our sponsored agency's names," Levi suggested. "I don't know how you swindled your way into the Blood Hunters agency, but fine by me. I'll take you on that." Demetrius gave a slight head nod in agreement and walked away. He understood that swearing a bet on their agency's names implicated them in case a problem arose with the payment. Since they did it on national TV, it meant their agencies would do everything to protect their reputation, even if it meant paying the loser's debt. When Shia saw this, her eyelids couldn't help but twitch in vexation. "He hasn't even taken a step inside the agency, and he's already using our name as backup. This prick will get me kicked off the family once and for all." An hour later, the trial of physicality was concluded, and many of the surviving candidates were either sitting on the grass or vomiting against a tree. At least they made it out, unlike many others who had been eliminated either due to injuries or exhaustion. They were already sent outside of Willow Grove's dimensional mirror. "It's time to update the leaderboard rankings," Instructor Seraphis announced. Everyone lifted their heads and gazed at the massive holographic screen with their names on it. The names of the eliminated candidates began turning dark while the rest shuffled among each other. On the far corner, points were added at varying speeds. A few seconds later, the new leaderboard was finalized, stealing everyone's breath away. 1. Nura Blackthorn, 400 PTS. 2. Demetrius Bain, 398 PTS. 3. Arthur Larson, 392 PTS. 4. Levi Larson, 381 PTS. 5. Hauda Omori, Jojo, 290 PTS. 6. Melissa Harper, 240 PTS. 7. Omar Mansur, 190 PTS. 8. Selene Ostries, 150 PTS. 9. Kiera Joan, 149 PTS. 17, Ryan Morningstar, 122 PTS. Two names were noticeably out of place amongst the top 10, Arthur and Levi. One was in the middle of the rankings before and moved straight to third rank, while the other was at the very bottom of the list and now became the fourth highest ranked. When Demetrius saw how many points Levi earned in one trial, he couldn't help but grit his teeth behind sealed lips. Since Levi had a measly 1 point prior, it was easy to calculate that he had earned 380 points from the trial of physicality. Although he wasn't ranked first in the overall standings, he had earned the highest possible amount of points. The surprising part, Arthur was the second. I came third and you came fourth. Arthur grinned as he fist-pumped his brother. Good shit, I couldn't have done it without you. It was all you. Levi smiled while sheathing his black staff in its holder. Although he had assisted his brother on the third stage by bringing more weight and even handing over his staff, Levi had no interest in taking credit. After all, if they hadn't traded weapons, he would have wasted more time thinking of ways to slide off the hill, which could have affected his final results. The next two trials will be held tomorrow morning. Feel free to relax and tend to your wounds in your rooms, Instructor Seraphis announced while clapping his hands. Following the noise, the gauntlet of the Titans began collapsing, stage by stage, as if buried explosives were set off beneath it. A cloud of dirt covered the platform, forcing some candidates to shield their faces. It lasted only a few seconds before it dissipated into the void. But instead of revealing a desolate space, a massive standardized apartment complex sprouted from the ground. The apartment complex resembled a sand prison, yellow and dreadful. It had windows and doors, but it was not as welcoming as the buildings they were used to staying in. Stop giving me those looks. You should feel blessed I haven't lodged you in tents, Instructor Seraphis said coldly, noticing the displeasure on some faces. Immediately after, everyone forced on satisfied smiles, fearing he might go through with it. Your room number is the same as your rank. You'll find everything you need in your rooms. Don't cause any trouble. I have you all under my radar. With that last warning, Instructor Seraphis exited the boundless expanse, leaving the candidates with the staff members. Of course, he kicked out the spectating night crawlers, returning the void to its peaceful state. He couldn't risk letting them linger around the candidates. He knew they wouldn't hesitate to manipulate or seduce them. As for the live stream, he disconnected it the moment he left. Unlike other instructors, he had no interest in keeping a 24/7 feed of the candidates. In his eyes, this wasn't a reality TV show. Although he disconnected the stream, he restored network access so candidates could pass the time. Immediately, everyone logged into Connect to check the latest news and reactions about their performances. Alas, many were disappointed when they saw that only Nura, Demetrius, Levi, and Arthur were going viral. Is it weird if I admire Nura's figure even though she's still technically a minor? Seek help. From 1 point to 381. Insanity. Even though he had a 3-minute delay and was more than 150 points away, he still made it to the top 5. I see now why the Morning Stars sponsored him. If only he had scored an average in the light affinity trial, he would have been the first ranker. Such a shame. Don't sleep on his giant brother. The dude carried more than 200 kilograms on a 5-kilometer hike. None of you can comprehend how difficult that is. While their performances are amazing on their own, at the end of the day, Nura and Demetrius possess the highest light affinity. The network buzzed with tweets, hashtags, and clips of the 4 candidates. Yet, the highest rated one belonged to Levi's hill slide and water glide. Citizens were already used to daywalkers performing wonders. Yet, Levi's clip still farmed the most likes and attention, surpassing some famous daywalker celebrities. The people simply loved it when one of their own did something noteworthy. It made them feel represented in a merciless era dominated by daywalkers and night crawlers. Big bro, we're trending. Arthur grinned widely as he read the positive comments about him and his brother. I see. Levi gave an unbothered smile. While it felt good to be recognized, Levi never chased fame. He understood that chasing it was like chasing an endless hunger, it could never be satisfied. So, he welcomed it, but didn't give it much thought. However, the same couldn't be said for the other youthful candidates dreaming of becoming famous daywalkers, basking in public praise. Some were on this path for that reason alone. Believe it or not, Demetrius was one of them. Where did this bastard crawl from? Demetrius glared at Levi coldly. I was supposed to have the best rookie debut. Everyone was going to talk about me, and only me. Sensing the glare, Levi turned and gave him his usual serene, kind smile. A look that would have melted any petty grudge, but not Demetrius. It only made him angrier. Just wait, this will be the last time you steal the spotlight. Enjoy it while it lasts, he murmured icily, heading toward the apartment complex. He thought no one heard him, but Levi's weaponized ears caught every word. I kind of feel bad for him, Levi sighed inwardly. He's in for a world of disappointment. Chapter 69, Figured Out. After Instructor Seraphis exited the Boundless Expanse, the first thing he did was contact his old pal, Lord Idris. He hadn't made a scene about Levi's situation earlier, but now, after realizing that the boy might be the real deal, he needed to figure out what was going on. A couple of rings later, Lord Idris emerged as a holographic figure in front of Seraphis. Will you look at that, Lionheart reaching out on his own? What kind of sorcery is this? Lord Idris joked, his tone and demeanor nothing like when Levi met him. You old barbarian, you know I retired that name decades ago. Instructor Seraphis smiled, his hand resting on the sun amulet near his belt. A shame, truly. Lord Idris sighed, visibly displeased with Instructor Seraphis' decision, but at the same time, he understood the reasons behind it. What do you mean, it's a shame? If I hadn't retired, the streets would have been packed with good-for-nothing daywalkers. Instructor Seraphis chuckled. I'm doing your region a great favor, you know. Don't say that, Lord Idris said solemnly. This is your second home, not my region. I wish it were that simple. Instructor Seraphis forced a half smile. But soon, he cut straight to the point. Idris, I called about that young boy. He said curiously. Just what the hell happened? It's nothing much. My daughter swindled a recommendation letter for the boy. Lord Idris chuckled. We handed it to her, believing she was going to recruit Arthur, but in reality, they were all in on it to ensure that boy entered the assembly. Huh? Why go through all that trouble? Aren't they brothers? Isn't getting one sponsored the same as sponsoring both? Seraphis asked, confused. That's the thing. Levi Larson isn't allowed to join the assembly through normal procedures. How come? Does he have a criminal record? No. Lord Idris dropped the bomb. He's blind. He's what now? Instructor Seraphis tilted his head in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. Blind. The idea just wouldn't register. Alas, Lord Idris doubled down. Yes. As shocking as it sounds after witnessing his performance, it's the truth. You mean legally blind? Is that why he wears glasses? Are they prescribed? No, he's blind. But, he can see some things. Like tunnel vision or a. Seraphis, he has no eyes. Well, that did the trick. Silence fell over Instructor Seraphis as tens of Levi's moments replayed in his head. When he now looked at them through the lens of blindness, his behavior suddenly made sense. The way his head never truly faced forward. The fact that no one had seen his eyes, not even once, as they were always hidden behind sunglasses or thick bangs. Then, he recalled how Levi had scored 1 point in the trial of light affinity. Impossible. If he had no eyes, the luminous right wouldn't have activated. Rewatch the tape and you'll understand what he did to pull off that measly 1 point everyone's mocking. Seraphis requested Astra AI to replay the footage of Levi standing on the luminous right. This time, he focused solely on Levi. When he saw the boy mutter something under his breath, and then watched as the right's light weakened, his pupils narrowed. "Don't tell me." "Yep," Lord Idris confirmed. To avoid instant elimination from your new rule, the boy must have figured out the right incantation to activate the luminous right. Then, he analyzed it and used an incantation that tested his body instead of his eyes. No wonder he scored 1 point and refused to retry. The incantation must have been partial, only activating a portion of the right. Instructor Seraphis was stunned. Everything finally started to make sense. But instead of feeling settled, he was dragged into a storm of new questions. Why would a blind boy participate in the assembly? How could he move like that with no vision? How did he pull off the switch on the luminous right? That incantation wasn't public knowledge. What was his full story? Too many questions, and he knew only Levi could answer them. Not wanting to waste more of Lord Idris' time, he thanked him for the intel and was about to end the call. "Before you go, can I add one thing?" "Sure. Regardless of what you decide to do with him, I hope you still give him a chance," Lord Idris said calmly. "The boy may have swindled a recommendation letter, but I wholeheartedly support him, and his brother." "Why's that?" Instructor Seraphis raised an eyebrow, surprised. He knew his old partner never got involved with new generations of daywalkers unless they were truly exceptional. While Levi's physical performance was impressive, Seraphis didn't think it would be enough to convince a nightcrawler to sign him, especially if the truth came out. "All I can say is, you've yet to see the best of him," Lord Idris said. "The least you can do is let him finish the assembly. Whether he gets signed or not, you'll lose nothing. But he won't have to look back and regret anything. You know as well as I do, it only ends badly when a child is robbed of their only shot." Instructor Seraphis went quiet, then nodded. He understood. If Levi's condition came to light and he failed the assembly, it could leave him vulnerable, easy prey for the nightcrawlers. And Seraphis had vowed, never again. Not under his watch. "I'll see what I can do." Back in the apartment complex, Levi, Arthur, Jojo, Melissa, and Ryan were all gathered inside Levi's room. It was spacious and had a bedroom, a toilet, a small kitchen, and an empty central hall. The girls were sitting comfortably on the bed while the boys had no issue chilling on the floor. They had bottles of soda and some snacks placed at the center. While it wasn't a 5-star hotel suite, it was 10 times better than the rooms on the lower floors. "I'm so envious. You guys have a kitchen stocked with food and a private toilet," Ryan complained as he recalled his cramped, bare-bones bedroom. Although he was ranked within the top 20, his room was nothing like this. The top 10 rankers were given these suites, while the rest had standardized one-bedroom units and a stash of bland army rations to get through the day. "You still did well. You climbed from the middle of the list to the top 20. Melissa offered support. "It sounds patronizing while sitting next to a guy who came first after starting 3 minutes late," Ryan muttered, his eyelids twitching as he glanced at Levi. "Don't think too much of it." Levi smiled. "If any of you had a shield or something safe enough to slide on, you would have scored much higher than me. That's the thing." Jojo shook her head. "There were chairs at the top for that kind of slide, and none of us thought of it." "True. It's really hard to think outside the box during a race," Ryan admitted with a sigh. After the trial ended, everyone had taken time to review the gauntlet footage. They realized Instructor Seraphis wasn't lying. The chairs at the top of the slope were clearly set up to be used for something creative, like Levi's slide. While they had been bolted down, a bit of time and effort could have pried them loose. But how could anyone spare the time or focus to do that in the middle of a high-stakes race? Anyway, I'm just glad that Levi and Arthur came first and second in the trial, Ryan smiled, lifting his soda can for a toast. As long as it's someone from our little squad, a win is a win. A win is a win. Arthur and the others echoed the cheer, lifting their cans in unison. While everyone took a normal sip, Arthur downed his entire can in one go, then crushed it with one hand and let out a thunderous burp. Jojo responded by hurling a pillow at him in disgust. "Ah! That tastes as refreshing as the real deal," Arthur sighed with satisfaction, casually placing the pillow under his butt like a cushion, completely ignoring Jojo's irritated glare. "The ultimate authority to create whatever." "How magical," Levi murmured as he traced the shape of his water bottle with a light touch of his fingers. Chapter 70, 3 Different Perspectives. Levi knew that the boundless expanse was an enigma, just like its ruler, Nocturne. Even his name wasn't real. People only called him that because of the infamous nocturnal contract. The only thing confirmed was that his boundless realm served as neutral ground for almost anything, as long as the price was paid. Levi had no clue what the Solar Aegis Sanctuary offered in return for a week-long rent of a small zone within the expanse, but he suspected the government paid in crystallized seeds. As his thoughts wandered through the depths of this bizarre concept, Astra AI pinged in his mind, informing him that Instructor Seraphis was calling. Levi wasn't surprised. He had anticipated this moment, expected Instructor Seraphis to dig into him after what he had pulled in both trials. After informing his brother and friends that he needed to take a private call, Levi quietly moved to his brother's room. He sat cross-legged on the bed and accepted the connection. A moment later, Instructor Seraphis spoke in a calm tone. "Turn on the holographic call." "I can't," Levi responded. "Why?" "I have no lens on my eye." "Why?" "Because I have no eyes," Levi said, composed and steady. Instructor Seraphis went silent for a beat. Then, Levi heard a sudden gust of air swirl from the right side. He turned his head instinctively, and through his spiritual vision, he saw it, a magnificent golden-haired lion radiating charisma and pride. Its mane was thick and regal, flowing like silk around its paws. Amber eyes pierced through the void, locking on Levi as if sizing up an unknown species. Its tail curled behind it, ending in a reversed cross of fur, resembling a double-edged sword. Then the lion spoke. Its voice was deep and solemn, the tone of a sovereign. "So it's true. You are missing your eyes." "Yes," Levi nodded. "How interesting." The lion gave a small, entertained smile before vanishing from the bridge of spiritual darkness. Yet he wasn't gone. The moment his physical form faded, a powerful golden aura took its place. Instructor Seraphis had arrived. "Hello, sir," Levi greeted, bowing slightly toward the window, where he sensed the instructor now stood. "You can see me?" "Yes, my spiritual vision is a bit better than the norm," Levi explained. "A bit?" Instructor Seraphis raised a brow, surprised. Is this what Idris meant? He knew that even warden-level daywalkers couldn't casually see spiritual auras unless they were psych specialists. For someone Levi's age to possess a spiritual sense that clear, it demanded both extraordinary talent and relentless training. The realization only drew Seraphis in deeper. "Since you're being honest, I assume you're reasonable enough to understand why I came." "I do," Levi nodded. "Good. Let's talk about what you did in the first trial. Be honest. I could have you disqualified for tampering." Instructor Seraphis folded his arms as he made his way to the kitchen. He grabbed a water bottle from the counter, leaned against the frame, and waited for an explanation. "I used Astra AI to scan the Iothorian inscriptions," Levi began calmly. "Then I went through them line by line until my name was called. I locked onto what I believed to be the most likely incantation and created a modified version to shift the test's focus. The real incantation wasn't accessible, but what I used activated part of the luminous rite. I got lucky. I see. Although Seraphis maintained a neutral tone, he was quietly impressed. He knew that parsing Ithorian required more than just intelligence, it demanded dedication and a deep grasp of an ancient language. Even if luck had played a part, Levi's analytical skill was beyond rare. How did you come to understand Ithorian at that level? My late mother taught me when I was young, Levi said softly. I became obsessed with it from that point on. Instructor Seraphis paused. He had read Levi's private file before this meeting. He knew about the murder of his parents at the hands of night crawlers. He had prepared for this call, but hearing it from Levi still left an ache in his chest. She must have been brilliant. The smartest person I've ever known, Levi smiled faintly, a wave of old warmth passing through his memory. Is that why you're attempting to become a daywalker despite your condition? Seraphis asked. Are you driven by revenge? Levi shook his head, which surprised the instructor more than he expected. My parents meant everything to me. And the way they were taken. I'll never make peace with it, Levi said, voice calm but firm. Still, I'm not chasing revenge. I just want to set my heart at ease again, whatever it takes. Is that too much to ask? No. I hear you, Instructor Seraphis murmured. He looked down at his sun amulet, fingers curling around it absently. It was rare for him to reveal any vulnerability. He was known for being stern, cold, even. But in front of Levi, he let that wall down. Maybe because Levi couldn't see his face, or maybe, just maybe, because he could tell that Levi understood. Levi listened to the subtle fluctuations in Seraphis' heartbeat, slow, uneven, tinged with something unspoken. Pain. Something deep. Something jagged. He didn't comment on it. He knew that to sense the cracks in someone's heart was to peek into their sanctum, and he had no right to cross that line. A moment later, Seraphis composed himself again. As sweet as revenge may seem, just know it won't set your heart free. What's done is done, even if we hate to accept it. I'll keep that in mind, sir. Levi nodded appreciatively. He didn't necessarily agree, but he respected the advice. In Levi's eyes, the only way to know if revenge would free him, was to follow it through. The agony, the grief, the endless rage inside him, they needed an outlet. And Levi would rather embrace a hollow peace than keep that storm locked away. Sensing Levi's inner resolve, Seraphis sighed. I see your younger self in him, said a deep voice in his head. I do too, unfortunately, Seraphis replied telepathically. Keshoba. I'm beginning to think revenge is linear, inescapable. You're looking at it the wrong way, old friend, the lion answered. Revenge is a survival instinct. It's a coping mechanism, nothing more. When someone has been dealt deep, irreparable harm, and no thought of revenge crosses his mind, his spirit breaks. Forgiveness, rising above it. Those are divine traits, Seraphis. You can't fake them. And you sure as hell can't expect a child to carry them when even you have failed. Seraphis fell silent. Keshoba was right, as always, and the truth cut him deep. He wanted to rise above his hatred. To purge it from his soul. But no matter how hard he tried, it still sat there, gnawing away at him like a ghost he could never exorcise. Keshoba didn't press further. He could feel his friend's burden, the slow decay of a soul trapped between the desire for vengeance and the pull of morality. Three perspectives now lingered in the room like ghosts. One who understood the need for revenge. One who longed to transcend it. One who chased it to reclaim peace. Each was valid. Each was flawed. If revenge had a single answer, it wouldn't be a timeless debate of the heart and mind. Eventually, Instructor Seraphis cleared his throat, and with it, shifted the tone. Let's get to the heart of it. If you're blind and contractless, how the hell are you able to move the way you do? He narrowed his eyes on Levi, watching his every twitch, every pause, waiting to catch a lie. But Levi only smiled. I think it's easier if I show you. Chapter 71, To Snitch or Not to Snitch. Then, he stood up in the center of the room and requested aloud, Astra, scan the room and give me a detailed analysis of all objects, dimensions, lighting conditions, and spatial arrangement. Do it on speaker. A split second later. Scan complete. Here's what I found. Room dimensions: the bedroom measures approximately 4.6 x 5.2 meters, and the kitchen is 3 x 3.6 meters. The ceiling height is 2.7 meters. Bedroom: queen-sized bed with white sheets, 2 pillows, and a nightstand. A lamp is on, and an empty closet. Kitchen: stainless steel fridge, stove, and a sink with a few dishes. The cabinets are closed, and a microwave is on the counter. Food on the counter: 4 loaves of bread, a bowl of mixed fruits, a bowl of mixed vegetables, tuna cans, soda bottles, water bottles, and cheese. Person detected: 1 human leaning against the kitchen door frame, holding a water bottle. Appears relaxed. After the analysis finished, Levi smiled in the direction of Instructor Seraphis and calmly stated that he had the entire room pictured in his mind, just as vividly as if he were seeing it with his own eyes. This isn't enough. You're right. Levi tapped gently on his right ear and added, Fortunately, my ears are extremely perceptive. I can detect any sudden change in my imagined environment. Using this combination, I can Before Levi could even finish his sentence, his ear twitched. Without turning his head, he swung his arm swiftly to the side and caught a small water bottle mid-air. Then, with a casual flick, he twisted off the cap and took a sip, smiling faintly under Instructor Seraphis' impressed gaze. As I was saying, with this combination, I can predict almost anything, as long as my ears can pick it up. While Levi wasn't planning to rely on this technique after becoming a daywalker, he had used it constantly ever since losing his sight. It had helped him survive. The only downside was the insane energy consumption. Each scan drained the device's battery like a parasite, forcing him to use it sparingly and smartly. That's why he never used it if his brother was nearby. He didn't want to end up stranded with no battery left in emergencies. As for using camera lens glasses, that was the one thing he'd never resort to. Not when the government had the legal right to comb through personal data if they had a warrant. Of course, Instructor Seraphis had no idea about this, and since Levi was technically telling the truth, he couldn't detect anything suspicious. I have to admit, it still seems nearly impossible to cross the gauntlet of Titans using just this method. But I'm not close-minded. I know some people are born, or forged, with special talents even without a contract. Instructor Seraphis smiled. I'd like to think that the Holy Heliodor region has one of those rarities, too. If Levi had shown signs of having signed a contract beforehand, that would have been the first red flag in Seraphis' mind. But like Fengling, Lord Idris, Levi's friends, and practically the entire world, he had utmost faith in Willow Grove's spiritual field. In their minds, if Levi had signed a contract already, the tattoo would have flared like a lighthouse the moment he stepped inside the tree, exposing him instantly. If even Tier 8 night crawlers couldn't sneak past its perception, there was no way a blind kid would. So, does this mean I'm allowed to continue in the assembly? Levi asked, his voice calm but hopeful. I don't see why not. You have a valid recommendation letter. Technically, you haven't broken any rules even if you signed up wearing an ankle monitor. Instructor Seraphis confirmed. Thank you. Levi exhaled quietly, but the relief was clear in his voice. Though he didn't show it outwardly, the fear of being disqualified had been clawing at the back of his mind since the start. He always feared that the assembly's overseer would throw him out the moment his condition was discovered. And when he first laid eyes on Instructor Seraphis, he genuinely believed that might happen. Luckily, things turned out differently. If you'd like to improve your chances of being signed, I don't mind letting you retake the light affinity trial at the end. This time, the test will target your body directly for a proper read. I would like that very much. Levi's smile grew, his shoulders loosening. He knew that a retake wouldn't change everything, but it might help. Even a small improvement could shift perceptions. Levi had no intention of revealing his full truth to the public, so every edge counted. Then it settled. Instructor Seraphis tapped the door frame twice and started walking toward the window. Just before stepping out, he paused, his voice turning firm but gentle. Whether you get signed or not, just know that I'm proud of you. For trying to change your life. I don't know how you survived a decade under the company of night crawlers, but I respect you for not giving in to their whispers. I know more than anyone, it wasn't easy. No, it wasn't. Levi replied with a faint, mild smile. Get some rest. A big day awaits you tomorrow. With one final nod, Instructor Seraphis exited the room, leaving behind only a soft breeze. He left as he came. Levi remained seated for a few minutes in Arthur's room, doing nothing in particular. Just existing. Staring into the darkness with a reflective silence. What a day, but at least it ended on a good note. Eventually, he rose and returned to his own room. As he opened the door, he was greeted by chaos, the kind of chaos that only friends could create. The sounds of laughter, shouting, and a heated card game welcomed him in. While he couldn't see them, their noise was loud enough to reach every corner of the apartment complex. No one dared to tell them to quiet down, not when 4 of them were in the top 10, and the 5th was top 20. Their weird little squad, the group everyone laughed at during the first day, had now become the strongest team in this year's assembly. Meanwhile, inside one of the nearby rooms, Demetrius was seated alone, scrolling through the trial highlights on his tablet again, jaw clenched, until a sharp buzz jolted him out of his thoughts. Incoming call, Big Brother. He picked it up without hesitation. What, David? I am not in the mood. There was a pause, then Mantis dropped the bomb straight away without bothering to greet him either. Levi Larson is blind. Demetrius blinked. What? He's blind, Mantis repeated, slower this time. No eyes. Covered it too well. But I know, I saw him in the harrowing forest and he was blinder than a bat with its ears cut off. Demetrius froze. He wasn't the type to believe such craziness, but coming from his big brother made him incapable of going against it. Still. That doesn't make sense, he murmured, standing up as though it would help his mind process what he just heard. He ran through the gauntlet. Did you see him slide across the lake? Dodge the damn weight traps? Land that staff throw? Yeah. I saw everything, Mantis growled. And that's what makes it worse. Demetrius ran a hand through his hair, pacing the room. You're saying he did all of that, blind? Yes, but don't overthink it, Mantis said, now you know the truth. Which means, if you want to get rid of him, it's easy. Demetrius narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Just tell the instructor. Use the rules. Say he's a danger to the others, that someone blind shouldn't be in an assembly like this. Mantis's tone was calm, matter of fact. The moment you turn it into a security risk, the instructors have no choice. They'll either suspend him or expel him for safety reasons. Demetrius didn't reply. He sat down again, staring blankly at the wall. 100 thoughts swarmed his mind, but one stood above the rest. This wasn't a kid with a lucky run anymore, this was a ghost. A threat. Mantis waited, then finally said, I know you wanted a way to take him out, now you have it. I'll think about it, Demetrius murmured. Don't take too long or choose wrong, you are our family's last hope to make a name for ourselves. The Bain lineage needs to rise, at any cost, keep it in mind, brother. Click. The call ended. Demetrius stared at the black holographic screen. Blind, and he still outshone me. His breath grew slower. Calmer. But his gaze? It burned. Snitch. Me. To get rid of a blind mongrel. Demetrius uttered coldly, I will ruin him in the trials. I will show everyone, the one, the only star in this event, is me. Chapter 72, he just made it personal. All candidates were summoned outside the apartment complex and marched to a sealed, industrial-looking building that resembled an old factory. Its yellow walls stood in contrast to the green surroundings, and its glass ceiling glistened under the daylight, an observation point for the night crawlers. Instructor Seraphis hovered above them as always, stoic and authoritative, forcing everyone to stand straight like cadets under inspection. The sky above quickly darkened, not with clouds, but with hundreds of watching eyes. Night crawlers began tuning in one by one, each of them more unsettling than the last. Eyes of all shapes, colors, and eerie designs peered from the void, fixed solely on the candidates below. I hope you've had a good night's rest. Instructor Seraphis declared. Your brain will need it. He clapped once, and the massive entrance doors of the factory groaned open slowly. Gasps echoed from the crowd. Inside, lay a series of elven corridors lined one after the other. Elegant, carved, mystic, completely unexpected. At the far end, linking the halls together, stood a giant wooden statue shaped like a wyvern, wings outstretched, maw open, and an aura of ancient wrath carved into its features. Its details were dulled by age and material, but the sheer pressure it emanated was unmistakable. Just like every time I've overseen a contract ritual assembly. I've left behind a small gift. Paid for from my own pocket, as an incentive to give it your all, Instructor Seraphis announced. The candidates didn't react much. They had heard of this tradition before, his gifts were always difficult to claim, and not once had anyone succeeded. But then, everything changed with his next words. This year, the gift is hidden in the trial of intelligence, Instructor Seraphis continued. It's the sealed wyvern. He pointed toward the totem at the end of the corridor. A Tier 2 night crawler from the Aerowyvern species. Anyone who manages to free it will take it home as their personal night mount. Gasps, silence, then a wave of electric excitement washed through the candidates. Whoa! A flying Tier 2 night crawler as a starting night mount. Instructor Seraphis sure knows how to spoil his candidates. Spoil? Spoil my ass. The last time he hit a B-grade assault totem in the trial of combat, no one found it. Lol. I remember that day. The candidates almost fainted from shock after finding out that the assault totem was always used as decoration at the front gate of the apartment complex. The viewers' sentiments were shared by most candidates. While everyone could be seen salivating to own the wyvern as a night mount, they knew deep down their chances were even worse than last year's candidates. That's because the trial of intelligence was one of the hardest ones to pass with good marks, unless the instructor made it easier for them. Sadly, Instructor Seraphis wasn't one of them. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, walls started emerging inside the corridors, splitting each one into 4 sections, leaving the candidates to stare at a closed door leading to the first section of each hall. Welcome to the Hall of Silent Totems. There are 11 halls for 11 candidates starting at once. Each candidate will be tasked with finding the correct incantation of the hidden totem in each section of a hall. The clues needed will be presented in each section differently. The difficulty and complexity of the incantation will increase with each section completed successfully. Each group will have half an hour to complete the Hall of Silent Totems. Candidates who fail to complete a single section will score 0 in the trials and will be instantly eliminated. Am I understood?
Yes, sir.
This time, the candidates weren't as enthusiastic. Most of them felt their hearts pounding out of their chests in anxiety. Ithorian language might have been taught in school as a second language from an early age, but it wasn't the same one used for incantation. It was like comparing simple speech language with the one used in literature. In this case, it was much worse. If the physical trial was a gym test, then the intelligence trial was a written test. Everyone hated written tests. Well, not everyone. Sounds quite fun. Levi smiled. Fun. Big bro, I think this will be it for me. Arthur's eyes reflected pure dread and despair. Even his hands were shaking nervously, like he was in the presence of an angered father. Don't overthink it. Levi chuckled. I doubt the first section will be difficult. Instructor Seraphis can't afford to have many candidates kicked out in the trial of intelligence. This was the only thing keeping some candidates' hopes up of scoring something in this trial. They knew that the trial of intelligence was the least important one for the night crawlers out of the rest. After all, the physicality trial was used to highlight the candidates for enhancement specialization, while the spirituality trial was for the few rare candidates with high spiritual presence. The combat trial was the most important one since it examined the candidate's battle mastery. As for the intelligence trial, while no one said that having great intelligence wouldn't be good in combat or just day-to-day scenarios, as long as a candidate wasn't a brainless zombie, most night crawlers wouldn't care. Alas, such thoughts evaporated from everyone's mind after Instructor Seraphis presented them with the rules of the challenge on a massive holographic screen. There were only 2 rules, but they were enough to sink the hearts of many candidates. / silence is absolute, only the correct incantation can be spoken. If any other incantation or word unrelated to it is spoken, the displayed totem changes. Astra AI and holograms, they can be used, but she must not be asked about information related to totem / Mama, bless me with some of your intelligence, or your boy is screwed. Arthur immediately looked into the heavens with moist eyes, feeling like he was about to step into his grave. Hearing his brother's woes made Levi's heart a bit restless as he knew that Arthur wasn't reliable in such challenges that required brain power. He always allowed his nervousness to get the best of him, even if the question was simple and he knew the answer beforehand. While Levi had kept tabs on his studies when he moved to the Blood Hunters Agency and noticed a great improvement, he couldn't leave his elimination to chance. The instructor said that the displayed totems would change if the incantation was wrong, but he hasn't added a rule that limits the changes. Levi analyzed the challenge deeply. Did he forget about such a detail? It can't be. He has spent months preparing for these challenges, he would never leave such a loophole. The fact that Instructor Seraphis had planned for a hidden challenge in the physicality trial made it even harder to accept. Unless. Suddenly, Levi's eyebrows rose a bit as he glanced at Instructor Seraphis' spiritual aura. He was occupied with preparing the groups, but he still felt Levi's spiritual gaze. When they noticed each other, a similar faint smirk broke off their lips. How shrewd and kind. Levi chuckled inwardly as he nudged his brother, attracting his attention. Then, he told him what he needed to do if he was stuck at an impasse. He kept it at this, not wanting to go over details to avoid displeasing Instructor Seraphis, but it was enough to restore some color to Arthur's face. After the groups were decided, Levi found himself paired up with Nura, Demetrius, Selene, and a couple more high-ranked candidates. Arthur, Jojo, Melissa, and Ryan were split into different groups. They were ordered to gather with their group members and wait for their turns. His group was the most stacked one, which attracted the night crawlers and viewers' utmost attention. Levi didn't know if Instructor Seraphis did this on purpose to blaze the competition between them or not, but he could feel Demetrius' piercing eyes at the back of his neck. Demetrius didn't leave it at that. He approached Levi from the back and whispered near his ear, "Your time to shine was yesterday. Ithorian language is my first B*TCH and you will be the second. I don't think there's a need for such foul language. Levi turned his head to face him and spoke with a deep frown. I don't care if you cursed me, but you better show some respect to Ithorian. Or what? Demetra sneered and continued whispering near his ear, what can a disabled prick like you even do? So you know? Congratulations, I guess, Levi asked calmly. What now? Are you going to out me? Rat me to the instructor. He wasn't that surprised, as he knew that the moment Demetrius got access to the network, he'd look for information about him. While he wouldn't find anything since Levi's information was classified by the government, Levi had met someone related to him, his big brother, Mantis. Levi was certain that Mantis would expose him to his brother and maybe rat him out to the instructor to get him eliminated. However, he didn't expect Demetrius' next response. No, no, no. Why would I do such a thing? Demetrius smiled coldly. A hero always needs a villain to shine brighter. You, my little empty-eyed mongrel, fit the description. Before Levi could respond, Nura's voice resounded from behind them. Having a rivalry meeting without me? How insensitive. She pouted playfully for a moment, but after sensing the chilling atmosphere between them, her expression turned sober. Good luck. Demetrius nodded at them both like an upstanding citizen and walked away, awaiting his group's turn. After he left, Nura turned to Levi and felt her heart skip a beat after seeing his expression. He was smiling, but just barely, the kind of smile that shouldn't exist in this moment. Too calm, too fake. His head was affixed in Demetrius' direction, making her feel like he was staring at something already decided. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling like she was standing in the presence of a nightcrawler. Nura had been interacting with them since a young age, too, which made her feel even more disturbed. Did something happen? She asked. Nothing much. Levi said with the same eerie smile. He just made it personal. Levi's patience was near saint level, and he had no problems with being bothered, cursed, ignored, or whatnot. He always smiled at such petty problems, believing his energy should be focused on bigger issues. But when someone made fun of his condition and meant it as an insult, nothing else mattered besides restoring balance. He had gotten too much crap for over a decade by nightcrawlers about his condition, and he always retaliated back with words, knowing that he couldn't do more even if he wanted to. Now that it came from the mouth of another human, Levi would never let it slide, especially when his condition was related to his parents' death. Before Nura could ask him for details, Levi gave her a polite head nod and walked to an empty area. Group F, kick off the trial. Chapter 73, The Hall of Silent Totems. Following Instructor Seraphi's order, Arthur and 9 more candidates walked towards the 10 doors. Some were nervous, some were focused, and some were chilled. A few candidates had prepared for this trial for years in advance. Ka-thum. The moment Arthur stepped inside the first section, the door closed behind him, and he was introduced to a small room with 4 walls illuminated by a single bioluminescent crystal. All the walls started to glow faintly with mysterious Ithorian runes, appearing like they were holding hands and dancing before Arthur. But this wasn't part of the trial, as it was happening only to Arthur, who was suffering from visual dyslexia. Damn it, can you not, just once? Arthur murmured in his mind, feeling his eyes shifting and losing focus. He blinked hard and then read the first phrase in his sight. V'atharan os ulm ka, the letters warped. V lambda he o ulme. Does it mean the lost one walks alone? Or who walks alone is lost? A. Arthur felt like he had to invest all of his brain's processing power to do basic reading. He hated this more than anything else, as it made him feel stupid and useless. That's why he started hating studies. He stopped feeling like he was gaining knowledge and instead felt like he was waging war with the letters. Since that cursed night, reading had become a battle every time he got nervous. While he wasn't there personally, the news and his brother's condition were more than enough to traumatize him for life. It didn't help that he received the news while reading a storybook. Stay put, damn it. Arthur slammed his fists against the wall and rubbed his eyes. This seemed to help for a moment as the letters returned to their positions. The totems will arise in 3, 2, 1. Your timer has begun. Following Instructor Seraphi's announcement, Arthur noticed a small axe-like wooden totem pop out of the platform. It started spinning on its axis, akin to a treasure on display at a museum. Is this an assault totem? Arthur frowned, not recognizing the totem at all. He knew there were millions of totems, if not more, making it extremely difficult to memorize every single one and its incantation. But he knew some tips. If weapon-shaped, it was an assault totem. If defensive-shaped, it was a protection totem. If bottle-shaped, a recovery totem. If animal-shaped, a sealing totem. If symbol-shaped, a skill totem. There were many other unnamed types, but Arthur didn't know much about them. They were used only by upper-ranked daywalkers. Too rare and potent for their knowledge to be spread publicly. While the totem's shape generally decided its effect, there were always exceptions. It's impossible for this to be a trick question right off the bat. So, this must be an assault totem, but what is it? I haven't read about an axe-shaped assault totem before. Arthur frowned. While he was struggling to recognize the totem, a candidate in his group had already cleared the first section, opening the door to the next level. Arthur realized it after hearing the noise. Do I give it a shot and try to analyze the incantation from the walls? The moment this thought crossed his mind, the glowing letters on the walls started jumping again, dancing chaotically, overwhelming him. F***ck it, let's do what Levi said. Arthur gave up and spoke aloud, pass. The moment the word left his mouth, the walls dimmed for a few seconds. Then, they glowed red before the totem was pulled inside the platform and replaced with another. Arthur glanced at the new wooden bottle-like totem in silence. When nothing else happened, he did the same again. The totem was replaced with another. When Arthur didn't recognize it either, he passed again. After doing this 3 more times with no penalty, his grin widened. Big Bro was right. Levi had told him that since Instructor Seraphi's hadn't placed a rule limiting the number of changes, he might theoretically keep changing the totems until the end of the trial. Thus, the best course of action was to keep passing on unfamiliar totems until he landed on one he had memorized during preparation. Since the first section was the easiest, the totems weren't that rare. After Arthur changed the totem 2 more times, he finally landed on one he had read about just a week ago, a recovery totem used to heal burn wounds. Its incantation was still fresh in his mind. Vialthura and Shakai, Rector os Luminar, Light Restore, Heal the Burn, the Pain No More. Arthur spelled out the incantation with a thick accent. Unlike Levi, he wasn't fluent in the slightest, he rarely spoke Ithorian day to day. Still, the pronunciation was correct, and that's all that mattered for low-grade totems. The inscriptions on the recovery totem lit up briefly and released their light onto the walls, shifting their white glow to green. The platform pulled back into the ground, and the door unlocked to the next section. Arthur exhaled in relief and stepped forward. Maybe I can go all the way using this loophole. He grinned after noticing the same setup. Alas, he soon discovered that Instructor Seraphi's kindness extended only to the first section. The totem didn't change after Arthur passed on it. Instead, the inscriptions engraved on it and the walls began shifting. With his visual dyslexia in full effect, Arthur was left staring helplessly, his mind going completely blank. Yep. I ain't doing all that. Arthur sat down and meditated for the next half hour, understanding his limitations well. He had just started memorizing and learning Ithorian seriously in the past 2 months. There was no way in hell he'd be able to extract the incantations from those walls. Arthur didn't need to feel too bad, most candidates had it rough in the second section. Even those who were well prepared. After half an hour, only 2 of them made it to the third section. Soon, the doors unlocked and the candidates returned to the main gathering area. Each result appeared on the large holographic screen. "How did it go?" Levi asked. "I used your tip to pass the first section, but that was it. The next sections have the inscriptions on the totems and the walls changing instead." Arthur sighed in relief. "As long as I didn't score 0, we chilling." "I see." Levi had expected as much from instructor Seraphis. He understood the loophole was a mercy, for saving time, and to avoid eliminating too many candidates outright. If someone couldn't solve a section or figure out the trick, tough luck. Soon, the next group entered. Jojo and Melissa were among them. Although Levi hadn't shared the loophole with his friends, he wasn't worried. They had talked yesterday about both trials, and he knew neither of them struggled with reading like Arthur. As expected, Melissa solved the second section while Jojo made it to the fourth before time ran out. For now, Jojo was in the lead. Levi quickly asked what he could expect inside. Jojo told him the clues got weirder and weirder with each level. Before she could go into detail, instructor Seraphis called out, "Group A, move up. It's my turn. See you guys in a bit." Levi nodded at his friends and walked to the central hall, closest to him. But before he reached it, Demetrius appeared and cut him off, standing in front of the door with a hidden scornful glare, silently declaring he was the center of the stage, not Levi. Levi let out a faint chuckle and simply turned, walking to the last remaining hall at the far corner. Nura walked beside him, giggling behind her hand. "What did you do to warrant such hatred?" she asked. "I don't know how it started, but I know how it's going to end." Levi smiled serenely. "Oh? Just don't forget about me." Nura's obsidian eyes gleamed dangerously, letting him know she wasn't to be taken lightly either. "I'll think about it. If I see you on the other side." Levi smiled playfully in her direction and entered the room, unaware that his words had melted the danger from Nura's eyes and replaced it with a slight red hue on her cheeks. "How cheeky," she murmured. Once all candidates entered the first section and the doors shut, instructor Seraphis called out, 3, 2, 1, your timer has begun." Ting. 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 Almost immediately, Levi, Nura, and Demetrius had solved the first section and rushed into the second. Before the viewers could even react, all 3 cleared the second section simultaneously, in less than 3 seconds. Chapter 74, Welcome to My World. Only when they stepped inside the third section did they finally pause, recognizing the totem placed in front of them, but its incantation wasn't the same. Levi ignored the recovery totem in the shape of a wooden ice droplet bottle and focused on the walls around him. He recognized the totem to be the Ember Heart totem. It was a grade C recovery totem used to cure any diseases or wounds related to coldness, frostbites, cold heart, lung-freeze sickness, and more. It was quite an unknown totem as it wasn't included in the school's curriculum in hot places like their region. On the other hand, it was taught in schools in overseas winter regions. The fact that Levi had recognized it should have been enough to pass him this section since it implied that he had read about totems outside of his region. However, instructor Seraphis had already given them a free section related to memorization to earn them free points. "I have to rely on Astra's services in public." Levi nodded twice without saying anything. Yet, Astra AI recognized that he wanted her to scan the walls and feed him with their content. He did this to avoid speaking out loud and ruining his progress. Levi could use sound waves to paint a much clearer picture and accelerate his progress, but he didn't want to waste unnecessary solar energy. He was still on day 2, and he had already burned through 40% of his tank. Levi knew that his echolocation ability would be a must during the combat trial. But, most importantly, he is really relying on Astra's services. Instructor Seraphis murmured, how is he supposed to remember everything she is saying without noting it? Instructor Seraphis was keeping a close eye on Levi as he was curious about his means to pass this trial. It wasn't an everyday scenario to have a blind candidate coursing through the challenges. When he saw how Nura and Demetrius were using many holographic screens to help them organize their thoughts, he didn't know how Levi would be able to match their speed. The fact that Levi wasn't using holograms was starting to draw the attention of the viewers and night crawlers. Is he really that confident in his memory? Even if he is confident, why waste time with mental gymnastics when holograms are allowed to facilitate the work? Maybe, he is growing complacent. I have seen it happen too many times. Whether the night crawlers or the viewers, no one understood what Levi was attempting to pull with this foolish stunt besides wasting his time. Only Ashkral, Shia, and the others with knowledge of his disability knew that it wasn't up to him. Uncaring about anyone's opinions, Levi was seen brainstorming on the answer for the right incantation as he listened to Astra's narration of the clues. There are too many fake clues unrelated to the subject. But, at the same time, I can't make Astra prioritize information related to the totem. Levi knitted his eyebrows as he listened to the barrage of unnecessary info dumps used to throw off the candidates with no idea about the totem's origin. While Nura and Demetrius could use their eyes to scan their walls and make an educated judgment, he was stuck like this unless he found a way. Ting! Ting! Suddenly, the bells on Nura's and Demetrius' doors rang, attracting everyone's attention. When they saw that they had already cleared the third section and went inside the fourth, the viewers cheered at their insane speed. They found the answer that fast. Jojo's pupils widened after recalling the intense effort she had to go through for more than 20 minutes just to solve the puzzle. But as her emotions were starting to rise, she caught them off guard with a deep breath. There is no need for emotions in low-stakes situations. No need, no need. Jojo kept humming in her mind, completely forgetting about the other two. Meanwhile, Arthur couldn't give a sh*t as he was showing a heated expression. Damn it! If my brother wasn't BL. Damn it! He couldn't even back up his brother without exposing him, forcing him to bite his nails and wait for his brother to show them his true capabilities. Meanwhile, when Demetrius and Nura didn't hear Levi's bell after minutes passed inside the fourth stage, each one had a different reaction. Heh, a struggling cripple will always remain as one. Demetrius snickered, anticipating this much from Levi. Is this his limit? Nura sighed, if he has to take this much time to solve the third section, he may not complete the whole haul. Soon, Nura refocused on the puzzle that had eluded her for the past few minutes, leaving her utterly stumped. Demetrius was in the same boat as her. If the third section was relatively difficult, then the fourth section was difficult. Meanwhile, Levi had realized that Silence and Astra AI didn't match. Even if he wanted to continue using gestures, it wouldn't be as accurate as asking her exactly what he needed. Although Levi wanted to save solar energy, he also wasn't stupid and stubborn enough to stick to his decision even if it was affecting him negatively. When the time comes, I will see what I can do, but now, I need to be efficient. Levi paced over the platform while holding his chin, seemingly deep in thought. But, in reality, he was using the noise of each step to release a sound wave pulse. Each pulse drew the walls and all of their engraved inscriptions. Levi's auditory vision replicated the walls in his mind, and he started analyzing each wall on its own. When he did this, he finally noticed an actual clue related to the totem's origin called the Healer's Cry. The surprising part, it was an English poem. Instead of wasting more of his energy, Levi relied on Astra to read him the poem by gesturing with his head at it. Vast lands he crossed, in silence deep. All to cure, his vow to keep. Eyes of stone, and heart of gold. led him to where the tale was told. Is this? As Astra was reciting the poem, Levi was surprised to recognize it immediately. He had read it years ago when he studied cold-related totems. It was about a traveling daywalker who visited a village with its people all cursed by a plague that made their blood turn cold on full moon nights. Levi didn't know if it was a fictional fable or based on a true story, but the totem used to heal those villagers was the Ember Heart totem, and that's where its name came from. Seeing that the incantation wasn't written on it, Levi knew that Instructor Seraphis would never be this direct. The original incantation must be correct and just missing a word or two that were customized by him. Levi analyzed the poem deeply, and it didn't take him long before he found out that the first letter of the first half could be combined to create an Ithorian word even though the poem was in English. Vialthura, it means sacred light. This must be it. Levi immediately used the word in conjunction with the original incantation in his mind until he got the most logical one. Without further ado, Levi uttered out loud for the first time since he entered the third section. By sacred light's eternal glow, let warmth dissolve this frigid woe. The moment Levi's voice faded, the Ember Heart totem shone brightly for a moment before the wall's glow changed to green. Ting! The bell rang on the door as it slowly opened up to the fourth section under the cheers of Arthur and his friends inside the assembly and outside. Tisk, he must have gotten lucky. Demetrius clicked his tongue in irritation. Finally, he had me worried for a second there. Nura chuckled, not wanting to lose a decent rival so quickly. But soon, their expressions turned solemn as they gazed at the peculiar totem in front of them. They didn't know it, but it was the same totem presented for all candidates arriving at the fourth section. Yet, what was keeping them stuck in this section was the way the clues were presented. The moment Levi stepped into the fourth stage, he found out what was holding everyone back. The clues were whispered in ancient Ithorian by deep, eerie voices, making it extremely challenging to catch anything. Ancient Ithorian was considered the original version of the Ithorian language. The one used in modern times was a downgraded simple version. While the ancient version was also taught in school, no one bothered to learn or master it since the modern version was enough to activate most known totems. The fact that it was 10 times more complicated than the simplified version made it an easy choice for most of the populace to abandon it. Nura and Demetrius had studied some of it, but clearly, it wasn't enough as they were still struggling to understand the clues, especially when the pronunciation was very important to distinguish a word from another, and they were getting the clues by whispers. Meanwhile, the moment the ancient eerie voices whispered in Levi's ears, he heard them as clearly as a summer noon sky. Welcome to my world. Chapter 75, That's My Big Brother. The totem was shaped taken to a P letter mixed with a lightning bolt design, appearing as such. After listening to Astra's description of it, Levi recognized it swiftly. Small rune of destruction. He pondered while listening to the eerie voices, is this a high-grade skill totem with destructive properties? Levi knew that skill-based totems were shaped as runes indicating their main effects. They were used to contain abilities mostly unrelated to sunlight, such as lightning strikes, fireballs, hurricanes, invisibility, flight, and such. It was like sealing the Nightcrawlers/Daywalkers' innate abilities into totems for one-time use by other people through incantations. Each Ithorian rune was connected to nature's element in one way or another. In the case of this totem, its rune was called the Small Rune of Destruction and was one of the most prominent runes in any incantation needed to activate a destruction-based totem. While knowing about it did limit Levi's hunt for answers, it still wasn't enough. This rune is in tens of thousands of totems, and those are just the known ones. Levi held his chin. Instructor Seraphis knows that it's near impossible for rookies like us to extract the real incantation of such a vague totem from mere clues. Especially in less than half an hour, which means. Levi tuned out all the noises around him, focusing purely on the whispers. They turned into clear voices speaking about different interconnected topics. The first whisper spoke about a ruined apocalyptic world where hellfire reigned everywhere. The second one was about a witch getting burned at the stake. The third one told a tale of a man betrayed by his friend and pushed into a deep pit of flames. The last one discussed a corrupt officer, who was boiled alive as punishment. All of them were spoken in rhythm akin to incantations. Levi had no clue if those whispers were real or just Instructor Seraphi's imaginative creations, but he recognized that all of them were connected through fire. It was the only recurring theme. As for wondering if one of those whispers was the real incantation, Levi wasn't that foolish to consider such an easy solution as the correct one, especially not in the last section of the trial. It's a fire-based skill. Levi thought, this reduces the number of possible totems, but there must be more to the clues. Levi revised the clues and analyzed them thoroughly, not skipping even a single pronunciation of each letter. When he did this, he soon found that the small rune of destruction was used in every single whisper, but in different words. Although he knew that it was a popular rune, he believed that the instructor wouldn't put it in those specific words unless there was something hidden there. As expected, his eyebrows rose a bit after he used the words together, discovering that it gave him a few possibilities for creating incantations. Rupture, vial, drawn, world, spit, hellfire, came, what, before, let, core, your. Levi thought, I only have one chance to create the true incantation. If I use the wrong one, the totem will be changed. Levi revisited the clues one last time, understanding that this was a trial of intelligence, not a trial of assumption. In simpler terms, all the answers must be buried in the clues. The word order is in the sequence of the whispers. After listening to them repeat one last time, Levi swiftly found out that the words were linked to the story's core, and if he lined them up in the same order, he would get a perfect incantation. Fully trusting in the logic behind the clues, Levi walked past the totem and stood in front of the door. This attracted everyone's attention, but no one thought much of it. They had already seen how much Demetrius and Nero were struggling with the puzzle, and after witnessing how long Levi took to complete the third section, none of them expected him to outpace the others this time. However, just as they were about to switch their focus back to Nero and Demetrius, their ears picked up on Levi's serene voice, uttering softly, rupture, world, and spit your vile core, let hellfire drown what came before. Under everyone's stunned looks, the inscriptions on the totem lit up from the bottom with a red hue until they reached the top. Then, it released a gentle pulse of energy and started floating towards the giant keyhole on the door. Since it was shaped as, it looked just like any other key, twisting to the right and opening the door at last. Ting! The bell rang once, waking up everyone from their stupor, just to find Levi already facing the giant sealed wyvern totem. The candidates were left staring at Levi's back in disbelief after all the doors were unlocked, giving them a thorough view of the other side. When they noticed the update on the holographic screen above them, their eyes widened even more. / candidate, Levi Larson. Status, finished. Trial performance breakdown. First section, 2 seconds grade, SSS. Second section, 5 seconds grade, SSS. Third section, 3 minutes grade, S. Fourth section, 2 minutes grade, SSS+. Total time, 5 minutes and 9 seconds. Final score, SSS. Overall placement, undecided //. The deafening silence was soon broken by Arthur's cheerful, thunderous voice. That's my big brother. The moment his voice echoed in everyone's ears, the scene exploded with reactions from candidates, viewers, and even night crawlers. What the hell? He solved it in less than 2 minutes. Without holograms. Was it this easy? How come Demetrius and Nura are struggling? If the same puzzle wasn't given to everyone, I would have assumed that he lucked out on an easy one. The region's network buzzed with instant tweets and emojis. Everyone was caught off guard by the trial's conclusion, especially when they had no clue what Levi did to solve the puzzle. Unlike the other candidates in his group, he had no holographic screens to show the viewers their thought process. He simply stood with his head lowered the entire time and his chin resting on his hand, akin to a statue. When he finally made his move, he opened the door and walked out on his first attempt. It can't be. Meanwhile, Demetrius didn't take the news with an open mind as he kept staring in the direction of Levi's hall in shock. He heard the bell ring, he heard the announcement of his results, and yet, he still failed to accept it. As for Nura, she was also taken aback, but for just a few moments. It's on. Her expression turned solemn as she refocused on the puzzle, knowing that if she didn't solve it in the next couple of minutes, her lead would be stolen. However, the hall's roofs were open and no one really was banned from talking, not even the night crawlers. This had affected her ability to listen to the whispers even more. It was like a fading breeze passing by her ears, and she needed to catch it at the perfect moment or it would be gone, waiting until the next cycle repeated. How the hell did he solve it so fast? Does he have superhuman ears or something? She frowned. Uncaring about their struggles, Instructor Seraphis addressed Levi with a faint smile. You still have 20 minutes more or less. Are you going to solve the bonus puzzle and win the wyvern or skip it? Why not? I have some time to kill. Levi smiled back. When Demetrius heard this, his expression couldn't help but turn ugly, even when he tried his best to keep his composure intact. Bastard. He is at it again. Stealing my spotlight. He gritted his teeth hatefully, feeling a burning sensation in his chest. Ever since he was young, he was thrown into the spotlight by his big brother and parents after they found out that his light affinity was on the better end. When Mantis announced it to the Sunstrike Agency, they took him in and trained him with the Daywalkers at the age of 10. He became everyone's little brother and was showered with attention, gifts, and praise. Since his talents were shown to excel in other departments too, everyone kept telling him that he had a good chance of becoming a governor, a position given to only solar-bound daywalkers with the best achievements in the region. After being raised in this environment, Demetrius always believed himself to be the greatest talent in their region and was waiting, preparing, for this very significant day. All for the sake of putting out the greatest debut performance in the history of the Contract Ritual Assembly. But, as he listened to the distant chatter of the candidates, hearing Levi's name popping more often than his own, this dream, this fantasy of his, was crumbling to pieces. No, 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 I refuse to fade into the background, I refuse to have my destiny rewritten by a blind cripple. I refuse. Demetrius' eyes turned bloodshot as he refocused on the puzzle in hand, but his thoughts were too consumed with Levi's to concentrate properly. But, Demetrius didn't seem to care less. The moment his ears finally captured a resemblance of an incantation, his eyes shone in excitement. He believed that if Levi could solve it this quickly, it only means that the puzzle was hearing the incantation. Alas! Ash to ash, dust to air, now my soul is everywhere. Silence. What came next was utter silence. Chapter 76, The Wyvern's Puzzle. A moment later, the totem was pulled into the platform and replaced with another, taking the shape of a different rune. Even the whispers changed, leaving Demetrius to stare at the now shut door with quivering, half-opened lips. It was like he wanted to object, to take back what he had done, but the words refused to leave his throat. He struck out, and the fact that he did it under national TV made his unsettled heart sink to the bottom of his stomach. While he wasn't used to this vile, shameful experience, Demetrius still managed to recollect his emotions with a deep breath. Forget about him, forget about the spotlight, forget about everything. He narrowed his eyes coldly. I will deal with him later. For now, I must pass this section and contest the wyvern. No one deserves that night mount more than me. No one. While Demetrius was in his own world, Levi was seen walking around a giant wyvern wooden totem, using the same technique to scan its surface. It was filled with runic inscriptions and symbols, making it resemble a work of art. Unlike most totems, the sealing type was known to have unique, customized incantations for each one. While assault, protection, recovery, and such totems usually had a fixed, known incantation, the sealing totem was used mostly to seal night crawlers. Some used those night crawlers as mounts, in farms, as security guards, or even pets. Thus, a uniquely personal and hidden incantation was used for each totem to ensure that no one would steal them. That's because sealing totems were destroyed after each activation, forcing the owner to seal the night crawler in another. If the incantation was known to another person, they could easily steal the night crawler by sealing it using their own totem. In simpler terms, incantations were used as passwords, and one must protect their password at all times to keep their assets in place. In Levi's case, he needed to find the personalized incantation, which had no relation to history, origin, or anything. The only clues he had were the millions of inscriptions on its body. Instructor Seraphis knows that it's impossible to find the real incantation from scouring the millions of inscriptions in less than 20 minutes. Levi kept walking around the giant totem while deep in his thoughts. 20 minutes was in my case. In reality, Nura and Demetrius won't be able to find the answer in less than 10 minutes. This leaves us with just 10 minutes or less, which isn't nearly enough for even the most intelligent being in the world. If it were any other totem, Levi wouldn't have made such a bold claim. But when it came to sealing totems, he understood that the incantation could range from something utterly stupid to a brilliant piece of poetry. All due to the incantation being used purely as a password and having no relation to the effect within the totem. The divine chains holding the night crawlers were the true seal and were under the Solar Aegis Sanctuary's jurisdiction, not the totem. The totem was nothing more than a container with the ability to shrink and enlarge. If he truly wants us to obtain his gift, then he must have placed the incantation in an easy-to-find spot, a spot that anyone too smart for their own good won't bother considering. Levi understood that Instructor Seraphis relished doing the opposite of what was expected. He believed that after giving the candidates such a difficult puzzle in the fourth section, they would be too overstimulated to consider basic solutions. After all, the Wyvern Totem was the last piece of the puzzle, and after getting a gradual increase in difficulty, it would drive anyone to assume that it would be the most difficult puzzle in the trial. But Levi kept his head level and looked around for anything he might have missed. Maybe the clues are hidden in the past solved incantations. Levi shook his head. No. It won't work when we have 3 different puzzles in the first 3 sections. Once the activation incantation was inscribed on a totem, it couldn't be changed unless a totem carver was involved. Levi knew those kinds of people would never waste their time on such events, even if the government ordered them to join. They were considered part of the Solar Aegis Sanctuary, and only its authority could move them. Will he solve it? Instructor Seraphis' pupils thinned. While the fourth section design worked in his favor due to his sensitive ears, the last puzzle requires sight primarily. When Instructor Seraphis was designing the trials, he had no clue that a blind kid would join and make it this far. If he knew, he would have done some things differently. But what's done is done. He could only wish good luck to Levi. If it's not the previous incantations, then it might be related to the structure of the trial. Levi used a sound wave to redraw the 11 halls in his mind. He believed that the peculiar structure of the straight 11 halls might be important since there wasn't really any reason for it to be like this. Instructor Seraphis could have sat everyone down in private rooms and given them one puzzle after another until the trial concluded. He didn't strike Levi as the type to care about the artistic design of his trials, more about its content. When Levi's thought process went down this rabbit hole, he soon found himself standing near the open door of his cleared hall. As he touched it with his palm, his finger slipped inside the central keyhole and touched the totem affixed inside it. He tilted his head in intrigue as he pulled the totem out of the keyhole. Why is there a keyhole on this door while the others can be unlocked automatically, he thought. If we assume that everything has a reason, then what's the reason for it to be here? Dramatic exit. Doubtful. Levi played with the shimmering totem in his hand for a few moments and then walked to the giant wyvern totem. Then, he started putting the small hole of the rune on the inscriptions, like he was a TSA agent scanning airport travelers. He wanted to check if the totem might highlight the real incantation. After he did this for a few minutes, he stopped and requested Astra AI to scan the totem and tell him if there were any changes. Astra AI answered with a negative. This isn't it? Levi placed the totem to the side, knowing that his assumption was wrong. If Astra AI failed to detect changes, then he could have felt the incantation's faint heat if it lit up. Levi wasn't too bothered, as he had a feeling that it was a long shot. He turned around and walked back to the door, wanting to check his next theory. If the hole is the main clue, then maybe, looking through it will give me a pinpoint accurate location of the incantation. But Levi was more inclined to believe that the truth might be related to this theory. The singular central keyhole, the long hall leading to the wyvern, and its placement were perfectly aligned with the height of the keyhole. All the clues led to one answer. However, Levi wasn't convinced of it since each hall would show something different. The central halls were linked to the wyvern, while the rest of the halls were lined up against the wall behind it. Maybe there is more than a single incantation to activate the totem. It's possible, but Instructor Seraphis wouldn't go through this much hassle. Plus, the keyhole peeks at the wall behind it, and there is no incantation or mirror. There has to be something I am miss. Creak. As Levi was thinking carefully about ideas, his thoughts were interrupted by a soft creak of the door he was holding. Then, it finally dawned on him. How could I miss such an obvious solution? Levi chuckled in derision as he moved the door to face the wyvern. When he combined his echolocation and Astra's intel, he found that the keyhole was pointing exactly at the central chest area of the wyvern. It wasn't like he moved the door to face it precisely, the door stopped immediately after the keyhole faced the central chest. This made Levi understand that the door, no, all the doors, were rigged to face the central chest area if pushed to their specific limit. Except for one. Levi's serene smile turned eerie as he walked towards the central hall, where Demetrius was fighting for his life to solve the fourth puzzle. After arriving, he pulled his black staff and placed it on the ground, affixing it to Demetrius' door. When Demetrius' ears picked up on Levi's movement on the other side, he opened his eyes and glanced at the central keyhole. What he saw made him feel the creeps in his stomach. It was Levi's creepy smile. Then, he heard his voice pierce the hall. I will be using your keyhole for a moment since you won't be needing it any time soon. When Demetrius blinked in a daze, Levi was gone, and the keyhole was sealed shut. Chapter 77, The Wyvern's Puzzle. 2. The viewers and the night crawlers were left speechless at the sight of Levi using his staff as a way to measure Demetrius' keyhole height from the ground. While they had no clue why he needed it, they knew he was being a disrespectful asshole by doing it, since he could have easily relied on Astra AI for an accurate answer. Haha, Demetrius is pissed. Sergio laughed. I would be too, he is being taunted in his face. Shia grinned. Good one, Levi. I didn't know he had it in him to be an asshole. I doubt he is doing it just to be one. Jamal smiled. Levi is trying to get in his head to increase his chances of winning the bet. While Shia's gang was relishing in Demetrius' protruding forehead veins, Mantis and his people reacted differently. The F***er is cheating. He is disturbing my little brother while taking the trial. Mantis banged the table furiously. How is this shit fair? Well. Mazia coughed. The rules aren't enforcing it. The F***ck you mean? Mantis glared at him. How is it fair to aggravate the candidates during a trial of intelligence? Doesn't it defeat the purpose? That's Seraphis for you. He likes being hands-on in his decisions. One of the daywalkers sighed, recalling some painful memories of his time under Seraphi's tutelage. He understood that if Seraphis had added more rules to the trial, it would rob him of the freedom to make amends. Instead, he removed only the serious issues with the rules, the rest he judged on his own. For example, if a candidate was screaming in the trial for no reason or doing it willingly to ruin the chances of his competitors, he would be punished. It was all based on the shown intention. In Levi's case, he left the moment he got what he needed, and instructor Seraphis knew of his condition, making him understand his reason for using a staff instead of Astra. He must be trying to save up on battery to last him until the end of the day. He also knew that each scan devoured an incredible amount of energy. Since Levi had plenty of time and a ruler in hand, he might as well use it instead of wasting precious energy, especially when another trial awaited them on the same day. If only he weren't visually impaired, the night crawlers would have flooded on him. Instructor Seraphis sighed as he watched Levi place the ruler in front of the wyvern's chest area, using it as a measuring stick. The wyvern was bigger than 2 meters, but it was sealed in an aggressive crouching position, making its chest area match the height of Demetra's door. Levi knew that it was purposefully sealed like this for the sake of the puzzle. This should be it. When Levi lined up the measured height of the staff with the chest area of the wyvern, he reached out with his finger and touched the spotlighted inscribed sentence, which matched the exact measurement. Then, he traced his finger on the incantation quite rapidly while murmuring under his breath. A moment later, Levi walked away from the sealed wyvern and uttered softly, "Stormborn slumber, break and rise. Era wyvern, claim your skies." A heavenly divine light fell from the skies and illuminated the giant totem under the stunned eyes of the viewers and the candidates, who were gathering in front of Levi's wide-open hall to see what was going on. Before they could react, the wooden totem shattered into tiny fragments, and the wyvern was fully exposed in all of its glory. Kriya! It roared with its head raised to the heavens, exposing a full set of horrifying, sharp teeth. It spread out its leathery, thin-armed wings, which were carved with thousands of visible blood veins, and stood on its clawed feet, towering over Levi. With its white leathery skin and spikes traveling from its long, rugged tail to its head, it appeared as fearsome as a fossil unearthed from the dawn of time, still screaming, still deadly. When it saw Levi in front of it, its piercing golden slits narrowed on him, seemingly staring at a delicious meal. Its shadow life seed sent an electrifying pulse across its system to devour Levi and the light trapped within him. The wyvern didn't hesitate to respond, lunging at Levi with its mouth wide open and a gaze filled with nothing but gluttonous thoughts. Cree. Yet, Levi didn't even flinch, maintaining the same unprovocative smile. He wasn't faking bravery to look cool, as he knew that the wyvern would never touch him. As expected, a golden chain manifested on the wyvern's neck and forced it to lie on the ground the moment its mouth was a mere meter away from Levi. Cree. Although it was put in a crippling pain, leaving it seizing on the ground, it was still growling ferociously in the direction of Levi. "What do you think?" Instructor Seraphis asked with a faint, playful smirk as he held onto the golden chain of the beast. "It's a feisty one." Levi chuckled. "Can you handle her? You know that once it registers under your name, she will be your responsibility." Instructor Seraphis warned coldly. "If she were to harm a civilian or such, you will be punished according to the laws." "Yes. Well then, she is your problem now." Instructor Seraphis threw a small wooden sphere in Levi's direction, and Levi caught it without bothering to lift his head. "You know how to use it?" "Who doesn't?" Levi smiled and threw the wooden sphere in the direction of the wyvern while murmuring the same incantation. The moment the wooden sphere touched the wyvern, it shone brightly for a split second, and then it melted on its skin. Just like she received Pinocchio's curse, the wyvern started turning into wood against her roars and futile resistance. In a few seconds at most, the wyvern turned into a wooden statue in the same position she was sealed. But this wasn't all. The wooden totem started to shrink bit by bit until it turned into a 10-centimeter wyvern figurine. Levi walked to the wooden totem and collected it with a satisfied smile. Then, he lifted his head and asked casually, "I still have 15 minutes to kill, what do you want me to do?" Instructor Seraphi's eyelids twitched, not anticipating this situation. He added the gift for candidates to kill time if they finished the trial early, but neither the fourth section nor the wyvern took Levi more than 5 minutes. Now, he still had 15 minutes, and he couldn't send him back to the candidates since he could give clues on the puzzles. "Sit on the wyvern's platform and wait until the others are done, in silence," Instructor Seraphi's ordered. "Okay." Under everyone's speechless looks, Levi sat with one leg above the other on the wyvern's platform and started fiddling with his new toy in silence. Meanwhile, Demetrius, Neura, and the rest of the candidates heard everything and felt a burning sensation on their cheeks. The thought of Levi finishing the trial and the bonus puzzle in less than 15 minutes didn't sit right with all of them, especially Neura and Demetrius. The embarrassment of struggling this hard when one of them had flown through the trial was eating them away. They knew that the viewers had no clue about the difficulty of the last puzzle, but after seeing how Levi finished it off, they were bound to think that he was either much smarter than them or they were too stupid to find the solution as fast. Unfortunately, both scenarios painted them in a bad light. While Neura was trained as an assassin to keep such emotions contained to avoid tainting her focus, the same couldn't be said about Demetrius. It showed at the end after Neura solved the puzzle with 5 minutes remaining, while Demetrius had struck out 3 times. "Beep. Time has run out, get out and check your results," Instructor Seraphi's announced. Follow current novels on Free.b, novel.com. Chapter 78, Doing It for His Own Pleasure. While Neura had already joined Levi on the other side, sitting next to him and conversing about the wyvern's puzzle he solved, Demetrius' door was still shut. He was seen standing in front of it with a deadpan expression while his eyes were peeking through the keyhole, gazing at Levi and Neura talking and laughing with each other. A mere door separating them, yet Demetrius felt like he was left behind on the loser's bench, a feeling he never experienced once in his life. How disappointing. Is this his limit? I thought he was better than this. He let his emotions get the best of him. Suddenly, the Nightcrawler's negative comments rained down on Demetrius, jolting him awake from his daze. As he lifted his head and saw their judgmental and disappointed looks, he felt like his heart was stabbed by 100 knives. "No, no," Demetrius murmured, looking like he was trying to summon the words to defend himself. Before he could collect his thoughts, Instructor Seraphi's stern voice resounded in his mind. "Demetrius, get your ass to the back of the line. Now." "Yes, sir." When he looked around him, he found that he was the last candidate left in the halls, holding back the start of the new group. He swiftly exited the trial and glanced back at the holographic screen to see his results. When he saw the giant F grade in the 4th section, his blood went cold. Although an F grade wasn't rare in this trial, as many candidates failed to clear more than 2 sections, this was the first time Demetrius had scored anything this low. To make matters worse, Levi's unattainable score was placed right next to it, taunting and mocking him to no end. It was like Levi didn't even need to say anything, his results spoke for him. That's exactly what he did. Demetrius watched Levi get surrounded by Arthur and his friends, clearly discussing his insane results and his new night mount. Even when he walked right past him, Levi neither cursed nor taunted him, he merely ignored him. Yet, this was 10 times more humiliating to Demetrius, as the notion of being ignored made him feel like Levi wasn't considering him at the same level. Demetrius gritted his teeth until sparks were about to fly, but he said nothing to Levi this time. He just walked away from him and sat on the resting bench with his head lowered and his dark green hair hiding his cruel visage. Disabled bastard. I'm getting treated like this by the muggle of the world. My future legacy will never survive if this is how it starts. While Levi hadn't spoken or glanced in Demetrius' direction, he could listen to his heartbeats. They didn't sound like normal heartbeats in the slightest, but more like a trapped beast chewing at the cage of their chest. This made Levi recognize that if he and Demetrius were put in prison, he wouldn't hesitate to shiv him 100 times over. Yet, Levi was neither scared nor had any intention of pulling back. Demetrius was the one making this personal, and Levi was going to make sure to absolutely crush him in any trial. Forget the wager, he was doing this for his own pleasure. As much as Levi was chill, polite, and kind, he was still raised by an army of cruel and merciless night crawlers. He had no intention of taking crap from anyone. Ever. Sometime later. The trial of intelligence concluded after all the groups had a taste of each section's puzzle. Melissa and Ryan scored decently, reaching the fourth section as well. Many other candidates did the same. However, none of them managed to solve the fourth puzzle. Since it changed from one group to another, even if Levi wanted to help them cheat, it wasn't possible. When these candidates made it to the fourth stage and realized that Levi had solved it in less than 5 minutes, it left them utterly stumped. They just couldn't understand how he managed to hear the whispers, decipher them, and solve the puzzle in such a short period. The leaderboard will be updated now, Instructor Seraphis announced. Hearing this, everyone lifted their heads and gazed at the shifting numbers on the holographic leaderboard. A moment later, the ranks stabilized, and a new leaderboard was born. /1, Levi Larson, 902 PTS. 2, Nura Blackthorn, 750 PTS. 3, Demetrius Bain, 550 PTS. 4, Hauda Omori, Jojo, 440 PTS. 5, Melissa Harper, 420 PTS. 6, Arthur Larson, 402 PTS. 7, Omar Mansur, 370 PTS. 8, Selene Ostries, 350 PTS. 9, Kiera Joan, 300 PTS. 10, Ryan Morningstar, 287 PTS//. When everyone saw Levi's name claiming the throne, no one was surprised. But the massive gap in points between him and the second/third place did raise some eyebrows. A whole 350 points between him and Demetrius, Ryan smirked. If he wants to catch up, he needs a miracle. There are still the trials of spirituality and combat left. You must not drop your guard, Melissa warned sweetly. Just as Arthur was about to laugh at her claim and brag about his brother's insane spiritual presence, Levi pinched him, silencing him instantly. Then, he told her he would keep it in mind and refocused on Instructor Seraphi's speech. Although you've all made it through without scoring 0, don't let your guard down just yet. I've prepared something special for the next trial. Most candidates felt their hearts skip a beat after realizing that the sword of elimination was still hanging above their heads. They knew that scoring 0 in the upcoming 2 trials shouldn't be possible since one tested spirituality and the other combat, but it looked like Instructor Seraphis had other plans. You have a 2-hour break before the start of the trial of spirituality, Instructor Seraphis called. You are excused. Levi, follow me. Yes, sir. Before Levi could take a step, the ground underneath his feet broke off into a floating platform and took him away, heading in the same direction as the instructor. Watching this sight, Nura approached the gloomy Demetrius and chuckled, I never knew you were so kind to donate this many solar Aegis coins to us. You. Then, she took off toward the apartment complex, uncaring that her burn left Demetrius fuming even more. But Demetrius knew that she wasn't a nobody that he could afford to insult or get on her bad side. Although he was sponsored heavily by the Sunstrike Agency, his background wasn't as authoritative. He was part of the newly arising Bain lineage family, which was considered to have only 2 generations of daywalkers. Meanwhile, Nura was the precious daughter of the Blackthorn family, an assassination-oriented family that was older than the Great Fall of civilization. Thus, just like every bully in the universe, Demetrius channeled his hatred, humiliation, and everything shitty he went through in the past 2 days into one person. His frigid eyes were locked onto Levi's retreating silhouette. I have one chance and one chance only to redeem myself. Chapter 79, Domesticated Nightcrawlers Division. Sometime later, Levi exited the boundless expanse through Willow Grove's dimensional mirror under Instructor Seraphi's guidance. Follow my voice. Ah, thank you. Instructor Seraphi's led the way toward the elevator, using his voice to guide Levi, fully aware that helping him this way would preserve the battery of his device. What he didn't know was that his assistance also saved Levi from wasting his solar energy, as Levi kept his echolocation ability turned off, relying purely on Seraphi's vocal cues. He had lived over a decade like this, so it wasn't much of a challenge. After a short while, they arrived at the elevator, and Instructor Seraphi's pressed an illuminating rune marked with an arrow pointing upward. Upon activation, the runic diagram on the elevator's floor shimmered softly, and then the platform began rising, passing floor after floor of the Willow Grove. At any other time, Levi might have used his echolocation to paint his surroundings and see Willow Grove's inner workings in great detail, but now, he had to ration his energy until the end of the assembly. He was missing quite a view. Each floor of Willow Grove served a unique function for the Solar Aegis Sanctuary. The ground floor was open to civilians for paying respects to the grove and the solar deities. From the first floor upward, various divisions were housed: governmental liaisons, human resources, totem engravers, totem auction houses, natural treasure traders, donation centers, crystallized seeds only, solar aegis coin exchanges, and much more. Some of these divisions were open to daywalkers, while others remained private under sanctuary jurisdiction. It could be said that Willow Grove was the beating heart of the daywalkers' regional operations. Meanwhile, the highest floor was reserved for the guardians of the Solar Aegis Sanctuary, those who supervised and maintained authority over the region's sanctuary branch. Although Levi hadn't asked where they were headed, he knew that Instructor Seraphi's was taking him to the Domesticated Nightcrawlers Division, the division responsible for all matters related to nightcrawlers repurposed as pets, mounts, livestock, or otherwise. When the elevator finally stopped, Levi's spiritual perception picked up a bustling scene filled with daywalkers and chained nightcrawlers scattered across the floor. Although he couldn't see them physically, their spiritual auras painted his world in vibrant strokes, making it feel as though he had stepped into a crowded bazaar. Luminous snacks of the highest quality. Sold in bulk for cheap. Tier 2 Nightingale up for auction in 15 minutes. Hey, champ, you look like you need a mighty ox testicle. Kman, don't give me that look. Just slow boil it for 3 hours and eat it. You'll be running like a nuclear engine. His ears caught the cries of merchants, the rhythmic thunk-thunk of woodcarvers' tools, and the gentle sway of rope bridges above. Stalls of all sizes had been built into the living bark of the grove, glowing with lanterns made of bioluminescent fungi. A soft greenish haze blanketed the air. When Levi inhaled deeply, a whirlwind of scents bombarded his nose, some pleasant, some putrid. Yet the atmosphere somehow remained fresh, almost humidified, with one dominant aroma prevailing, the rich, earthen scent of Willow Grove itself. Welcome to the Nightcrawlers Bazaar. First time here? Instructor Seraphi's asked as he led Levi through the dense marketplace. Yes. I was homeschooled, so I never went on school trips inside the sanctuary, Levi replied. I see. Well, you're not missing much. Instructor Seraphi's went on to explain that the Nightcrawlers Bazaar was the region's largest hub for Nightcrawler-related trade and information. Here, people bought and sold Tier 1 and 2 Nightcrawlers, their food, body parts, accessories. You name it. Even instructional books on raising Nightcrawlers were available. But we're not here for any of that. I know. You're going to help me register the wyvern under my name and assist with changing its incantation. Levi nodded. Exactly. Ignoring the merchant's calls, Instructor Seraphis tugged Levi by the shirt through the crowd, making a beeline for the registration office near the entrance. A long queue of daywalkers was already lined up outside its gate. The registration office was the only place authorized to officially register night crawlers in the entire region, making it one of the most demanded services in the sanctuary. Though the government handled data and enforcement, the chains and registration fell solely under sanctuary control. After all, every night crawler needed to be bound by divine chains to gain immunity from sunlight and holy energies. Unfortunately, once a night crawler was chained like this, evolution became nearly impossible. The immunity blocked their ability to absorb solar energy, the primary catalyst for higher growth. As for luminous snacks, growth totems, and such, they were affectionately named snacks for a reason. They served more for bonding and mild enhancement rather than real growth. I don't have time for this. Instructor Seraphis had no patience for lines, especially not with another trial beginning in 2 hours. He bypassed the queue entirely, flashing his instructor credentials. The guards didn't stop him. Foreign daywalkers grumbled in protest, but the natives remained silent, recognizing him on sight. Seraphis had worked at the Grand Training Center for over 15 years. Anyone who'd grown up in the region knew his name. Once inside, they waited a few minutes while the current client was processed. The official at the desk was a wrinkled old man with a bald head mottled with red flecks. He wore the traditional sanctuary uniform, a white suit with black stripes on the shoulders and a green robe. The robe's color denoted his rank, the runes on his back, his position. Come back in a week to pick up your night crawler. Next. He croaked, sounding like he'd smoked 10 packs a day. Good morning, Yusef. How's the family? That bratty granddaughter of yours still giving you a headache? Instructor Seraphis greeted with a chuckle, taking a seat at the wooden desk. The office felt like a squirrel's den, oval, cozy, furnished with a desk, 2 chairs, and a wall-length library stacked with wooden totem figurines. Bioluminescent fungi lit the space in a warm, white glow. Seraphis, long time no see. The family's fine. And yeah, she's still a handful. What about you? Still waging war against relationships? Seraphis laughed and shook his head. I gave up. Relationships are nothing but trouble. Levi, listening quietly, noticed a small skip in Seraphis' heartbeat, just a flicker, but said nothing. Well, you're nearly 50. Only you can crack your own stubborn mind. Yosef chuckled and turned toward Levi. And who's this young lad? One of your trainees? Not yet. Seraphis smiled faintly. He earned one of my personal gifts during the assembly. I brought him here to register it. Oh ho. Must be something special if you're personally involved. Are you calling me stingy? Haha, a bit. I'm not stingy, I just don't entertain mediocrity with my generosity. Seraphis scoffed. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Yosef grinned and looked at Levi. Well then, what are we registering? A Tier 2 Aeroivern, sir, Levi answered, handing over the figurine and retreating respectfully. Polite kids like you don't need to stand, Yosef smiled, offering him a seat. Thank you. Levi understood from his tone and took the offered seat across from Seraphis. Excuse the mess, Yosef said, brushing aside papers, coffee cups, and scattered totems before placing the figurine on the desk. He fixed a magnifying loupe to his right eye and began scanning the item. After a few moments, he muttered under his breath. Ferocious and vicious. Are you sure this is the right gift for a pre-contracted daywalker? Is she that bad? Seraphis frowned. I bought her on a bargain overseas. I knew she was wild, but not unmanageable. You're mistaken, my friend. This isn't a pure Arrow-Ivern. She has traits from the finite storm dragons. See here. Yosef pointed at the triclawed wing with a magnifying glass. Typical Arrow-Iverns have 2 claws, not 3. I had no idea. Seraphis raised an eyebrow. Astra must have misclassified it. Is that a good or bad thing? Levi asked politely. Unfortunately, not good, Yosef sighed. If she could evolve, it'd be promising. But since she's being registered, she'll stay stuck at Tier 2. The finite storm dragons are notoriously aggressive. I'm afraid she inherited their temperament and some of their low-grade abilities, nothing more. I understand. Levi nodded calmly. I suggest you start with a tamer night mount. Many rookie daywalkers end up injured, or worse, cause harm to others. Yosef warned. Thank you for the advice, sir. I'll keep it in mind, Levi replied respectfully. Seraphis, sensing Levi's resolve, chimed in. Still, go ahead and register her under his name. He can use her as a mount once he becomes a high-ranked daywalker. All right. I'll need your full name and your chosen incantation written down. I'll begin immediately. Levi wrote his incantation discreetly, showing it only to Yosef. Even Seraphis wasn't allowed to see it. That way, if the night mount was ever stolen, it could be tracked via the registry. Yosef stood and placed the figurine on the uppermost shelf. Come back in 3 days. We will. Thank you for your time. Seraphis shook Yosef's hand and tossed out a dad joke about his granddaughter before leaving with Levi. As they retraced their steps through the marketplace, Levi asked curiously, why 3 days? He figured Yosef could have sped things up as a friend. He didn't know that 3 days was the expedited option. The paperwork takes less than an hour, Seraphis explained, but changing the divine chains and registering your incantation takes longer. He has to send it to the 20th floor, where they'll break the old chains and bind new ones under your authority. I didn't know the chains needed changing, too. Levi raised an eyebrow. He was aware of the basics, like people getting burned for touching others' chains, but he hadn't realized the significance of ownership. Only the registered owner can handle divine chains without consequence, Seraphis explained. That's why the system is so strict. I understand. Levi absorbed the information quietly, nodding with a thoughtful hum. Chapter 80, A Doll Race. Sometime later, Levi was dropped in his room by instructor Seraphis, and he went straight to put his Neuralens device on its charging station. The device's battery usually lasted for 2 days if it was used minimally. But if holograms were being used multiple times a day, the duration would be halved. In the case of Levi, it lasted him half a day or less, depending on how much he abused its scanning capabilities. Unfortunately, the device needed to be charged with a port using either a connected outlet or a power bank. Its batteries couldn't be replaced since the device was sealed shut and protected with a tough silicon layer to ensure it survived the daywalker's tough battles. Next, Levi removed his clothes and went to take a quick shower. Then, he took a short nap, and when he woke up, there was only half an hour left before the start of the next trial. Levi retrieved the device and placed it on his ear, hiding it under his messy black hair. Astra, how's the battery? About 27%, sir. A bit lower than ideal, but it will be enough until the trial ends. After Levi left his room, he went to knock on his brother's door. The room placement remained the same until the rankings were finalized at the end of the day. In other words, Arthur had to perform much better than his previous performance if he didn't want to get kicked out of the sweet side. When the Larson brothers grouped up, they went to the first floor together, finding that most candidates were already gathered there. The atmosphere was quite solemn as many candidates weren't performing as well as they had anticipated. If we considered the assembly to be a popularity contest and the judges were the night crawlers, then no one was drawing as much attention as Levi, Nura, Demetrius, and the rest of the top 10. While the others were still in the assembly, it didn't mean that they would get signed at the end. After waiting for a few minutes here, Instructor Seraphis called for everyone to gather outside the apartment complex. When they got out, their eyes were graced by the sight of 50 wooden dolls standing one next to the other, forming 10 lines. Each line had more than 5 dolls situated behind it. The dolls were about 3 feet tall, and their faces were just plain brown with a simple painted smile. Their eyes were empty glass holes that didn't match the happy expression, making them appear fake and creepy. Their bodies were covered in inscriptions, while their backs had 4 major runic symbols surrounded by the inscriptions. They were standing on a 10-way racing track with the finish line situated 2 kilometers away. Everyone was taken aback a bit as they didn't expect such a sight in the trial of spirituality. They anticipated the same trial from the previous years, as many instructors rarely changed the standardized method. I know all of you were anticipating a spiritual orb to test your spiritual potential. But, its results were always missing the mark by a little. So, I have decided to spice things up with a new challenge. Instructor Seraphis announced sternly, a doll race. This time, Instructor Seraphis had left even the viewers and the night crawlers speechless, as they had never seen or heard of such a way of spiritual testing. They were used to the spiritual orb, which gave a decent reading of one's spiritual potential by showing a color corresponding to their potential. However, this method had given some false readings before, as a few daywalkers had managed to find that their spiritual potential was much higher than what was tested. It just needed some awakening. But by the time they realized it, they had already committed to a different specialization. The psych specialization was considered the best of them all and the hardest to get into, since it didn't use just solar energy, but also spiritual energy. Not everyone can support mental-based abilities. Don't worry, I know that all of you have yet to weaponize your spiritual laywell. The dolls can connect to your dormant spiritual laywell and will start moving automatically. The distance traveled, their speed, their mobility, their balance, everything will consume your spiritual energy, which means the more we have, the better our results will turn out. Nura completed it for him, leaving him to nod in approval. Levi and the rest of the candidates realized that this approach was indeed much better than using the spiritual orb. That's because the desperation to win might drive some candidates to go beyond their limits and awaken their true spiritual potential. Also, there are only 3 rules in this trial: don't interfere with the dolls physically, don't aim for the head, and don't form groups larger than 6. Instructor Seraphis added calmly. When the candidates heard this, their shoulders tensed up immediately as they started putting some distance from each other. Some even reached out to their weapons, understanding that Instructor Seraphis was allowing them to fight and hinder their competitors. A lucky break at last. I don't even have to wait until the trial of combat. Demetrius loved this development to no end. His frigid eyes were affixed on Levi, hiding a miasma of bad thoughts. It showed when his palm reached out to his sheathed sword, pulling just a bit of it, exposing a dangerous gleam. He wasn't the only one, as many candidates seemed to eye Levi, Jojo, Melissa, and the rest of the top 20 candidates. Those candidates knew that their spiritual presence was a lost cause, which meant their next best move was to show their combat capabilities by taking down the top 20 candidates. In this assembly, every chance one gets to demonstrate their talents must be taken seriously. Who knew, maybe it would be the sole reason a nightcrawler would take interest in them. This doesn't look promising, Melissa murmured as she hurtled up with Jojo, Ryan, and the Larson brothers. We have to protect each other's backs, Jojo said solemnly as she removed her monk robe, leaving only a skin-tight black and orange combat suit. Unlike many candidates, she had no weapons in hand besides her smooth mirror-like bald head that could be used to blind others. I wish we get jumped. Ryan rubbed his knees excitedly. I still need to pop off like you guys. I feel the same. Arthur grinned deviously as he cracked his knuckles. the noise alone causing some candidates to take a step back and reflect on their decision. What an interesting trial, it tests their spirituality amidst a chaotic environment. Maybe, we will finally get some decent psych specialists. Truly, hitting two birds with one stone. The night crawlers clamored in the skies above as everyone was thrilled with the new trial setup. In their eyes, any chance to witness the candidates fight was appreciated. After all, none of the trials really mattered if the candidates had feet for hands when it came to battles. The dolls are positioned based on your rankings. The front row is for the top 10 candidates, and the second row is for the top 20, and it goes down until the last one. Now, utter the incantation I have sent you. The doll will be linked to your spiritual well, and once I start the race, it will start consuming spiritual energy from it. Instructor Seraphis said. Spiritual well was referring to the human's consciousness space, where their soul was believed to reside. For normal citizens, the spiritual well was closed shut and quite useless. But once they signed a contract and obtained their shadow life seed, it helped them unlock it. The moment this happened, the daywalkers were able to utilize their spiritual energy freely, depending on their potential. The spiritual well wasn't the same for everyone, which was the main reason it required a special talent to become a psych specialist. After Levi received the incantation, he murmured it like the others. In no time, he felt a sudden connection with one of the dolls. When he focused his mind on it, a spiritual string emerged from his forehead and traveled across the darkness. Then, it stopped, and the spiritual aura of a doll emerged in his line of sight. Yet, the shocking part, he felt like he could control it with his thoughts. Levi didn't dare try to test out if he could truly move the doll or not. He understood that it might draw unnecessary attention to him since he was still believed to be a normal citizen. He had already asked Ashkral about his spiritual prowess, and he told him that his spiritual well might have gotten unlocked the instant his eyes were ripped out. It was the only viable explanation for Levi's ludicrous spiritual vision, as it was a known fact that spiritual well needed training through constant utilization to grow. It also explained how Levi managed to see the two night crawlers from that cursed night when his eyes were gone. Of course, Ashkral's theory of his stolen eyes being unique also played a heavy role. In simpler terms, Levi had been growing his spiritual well for the past decade through his spiritual vision, which set his level on a different stratosphere than everyone here. Just as Levi was about to ponder how he should play this, Instructor Seraphis announced, "Choose your positions within the 2-kilometer arena radius. If you get out of the range, the spiritual link will be severed and your doll will fall flat-faced on the ground. Any doll that doesn't reach the finish line in less than 30 minutes will cause its owner to be eliminated." Most candidates' expressions turned ugly at such a damning piece of news. Is this really the right call? Lord Idris frowned at his old friend's merciless elimination process. Chapter 81, Something is Fishy. He understood that many candidates had a basic level of spiritual energy and doubted if it would be enough to help the dolls cross the finish line. As an enhancement specialist, he was certain that he would fail this trial if he were part of it. Daywalkers were separated into specializations for a reason. One's weakness shouldn't ruin their chance to start treading on their evolutionary path. It looked like Instructor Seraphis thought the same, as he assured everyone. Based on my calculations, every doll will make it to the finish line even if you had the worst possible spiritual talent. Just as the candidates were about to sigh in relief, Instructor Seraphis added, "But, it's not up to me if your focus gets interrupted, which will result in a faster consumption of spiritual energy." The candidates were left speechless, realizing that if they were targeted during the trial and failed to fend off their attackers, their dolls would suffer too. In other words, I have to survive the chaos while staying within a 2-kilometer radius. This thought coursed through the minds of most candidates as they started distancing themselves even further from each other. Some began forming partnerships and alliances in the blink of an eye to bolster their safety. When the viewers and night crawlers saw this, They held their breaths in anticipation as they didn't expect the trial of spirituality, considered the most boring aspect of the assembly, to turn into a battle royale. There were still more than 50 candidates involved, all trapped in a 2-kilometer radius arena. Well, there goes my plans for saving energy. Levi sighed helplessly while pulling his staff from its holster and smashing it against the ground. The sound wave released pulsed, akin to radar, with him in the center, showing that he was surrounded from all sides by many humanoid gray auras. You have 3 minutes before the start of the race, use them wisely. Rumble. Rumble. Following instructor Seraphi's announcement, the desolate arena started shaking under everyone's feet. Then, a small forest, a ruined city, and a few hills with underground caves arose around the racetrack. It was like the racetrack penetrated the arena from the center, separating it into two sides, one with a natural vibe, forest, hills, dried river, and the other with an apocalyptic vibe, ruined buildings, shattered streets, and rusty broken cars. Everyone stared at the new arena design speechlessly, having no idea if this was still considered a trial of spirituality. It made them feel like instructor Seraphis was just using it as an excuse to see them beat each other up and eliminate more candidates. After all, it was a known fact that he had a 100% signing rate, which could only be possible if the number of candidates was brought to its lowest, but no one was really complaining. Your timer starts, now. Instructor Seraphis shouted the moment he finished with the arena. Let's go to the ruined city, fighting there is much better for us. Levi informed his team as he started sprinting toward the ruined city. Arthur and their friends followed him closely, knowing that it was the only right move at the moment. The 2-kilometer radius might be quite big for a 50-plus candidate battle royale, but it would do no good if they got caught in the openness of the forest or underground. When most contestants noticed Levi's group heading to the city, the majority cleared a path for them, but their eyes reflected a hint of vicious desperation. Demetrius, Omar, Kira, and Selene were given similar looks by nearby candidates. This made them trade knowing glances from a distance. If I want to survive the chaos and eliminate that disabled bastard once and for all, I need to have some meat shields. Demetrius took the initiative and went to each member of the top 10 to form a temporary alliance. Omar, Kira, and Selene accepted the invitation as they could see that the rest of the candidates had eyes on them. We could still add 2 more. How about Nura? Omar asked calmly. He was a big, muscular, dark-skinned man with short dreads and a thin mustache. He was wearing a military-like green tank top with many pockets and cargo pants matching the style. His shoes were also military-grade brown boots. With his reinforced steel tonfa as a weapon, it made him resemble a soldier fresh out of the boat. Not a chance. Demetra sneered, she's too stuck up to join anyone's squad. When Omar and the rest focused on Nura, they noticed that she was already sitting on top of a tree branch with one leg above the other, smiling as she watched the hectic arena. The few ones daring to approach her were sent away with a shake of her head. Let's just add 2 more from the top 20, Kira suggested. She was a petite girl, no taller than 4'11", 150 centimeters, with a compact and gymnastic build. She seemed to be from an Irish bloodline as she had golden tan skin and freckles, which matched cutely with her long, wavy autumn hair. Yet, the most unique part about her face was her apple-green pupils. She had one pupil slightly larger than the other. She was wearing ripped jeans, an oversized gray hoodie, and fingerless gloves with a belt holding multiple knives. No, let's get into position. If they want to join us, they know where to find us. Demetrius rejected her proposal and chased after Levi's squad, wanting to stay as near as possible to them. Omar and the others glanced at each other for a moment and then chased after him, realizing that he was right. It was best to invest their time in preparing a prime location rather than going around requesting 2 more candidates. In almost no time, the crowded arena was emptied as every candidate or alliance had chosen their own hideouts. Some went underground, some hid in the forest, some picked the ruined buildings, and some even hid in the sewers. This left only the 50-plus wooden dolls standing in silence at the southern side of the arena, with no other humans in sight. Instructor Seraphis reached inside his pocket and pulled out a gray wooden totem in the shape of a square wallet. He rubbed its surface twice, and then tens of small dragonfly-like drones flew out of it like it was a genie lamp. When Shia and the rest of the viewers saw this, their expressions turned envious. A dimensional wallet, ah, when will I get my chance to get my hands on one? Shia sighed wistfully. She knew that dimensional wallets were highly inaccessible, even the ones with the smallest possible dimensional room. The only way to obtain them was to purchase them from the Solar Aegis Sanctuary. Unfortunately, they sold them only to Warden Daywalkers and higher. While they couldn't support life forms inside, they were still extremely important and useful as they could store the Daywalkers' belongings in a confined time-frozen dimension. In other words, nothing gets spoiled inside it. After the drones spread out inside the arena, Instructor Seraphis connected them to the live stream and had the staff behind the stage operate them, and gave the viewers access to watch the desired footage. Shia and her friends switched immediately to the drone, focusing on Levi's squad, just to see them spread out inside a ruined building, with each member keeping a close watch near a window or a hole in the walls. Levi was seen leaning on a wall near a shattered hole, not bothering to peek outside even once. Suddenly, Instructor Seraphis' voice resounded across the arena, causing everyone to tense up immediately. "This is your last chance to shine, let the race begin." The wooden dolls started clattering as they came to life one by one, their hollow eyes turned as bright as a full moon. The candidates' rankings were written on their chests, making everyone able to easily identify their owners. Demetrius, Omar, Arthur, Jojo, and the rest, with somewhat a clear sight of the race, were spotted peeking at the dolls. "What's happening?" Ryan asked in the group chat they had created the first night of the assembly. "The dolls are starting to move, mine is in the lead." Jojo shared with a faint smirk. Her eyes were affixed on the sea of dolls moving at different speeds in a straight path. Besides some noticeable dolls accelerating past the pack, the majority of dolls were moving at a relatively standardized speed. As she mentioned, her doll was currently at the front line, followed closely by Nura's, Demetrius, Kira's, and Melissa's. Levi and the others' dolls were left with the biggest pack. "You bald-headed demon, I didn't know your spiritual talent was this good." Arthur clicked his tongue in the group chat as he watched Jojo's doll pull away from the front runners. Even Nura's and Demetrius' dolls were left to eat her doll's dust. As for his own, he wasn't surprised to see that it was buried in the crowd. He was more surprised to see his brother's doll also buried next to him, stumbling up and down along the way. "Big bro, why aren't you at the front?" He sent a private message. "If I finish the race, I will pass the trial." Levi replied calmly. Yet, this was enough for Arthur to understand that his big brother didn't want to leave him behind to fend off the other's aggression. He knew that his brother's spiritual prowess was unlike anyone else, and if he gave it his best, his doll might finish the race in less than a minute. Although Arthur appreciated his big brother looking out for him, he couldn't help but frown deeply. "Big bro, don't ruin your chances to score more points for me, your wager comes first." "Don't worry, I know what I am doing." Levi sealed the conversation at once with his infamous sentence. While Arthur believed that Levi was deliberately slowing down his doll's speed for his sake, in reality, it was only a part of it. Something is fishy about this trial. Levi knitted his eyebrows tightly as he gazed at Instructor Seraphis' distant spiritual aura. Chapter 82, The Hunt/The Ambush. Levi didn't know why, but he had a weird feeling that Instructor Seraphis wouldn't go through this much trouble purely to find out about the candidate's spiritual potential. While the trial was unique, there would be too much going on to give an accurate reading of one's spiritual power. Worse, some candidates might get eliminated in the battles before their dolls could make it past half the track. Maybe he really just wants to eliminate as many candidates as possible, maybe. Levi frowned. Besides his intuition acting up, Levi didn't have much evidence to support his theory that this trial might be more than just a trial of spirituality. He wanted to stay here for a while until some of his doubts were cleared. Arg! Get him! He is running. Suddenly, the peacefulness of the arena was shattered as some candidates didn't hesitate to make their move on their closest targets after noticing that their dolls were last in the race. That was enough to make them desperate for some attention and validation from the night crawlers, using their fists. All it took was one squad to begin their hunt to turn the arena into an active war zone, with small and big skirmishes breaking out everywhere. Instructor Seraphis relied on his omnipotent authority to check on the candidates constantly, making his move the moment he saw a candidate either badly injured or about to be killed. All it took was a snap of a finger, and the harmed candidate would find himself outside of the arena's radius, where the staff members were awaiting to tend to his wounds. Arg! Mercy! Please don't eliminate me, this is my last shot, sorry, but this is my last chance to die. Painful screams, despairing begging, and merciless beatings. Levi's ears captured everything as he leaned against the wall with his head lowered, listening to everyone's struggles in deafening silence. While he wasn't a sympathetic type, he couldn't help but show a bitter smile. It was like he was seeing his ending if he were to join the assembly without possessing echolocation. Before signing the contract, Levi had read a lot about the assembly and their trials. He always believed that his chances to make it to the last trial were slim to none. As much as he tried hard to sell it to others, he wasn't that delusional to believe he was a superhuman who would beat everyone up when he couldn't see their faces. But, all he could do was keep moving forward regardless of the outcome. He feared spending the rest of his life blind and abused more than getting beaten, shamed, and mocked in the assembly. A moment of pain was a million times better than a lifetime of regret. Levi would live by this belief for his entire life until the day he either achieved his goals or dropped dead on the journey. Trust me, I have seen them enter this building, they are hiding here. Once we get near the building, use Astra for communication, follow the plan and take down their weak links first, then we will gang up on that behemoth. I don't care what you do, Levi is mine. Abruptly, Levi's ears twitched as they picked up on faint whispering noises tens of meters away from their location. Just like a radio, he deafened the rest of the noises and tuned out to their voices primarily until a vibrating sound wave line manifested between him and them. Levi tapped it with his finger, and their whispering sounds exploded in his ears, making him listen to their conversation like he was sitting amidst them. This wasn't all. He used their own voices to create their humanoid wavy appearances in his mind. When he looked at their shapes, he recognized them immediately. It's Demetrius' party. He tightened his eyebrows coldly. As he assumed, Demetrius, Omar, Kira, Selene, and two more decent contestants were seen moving toward Levi's hideout. They were crouching along the way and using whatever means possible to keep themselves hidden. Alleys, sewers, hiding behind destroyed cars, their sneaking skills were impeccable, avoiding other parties' detection perfectly. The viewers and the night crawlers thought the same. The difference between sponsored candidates and the rest is vast. Is it just me, or are they heading towards Levi's party? How amusing, a battle between the top 10 candidates right at the start of the trial. Aiming for my boy's head? This is gonna be fun. Ash Kral smirked as he gazed at Demetrius' party getting closer and closer to the hideout. Levi waited until the uninvited guests were 10 meters away from the building before calling for his party to group up at the center of the hideout. Even if Levi wanted to alert his party sooner, he couldn't do it without raising some question marks. After all, no matter how great his ears were, there was no way in hell they would be powerful enough to pick up on whispers tens of meters away amidst a chaotic, noisy battlefield. Especially when Demetrius' party's sneaking technique was as clean as it could get. After they grouped on the second floor, which resembled an abandoned call center company with its dusty chairs and desks overturned everywhere, Levi gestured for them to stay low. Everyone crouched in a circle, and Levi updated them on the approaching uninvited guests. I picked up on some nearby noises. We might have company. His voice was soft, but his tone was solemn. Just when my doll started putting some decent lead. Jojo's pupils thinned in irritation, but it swiftly died out. I don't know about you, but I am all in to give them a proper welcome. Arthur grinned in anticipation, which was shared by his best bud, Ryan. I am not a fan of unnecessary fights, but you can count on me. Melissa nodded with a tough look, finally matching her gothic appearance. I have a feeling that it might be Demetrius' party, he has been gunning for me ever since the second trial. So, don't lower your guards. Levi warned. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned stern as they knew that Demetrius' party was incredibly stacked. They had seen him recruit Omar, Selene, and Kira, who were sponsored by renowned Tier 4 agencies, ranked only lower than the 4 strongest Tier 5 agencies in their region. As for the rest of the sponsored candidates of the top 4 agencies, besides the Blood Hunters and Sunstrike Agency, the other 2 refrained from sponsoring anyone in this yearly version. The Midnight Slayers had sent Nura, while the Lightbearer Alliance never gave up on their sponsorship unless the candidate was a must addition to their ranks. After all, the sponsorships reflected on the agency's reputation, and they couldn't be given to just anyone to fulfill the quota. Sometimes, a couple of years go by, and those agencies never recruit anyone unless they have suffered great casualties in their expeditions. While those 3 weren't sponsored by the Big 4, it didn't mean they were any weaker than them. Soon, Levi noticed Demetrius' party had stopped a couple of meters away from their hideout. They spread out to scout the first ground floor. Levi picked up a thin rock and started drawing on the dusty ground. They don't know we will be expecting them, so we have to sell the illusion of ignorance. Ryan, you will act as the bait and pull them to this choke point. He drew a cross on the main door of the floor. I will stand far away from you with my back facing the choke point. This way, when they see your closest ally is far away, they will commit to you harder. Ryan, you good with being the bait? Levi asked. Levi chose him because he heard that they wanted to target their weakest links first, and since Ryan was the lowest ranked one, they would assume he was it. Put me wherever you want. Ryan grinned. Good. Levi nodded and continued, Arthur, you will lean against the wall next to the choke point and wait there with your shield prepared. Jojo and Melissa, I need you to hide at the corners, one on the right, the other on the left, use the desks. Arthur, Jojo, and Melissa nodded in understanding. The moment one of them crosses the choke point, Arthur will swing and stand guard at the front of the door with his shield, blocking his allies from entering and buying us some time to deal with the rat. Once Arthur makes his move, the rest of us will assault the rat simultaneously and eliminate him as fast as possible, then, we will regroup and retreat from the back door before the rest of his allies come. Sounds good. Levi checked. Everyone nodded but Arthur, who couldn't help but ask for his reason to retreat instead of taking them on. It was clear he was raring for a fight. If our fight lasted for a while, it would draw the attention of other parties, and they wouldn't hesitate to eat off the winners. Levi clarified, don't forget, our task isn't to fight to the death, but for our dolls to cross the finish line. I see. But, if they force our hands, don't hesitate to engage. Levi said calmly, choose your targets. I will be taking on Demetrius if it's his party. Jojo and the others picked up their primary target, too, just in case. Go, get in your positions. Chapter 83, 1 vs 1. Meanwhile, Demetrius and his party were seen sneaking around the hideout, peeking through wall holes or using mirror shards to look inside the ground floor for any movement. Suddenly, Omar picked up on faint noises near the stairs, leading to the first floor. He crouched next to a giant hole and took a quick peek, finding Ryan leaning against a wall on the staircase. He was checking outside through a hole, his expression as serious as it could be. Target located. Ryan Morningstar. Omar updated his allies through Astra AI. Keep watch, we are on the way. Demetrius said. Just as Omar was about to confirm, Ryan suddenly turned in his direction and spotted him peeking red-handed. Stunned, both of them kept staring at each other in silence. Omar had no clue how he was spotted, while Ryan seemed spooked. A moment later, Ryan shouted enemies and took off toward the first floor, leaving Omar to stare at his back with an ugly expression. I have been spotted. Idiot. Give chase. Don't let him regroup. Demetrius cursed as he sprinted with the rest of his allies to meet up with Omar. Omar ignored Demetrius' curse for now and chased after Ryan, going up the stairs 3 steps at a time like he was skipping them. In no time, he caught up to Ryan's back and tried to grab him by his shirt, but each time he was close to taking hold of him, Ryan slipped away. Slippery F***er. Omar's expression kept turning angrier with each failure until they arrived at a long, narrow corridor leading to the first floor. Levi. Help me. Ryan screamed fearfully, weaving and dodging Omar's hands like he had an eye at the back of his head. When Omar heard his yell and looked up, he saw Levi standing on the other side of the first floor, still tens of meters away. He was so close to catching Ryan that he felt it would be a massive waste if he let him reach his ally without giving it his all. I have to commit. With a cold demeanor, Omar threw his reinforced steel baton at Ryan's back, landing a direct strike. Arg. No matter how slippery Ryan was, he simply couldn't evade it in time due to the narrow corridor and the short distance between them. Ryan tripped with an arched back, feeling like he had been hit by a rock. Yet, he didn't fall as he used the momentum to roll onto the first floor. Only then did he stop and hold his back with a twisted expression. Omar saw that Levi was sprinting in his direction, but he calculated that he wouldn't reach in time if he acted swiftly and deadly. Without an ounce of hesitation, Omar sprinted toward the fallen Ryan with his feet charged, wanting to put him out cold with a kick straight to the liver. Alas, the instant he was about to pass through the door, a thick leg swung from underneath him out of nowhere and tripped him. Yet, Omar didn't fall face down. He rolled twice and picked up his thrown baton from the ground before coming to a stop near Ryan. Just like a snake lying in wait, Ryan's expression turned crazed as he launched himself at Omar from the back and placed him into a headlock with his legs crossed tightly on his stomach. Go to sleep, Ryan whispered near Omar's ears as he kept tightening his headlock. Unfortunately, Omar wasn't a nobody. He was born into a military family, with his late grandfather being a renowned general who fought against many Nightcrawler invasions. While his light affinity was average like Arthur's, he was taught martial arts since he was young. Jiu-jitsu was one of them. Instead of fighting against the headlock itself, Omar targeted the biggest mistake amateurs make in such a position, crossing their ankles. With a grunt, Omar jammed his fingers between Ryan's legs, right where his crossed feet were pressing into his gut. He yanked Ryan's top ankle hard, arching his back like a shrimp on a mission. Ryan yelped as his legs popped apart. Before Ryan could react, Omar twisted and rolled, dumping him sideways like a sack of potatoes. Then, he elbowed him in the gut, leaving Ryan gasping for air. However, just as he tried to stand up, a short wooden arrow pierced his right thigh, making him grunt in pain in a hunched position. When he looked at the attacker, he saw Melissa hiding behind a flip desk while holding onto a crossbow shaped like a skull. Soon, Arthur was caught in his peripheral vision, holding a big black shield in front of the door, locking his exit. It immediately hit him that he was baited hard by Ryan into a death trap. Before he could think of a way to survive the trap, Jojo came sliding from the side, akin to a cheetah. She pump-faked a kick at his crotch, forcing Omar to guard his precious jewels. The moment he did this, Jojo spun her other leg and smashed it against the arrow, digging deep into his thigh. Arg! Omar gritted his teeth in agony, forced into kneeling on his wounded knee. Anticipating this reaction, Jojo followed her assault with a knee straight to his chin. But Omar wasn't done yet, as he guarded his face with one baton, forcing Jojo to pull back in pain after smashing her knee against a reinforced steel baton. They got Omar. Suddenly, Demetra's furious voice echoed from behind Arthur's back. When Omar heard him, he steeled his guts and tried to survive for as long as he could until his allies saved him. Unfortunately, this thought was short-lived. A black staff appeared out of nowhere and smashed the right kneecap of his wounded leg, making it impossible for him to evade in time. His leg gave out finally, throwing his balance off and forcing him to sit on his knees and have his chest facing Levi. Even after everything he went through, he didn't allow his face to touch the ground. Admirable fortitude, but you chose the wrong squad. Levi uttered indifferently as he pulled his staff and drove it, akin to a spear, into the middle of Omar's chest, cutting off his breath. Omar's mouth widened slightly, but no breath or words came out. As he was gasping for air, Ryan didn't hesitate to punch him in the chin from the side, putting him out cold at last. What a tough F***er. He cursed as he held his stomach, still tingling from Omar's elbow strike. The moment he passed out, Instructor Seraphis teleported his body to safety while announcing his elimination arena-wide. When Demetrius and his allies heard it, their expressions turned cold. They didn't care about Omar's elimination, but how it would reflect on their performance after one of their own got taken out under their eyes. You asked for this. Kira uttered coldly as she gazed at Arthur's peeking head from behind his massive shield. Demetrius had already tried to strike him off, but Arthur's shield was too tough to cut. As for pushing him off the choke point, they'd need a forklift to pull it off. Kira hid behind her allies' backs and then threw two small knives from tight angles, aiming at Arthur's exposed shins. Slice. Slice. Arthur didn't even know what happened before a sharp, cold sensation assaulted his shins, forcing him to stagger. Now. Demetrius and the rest immediately sized up the opportunity to charge at Arthur simultaneously and push him off the door. Arthur groaned in pain as he could feel the knives digging into his chin with each movement he made, weakening his stance. When Levi heard his groan and analyzed what was going on, he knew that retreat was no longer an option. Arthur, pull back. Hearing his order, Arthur summoned every ounce of his strength and pushed them off with a thunderous roar. Get the F***ck off me. Demetrius and the others felt like they were pushed by a truck as they got launched a few meters into the corridor, Kira and Selene falling over each other. Immediately after creating some space, Arthur limped over to his friends while still keeping his eyes locked on his opponents. Levi went in front of his squad with Ryan while Melissa repositioned behind them. Jojo removed the knives from Arthur's shin and fed him her recovery totem, helping his wounds heal faster. Meanwhile, Demetrius and his squad entered the first floor with cold expressions, not too pleased with Levi's setup. What did he promise you to target us this early into the trial? I can understand his reason to aim for me due to the wager, but what about you? Levi asked calmly. He didn't need to convince us. Eliminating your squad will launch us straight to the top 5. Selene replied coldly while pointing a thin, needle-like rapier in his direction. Arthur and the others realized that she was right. This trial gave them an insane opportunity to climb the fastest. With their elimination, Nura and Demetrius would become first and second, while the rest of the ranks would be up for grabs, giving them a chance to win some rewards too. After all, only the top 5 rankers won Solar Aegis coins and discounted rates. The rest should feel lucky if they got chosen by night crawlers. Fair enough. Levi asked with a faint smile, how do you want to carry this? I don't care about the others. I want you and only you. Demetrius narrowed his eyes icily at Levi. Big bro, I think he might be in love with you, Arthur said with a questionable tone. With this kind of obsession, I'm starting to feel the same. Levi smiled wryly. When Demetrius noticed the weird looks he was receiving even from his allies, his expression turned heated like he was on fire. "Bastard, stop spewing such bullshit to taint my reputation," he retorted. "What reputation is he talking about? He hasn't even gotten contracted. I don't know. Is he normal in the head? SHSHS, don't speak ill of these kinds of people." "Ah, you're right. I'm sorry, don't take it to heart." Arthur apologized with a forced smile. The more the Larson brothers spoke, the redder Demetrius' ears got. Especially when he heard the night crawlers snickering from above, enjoying the sight of him getting clowned. He didn't know the viewers' reaction, but he could tell they were also laughing their asses off at his childish arrogance. Not even established daywalkers dared to mention having a reputation. "You talk too much. Do you dare back your shit talk?" Demetrius swiftly tried to regain control of the narrative by turning his aggression to its peak. "Oh, if you're suggesting a 1vs1, I'm down." Without waiting for Demetrius to respond, Levi turned around and walked to a space with a minimum amount of garbage. Then, he tapped his staff on the ground and gestured for him to join him. "Come, don't be scared. No one in my squad will interfere, you have my word." Levi smiled. "Scared?" Demetrius sneered as he walked right through Arthur and the others without flinching once. Then, he started circling Levi while having his hand placed on top of his sword. "It ain't fair that he's the only one who gets to have fun." Kira glanced at Melissa, and both of them shared a knowing look. Then, without saying much, they walked outside of the first floor. "You?" "Yes." Jojo and Selene were the next to split up from their squads, leaving Arthur and Ryan with the other two top 20 candidates. Arthur and Ryan grinned widely as they cracked their knuckles while walking toward them, having no plans of sitting out on the fun. The two contestants gulped a mouthful in dread as they stepped back from them. Two thoughts coursed through their minds after finding themselves alone against Arthur. Why the F***ck were we left with this monster? I didn't sign up for this. Chapter 84, A Beaten Shrimp. After the battles were separated, each drone followed a duo. Selene and Jojo went to the roof while Melissa and Kira stood on the ground floor. Before the viewers could prepare themselves mentally, all the fights were launched simultaneously. Melissa and Kira were both range-based fighters. One wielded a crossbow and the other a set of throwing knives, making their battle all about positioning and evasion. They were smart to choose the ground floor since it was packed with rubble and rubbish, giving them the best places to take cover. Meanwhile, the battle between Jojo and Selene was the opposite. One wielded a rapier while the other fought with martial arts. While it might seem like Jojo was on the losing side since she had no weapon, the viewers were shocked to see her evade all of Selene's strikes flawlessly. Her movement was as smooth as flowing water, while her strikes were powerful enough to make Selene reconsider getting hit by them again. She rarely struck first, waiting until Selene made her move before counter-attacking when Selene was at her most vulnerable state. "Is it just me, or is she using Tai Chi martial arts?" Mao murmured while lying on top of Feng Ling's shoulder. "I don't know where she learned it, but she seems reasonably proficient in it." Feng Ling raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting to witness ancient martial arts from his mainland. He knew that almost 80% of the world's culture was erased after the Great Fall of civilization. This included the majority of the ancient Chinese martial arts, as the mountain temples and rural areas were the first to fall after darkness took over. "I thought she was dressing as a monk for fun after finding a book about it, but it looks like it's a big part of her life." Mao chuckled. "I should have known better after seeing her go bald." Feng Ling smiled in amusement while taking a deep breath of his cigarette. Soon, he switched to Levi's live stream, wanting to see how he would fare in combat. When he saw the development of their battle, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. Ting! Ting! Demetrius was going absolutely crazy on Levi with precise and technical sword strikes from every possible direction, making his attack patterns almost unrecognizable or predictable. Yet, Levi was weathering the storm, blocking the strikes with his staff while weaving through the unblockable ones. Although he was on the defense and had yet to attack Demetrius, the viewers felt like the flow of the battle was under his command. How? How? He is effing blind for FCK's sake. Demetrius assumed that once he caught Levi in a fight, he would steamroll him and reclaim his lost aura. Alas, his dream vision of the battle was nowhere near the reality. Ting! Ting! As their clashes continued, Levi kept walking backward, seemingly incapable of keeping up with Demetrius' barrage of strikes. Demetrius was too pissed, too embarrassed by the notion of going even against someone blind to stop his assault for a moment. He didn't even care that their fight had spilled out of the first floor, continuing into the narrow corridor leading to the back door. In fact, he welcomed it with a frigid look. His staff is too long for this corridor, he won't be able to swing it properly. Demetrius switched to a sword technique better fitted for this narrow space. But before he could embrace his newfound advantage, he noticed Levi's entire demeanor switch. He gripped the staff with one hand at the midpoint, the other near the base, choking it for better control. Then, he held it diagonally across his body, the tip angled slightly upward. He stood sideways, shoulder-width apart, 1 foot forward, minimizing his profile. His knees bent slightly for quick shuffles while his head remained low, leaving Demetrius and the viewers to gaze at his messy black hair. The air around him shifted, making him resemble a slumbering beast awakened. Dragon's coil stance. Levi murmured under his breath, glimpses of the abuse he went through under Ashkral to learn this stance coursing through his mind. Since Levi's fighting experience was no more than 2 months, he simply couldn't become a proficient staff user in such a short period, not even Ashkral's mentorship was enough. He prioritized teaching him a single staff stance to fend for himself. It was the Dragon's Coil, one of the best stances for tight quarters. But Demetrius had no idea about any of this. Although his instincts tingled at Levi's posture, he had no plans of taking a step back. That would be the same as admitting defeat. Unbeknownst to him, Levi's stance wasn't even the most dangerous part. It was his advanced use of echolocation. He deafened all the noises outside the corridor and highlighted the wind noises alone in this narrow space. The wind coming from the wall cracks and broken window behind him was enough to draw the corridor and Demetrius, giving Levi a near-perfect 360 sight of his surroundings. Ka-thum! 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 The instant Demetrius' heartbeat skipped, Levi found his sword aimed at his chest, seemingly moving in slow motion. The sword itself wasn't moving slowly, but the wind carried by the swing reached Levi first, painting its wavy trajectory in his world of darkness. In a swift, smooth motion, Levi evaded the strike while counter-attacking at the same time, smashing the top part of his staff on Demetrius' right shoulder. Before Demetrius could even groan, Levi pushed the staff to the side and smacked him in the mouth, bursting his lips wide open. Blood spilled, pupils widened, and disbelief clouded Demetrius' face. Sadly, this was just the beginning of the worst beatdown in his life. Bam! Bam! The black metallic staff moved in a tight, controlled manner as Levi kept landing short swings. Each one struck Demetrius, leaving him wincing in pain. Shoulders, wrists, elbows, knees. Levi targeted only Demetrius' joints, as if seeking to cripple him instead of finishing him. Demetrius tried his best to fight back, but his swings missed while his blocks couldn't catch up with the rain of strikes. Levi moved like a possessed demon, his head never facing Demetrius as he kept assaulting him from all angles, even bouncing his staff off the corridor walls to land sneaky blows. Arg, how is he so strong? As the bombardment grew intensely, Demetrius' expression crumbled in this order: anger, disbelief, pain, and then dread. Pure dread, as he felt every fiber in his body twitch from the constant pain. It can't be. How is he being owned like this? Whoa, Levi isn't messing around. Mantis and the rest of the viewers were stunned at the sight of the prodigal son, covered in red bruises, panting like a beaten dog. His face was a mess of swelling and torn skin, unable to even lift his hand to wipe the blood off. As for his sword, he was barely hanging onto it. His arm trembled like it was hoisting a mountain. Levi, ever so generous, relieved him of that burden. He smacked his wrist one more time, forcing Demetrius to drop the weapon. No sword, a body turned to pulp. He was nothing more than a standing dummy. Demetrius knew it. The viewers knew it. The night crawlers knew it. Instructor Seraphis knew it too. Yet, he didn't teleport him away. Unless Demetrius surrendered or passed out, the fight had to continue. Levi could have ended it right there if this were just a regular fight. But Demetrius had made it personal with that nasty remark. Levi might be generous, but he wasn't that forgiving. Bam. 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 Under the stunned stares of the viewers and the hungry gazes of the night crawlers, Levi rained down on his opponent with the nastiest beatings ever captured in the assembly, until Demetrius curled into a fetal position, screaming in torment. All that bravado got beaten out of his ass, leaving him trembling like a misbehaving child getting the whooping of a lifetime. Only then did Levi stop. He crouched next to Demetrius' thrashed face and brushed some hair out of his eyes, revealing the terror within. Lucky for you, I still need you to stay within the top 5 for the sake of the wager, Levi whispered, gently slapping his face. Let this be your first and last warning, never cross my path again. Or else. Levi's smile twisted into something wicked. Through Demetrius' bloody eyes, it resembled Ash Kral's demonic grin to an eerie degree. If the beating didn't break him, that smile surely did. Levi reached into his backpack and pulled out a 2-meter rope. He tied Demetrius' legs and hands together, leaving him curled up like a whipped shrimp. Just as Levi let go of his staff and dusted his hands, a sudden wheezing noise brushed his ear from behind, aimed straight at the back of his neck. He didn't even hesitate. Levi ducked his head on instinct, watching a thin arm whip past, a dagger slicing a few strands of his hair. Ting! Sparks flew as the dagger hit exposed metal on the wall. Levi instantly tapped on the sound bouncing off his attacker's body, painting her outline clearly. The moment he saw her curvy figure, he knew who it was. Nice reflexes, but it ain't enough. Nura's sultry voice whispered in his ear as she kicked him into the wall, his crouched stance giving him no time to dodge. The impact echoed. Levi's echolocation pulsed, an incoming heel kick was flying in from above. Whoosh! He rolled to the side, barely dodging it. Then he swept at Nura's leg, trying to trip her. But her flexibility was unreal. She merely smiled and hopped away. Levi had expected that. He swept again, timing it for when she landed. But this wasn't her first rodeo. Instead of coming down, Nura split midair, her black heel boots sticking to the walls like a spider. Now Levi was stuck lying on the ground in the worst possible posture. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 daggers came flying at his stomach, forcing Levi to crawl back quickly, fast enough to startle Nura when she saw his head wasn't even facing her. Ting! Ting! The blade slammed into the floor an inch from his crotch. One even cut through his pants, forcing him to freeze. He could feel the ice-cold dagger's blade breathing near his little general, any small movement might cause an unexplainable pain. Before he could pull it away, Nura rolled toward him, snagged the second dagger mid-motion, and stopped right next to his face. Their breaths mingled. But Levi didn't enjoy it, not with one dagger near his throat and the other still threatening below. I told you, don't forget me. Nura smiled seductively. Now, what do I do with you? Demetrius, the viewers, and the night crawlers were left speechless by the sudden twist. They didn't even get a chance to cheer for Levi's win before Nura showed up like a ghost and flipped the scene on its head. Chapter 85, An Anomaly. Ha, ha, ha. You, get, cough, what, you deserve. Demetrius laughed with great difficulty as he watched Levi getting defeated under Neura's hands. He never expected justice to be served so fast. Shut it. Shrimps can't talk. Alas, his laughter was short-lived as Neura picked up a nearby small rock and threw it at his head without bothering to look at him. Ai. The stone bounced off Demetrius' head, leaving him wincing in pain, but he kept his mouth shut this time. It's a waste to eliminate you since it means I won't be getting as much from our wager. But Neura chuckled, unfortunately for you, I never cared that much about the payout. Levi felt his heart skip a beat, realizing that Neura wasn't like him. He left Demetrius alive so he could still stay top 3 in the rankings and earn his reward too. But Neura wasn't as broke as him. She made the wager because it would be fun beating him and taking his money. Beating him was a priority on her list. In other words, nothing was holding her back from eliminating him. I want to hear you say it. Neura smiled as she tightened her dagger near his throat, her obsidian, gorgeous eyes turning as frigid as the Arctic Ocean. I surrender. This was everything Neura wanted to hear from Levi, and she made him understand that if he refused to say it, she had no problem cutting his throat open. Unlike most aspiring daywalkers, Neura was an aspiring assassin daywalker born into the best assassination family in the Northern Africa district. This implied that her life experiences were nowhere near the same as theirs. Levi could sense it. Neura had taken lives before, and they might have been human. Yet, he had no intentions of voicing his surrender. Defeat in combat was one thing, surrender was another. I am afraid our fates are intertwined, Levi said calmly. If I get eliminated, you will get eliminated, leaving the shrimp to win everything. What are you blabbering about? Neura knitted her eyebrows in displeasure. Levi, don't try to buy time with needless chatter, don't treat me as an amateur like him. Assholes, I am still here. Demetrius' eyelids twitched in silence as he kept catching strays, yet had no power to defend himself. Look at the racetrack from the window and search for your doll. Levi smiled faintly. You will understand. Neura assumed he was trying to distract her and escape, but when she heard the sudden gasps of the night crawlers, her curiosity was piqued. Don't try anything foolish. I am not too proud of my trigger discipline. Following her warning, Neura kept her hand on Levi's neck and stood up slowly until the entire racetrack was visible from the window. She squinted in focus, trying to find her doll at the front of the line. Her eyes tracked Jojo's doll still being first, but when she looked behind it, she found neither her doll nor Levi's. That's when the Nightcrawler's stupefied commentary echoed across the arena and made her know exactly where to look. Neura and the viewers' eyes swiftly traced back to the heart of the race, where most dolls were gathered. After they waddled away, 2 dolls were left behind. When they saw their current position, their eyes couldn't help but widen in disbelief. Levi's doll was sitting on top of Neura's doll with its wooden arm on its neck, forcing it to remain in its position while the rest of the dolls continued jogging to the finish line. Silence engulfed the arena for a single moment, and then, his doll has caught her doll. What the F***ck am I watching? Isn't this supposed to be an automatic race? How is he controlling it? Is his spiritual Laywell unlocked already? He isn't even contracted yet. Don't tell me I found a psychic specialization anomaly in this forsaken land. WeConnect exploded with tweets, yet it couldn't compare to the noise produced by thousands of Nightcrawlers combined. The Nightcrawlers were rarely amazed, as nothing much the candidates could do would make them go wow. They appreciated good fights and such, but it was nothing like finding an anomaly. A term referring to special humans born with the best possible, inexplicable gifts, humans outside the normal scope used to gauge geniuses. Such a term had been bestowed upon only 50 beings worldwide for over a century now. How? Even Nero was left bewildered, incapable of believing the sight before her. "I don't know you well enough to tell you," Levi replied calmly. "All you need to know is that I can implode my doll by overcharging it. If you don't remove your dagger in the next 5 seconds, our dolls will shatter into pieces, eliminating us both." Not giving a moment for Nura to react, Levi started counting down from 5, his tone monotonous and unfazed. 4. 3. Nura's heart skipped a beat with each second resounding in her ears. She was so close to Levi that she could hear his regulated heartbeats, making her understand that he wasn't bluffing in the slightest. Although she had no idea if he could truly implode the dolls or not, she wasn't foolish enough to bet her elimination on a chance. 2. 1. "Fine, you win." Nura swiftly withdrew the dagger from Levi's throat and stepped away from him with a bothered expression. Levi stood up slowly while massaging his neck, then picked up his black staff and placed it in its holster. "Now, can you let go of my doll?" Nura knitted her eyebrows as she glanced through the window behind him, noticing that the rest of the dolls had already put a decent distance between them. While she was confident in catching up to the heart, she doubted her chances of reaching Jojo and the other surviving front runners. "Not so fast." Levi leaned against the wall and gestured with his head to the window. "Beat it." Nura's eyelids twitched, realizing Levi had no intention of letting the hostage go until she left them alone. "How about a 1vs1 to decide?" "Nope, beat it." "Come on, we can fight on the roof if you want an advantage." "Not interested." "Are you scared of me?" "Yes." "Now walk away." Nura and the viewers were left speechless at how honest he was. He couldn't care less about how others would perceive him. It wasn't an easy feat to admit your weakness. The beaten Demetrius was living proof of what happened when one bit off more than he could chew. Levi knew that Nura was out of his league at the moment. She was simply too strong, even when she didn't look like she was trying. Although she took advantage of Levi limiting his echolocation in the corridor to get dangerously close, Levi knew that the result wouldn't change. He tasted her strength and speed firsthand. He wasn't dumb enough to risk elimination for a battle of pride when he had the upper hand. "Tisk, I thought you were more fun than this." Nura clicked her tongue in annoyance as she walked past him. While she said this, her thoughts were the opposite. She knew Levi had made the smartest decision. If he had accepted the 1vs1, she would have ended it in less than 30 seconds. She wasn't being cocky. She had watched him fight Demetrius from a distance and figured out his true fighting level was still beginner. Although he had insane reflexes, they weren't enough against her. As Levi watched her jump out the window and parkour from one building to another, akin to a Black Panther, he couldn't help but marvel at her strength. "It won't be long before our roles change," he murmured as he traced her movements until she left his auditory vision range. While it hadn't been said, Levi and Nura came to a silent agreement not to bother each other again in this trial. They would hate nothing more than seeing Demetrius win the bet over them. Speaking of the shrimp, his stunned eyes were still fixed on Levi after the latest announcement by the night crawlers that he might be an anomaly. It wasn't just him, all the viewers across the region were holding their breath in anticipation, waiting for Instructor Seraphi's involvement to clear their doubts. That's because controlling the dolls implied two things: either he possessed a shadow life seed or his spiritual laywell was unlocked without one. Both implications were too serious to skim by. Unfortunately, Instructor Seraphi's was already knowledgeable about Levi's insane spiritual prowess and what could have caused it. Since he knew it was related to Levi's vision impairment, he simply gave them a boring answer. "Levi hasn't broken the rules." Hearing this, the night crawlers threw a thunderous tantrum as all of them wanted to know the truth. Instructor Seraphi's muted them with a snap of a finger and continued overseeing the trial and ongoing battles. While the viewers turned to social media for speculation and answers, some even searching for Levi's info, the sky started to get packed with night crawlers' eyes. The news traveled just as fast between night crawlers, attracting the attention of many new ones, seeking partnership with a gifted spiritual human. Nothing was as gifted as an anomaly. However, when they found out that Levi's light affinity was questionable, a big chunk of them took off as fast as they came. Light affinity was still king to most night crawlers. "Big bro, are you okay?" Suddenly, Arthur and Ryan appeared in the corridors after finishing off the other two candidates. They were panting and drenched in sweat like they had sprinted all the way here. If the two candidates didn't chicken out after one slap from Arthur, forcing them to give chase, they would have finished the fight much faster and come to support him. After listening to the night crawler's ruckus from afar, Arthur knew immediately it had something to do with his brother and came rushing back. "I'm good. We need to check on Jojo and Melissa." Levi nodded as he walked past them. Arthur and Ryan glanced at his back for a moment, then their eyes were pulled to the silent, tied-up Demetrius in the corner. All three of them stared at each other in silence for a few seconds before Arthur broke it with a solemn tone. "You can't park there." Chapter 86, Holding Nothing Back. Ryan broke into laughter as he walked to the side of the wall and picked up Demetrius' sword. Still laughing his ass off, he stepped to the window and threw it as far as he could. Motherfuckers, every single one of them. Then, they chased after Levi, leaving Demetrius to grit his teeth in a puddle of shame. "No, no, no, it's all ruined. It's all ruined now." Meanwhile, as Mantis stared at his brother in this shameful condition, his fists tightened up until his fingernails dug deep into his palms. He was utterly livid. Getting defeated and eliminated was one thing, but being humiliated in this manner had grave repercussions for his brother's prospects, worse, their family's name. He knew, no, he was certain, that no high-tiered nightcrawler above Tier 3 would consider signing him anymore. This was more than enough to shatter his future legacy to become a raider instead of a seed farmer like him. Surprisingly, the rest of the agency members weren't that much bothered. They were more intrigued by Levi's spiritual prowess. While they had cheered for Demetrius and considered him their little brother before, that was only when his prospects were at their peak to become a raider. But as they stared at his beaten, tied up, twitching body, those prospects collapsed brick by brick. They knew that Demetrius was done for, as no high-tiered nightcrawler would bother signing him up now. They had no interest in sucking up to a future nobody. When Mantis noticed the luster dying in the eyes of the spectating captains and some members of the agency's main squad, his expression slowly turned ugly. His aspirations, his ambition to lift his family's name and turn it into a renowned lineage, he watched them evaporate one by one at the unsightly appearance of his brother. Their family had their hopes placed on his brother's legacy, knowing that it only took one great daywalker for a terrifying lineage family to be born. But now, "I'm gonna bounce, I have a farming task to fulfill." "Ah, me too, I still need 50 successful hunts to earn my weekly reward. See you later, Mantis, and don't take it to heart. It's part of the game." Mantis watched as his friends and colleagues dipped one by one until only Masai and the other surviving party mates from the harrowing forest were left behind. At least he didn't eliminate him. Masai coughed. Mantis glared at him coldly, silencing him immediately. While he said nothing, they could tell he had no intentions of letting Levi get away with it. Meanwhile, the rest of the battles were concluded around the hideout as each member of Levi's squad had come out victorious, except Melissa. Arthur and Ryan had beaten the two contestants to a pulp after catching them, while Jojo managed to break Selene's arm and disarm her, which was enough to announce her early retirement. As for Melissa, Kiera proved to be harder to defeat as she managed to evade all of Melissa's arrows and engage in melee combat, using her knives. Unlike Melissa, Kiera was proficient in melee combat as well. After eliminating her, she checked with her party members, and when she figured out that they were eliminated, she escaped through the sewers. Right now, Levi, Arthur, Jojo, and Ryan were seen standing in a circle with a cloud of gloom hanging above their heads. They didn't expect to lose Melissa so soon. So, That's it? I can't believe her time in the assembly is over after this. Arthur sighed in disappointment. It's not over yet. While her chances to get signed have slimmed out, they aren't zero, Jojo shared. Levi and Ryan nodded in support, understanding that elimination this early in the trials implied that she still had a chance to get signed, depending on her previous performances. However, she would lose her rank on the leaderboard, which meant she wouldn't be eligible for rewards anymore. This was the reason Levi left Demetrius in that state. He made sure to humiliate him while at the same time keeping him in the assembly. In this manner, he would be winning Demetrius' rewards while simultaneously lowering his chances of getting signed harder, which was a far harsher punishment than just eliminating him straight out. Maybe I can do something to help her, Levi murmured as he reached out with his spiritual perception to the track race. He had already let go of Nura's doll and kept his doll trailing behind it, keeping a close eye on it in case Nura decided to be funny. Since the race was still ongoing with more than 50% incomplete, he wasn't too bothered by his slow pace. After scanning the fallen dolls on the track, representing the eliminated candidates, he found Melissa's doll collapsed in front. He recognized it due to its spiritual aura, leaving a hollow shape of a number on its chest. Then, he controlled his doll to head in its direction while still maintaining a decent distance from Nura's doll. Since Nura's doll was one of the fastest on the track, it took no time to cross past Melissa's collapsed doll. Levi controlled his doll to bend down near Melissa's and then attempted to lift it up, under the speechless looks of the viewers. Is he seriously trying to carry her doll to the finish line? Wait, what, is this even allowed? Lol. This dude is like a bag of mixed candy, each move he makes has a different flavor. The viewers and night crawlers kept watching Levi's doll try its best to carry Melissa's doll, but its wooden arms were too straight, making it extremely difficult to hold onto anything. Just when the viewers started to believe that his efforts were for naught, Levi changed his approach. He slid his doll underneath Melissa's and then lifted it up on top of its back. The doll will still slide off when he tries to make it stand up. The comments were silenced instantly at the sight of Levi's doll sprinting on all fours, akin to a dog. As for Melissa's doll, its long limbs weighed down on the sides equally, making it seem like two dolls were merged, which gave them the necessary balance to carry on with the stunt. Yet, the most shocking part was the sight of his doll still sprinting much faster than the other dolls. In no time, it sped past them, surpassing even Jojo's doll, reaching the finish line, but not crossing it. Levi controlled his doll to put down Melissa's at the tip of the finish line and then guided it to sprint back to the track. Now that his spiritual prowess was exposed, he felt there was no point in holding back anymore. After his doll arrived at the bulk of the race, Levi pinpointed his brother's doll and Ryan's, who seemed to be struggling to escape from the crowd. What did he do? He cleared a path for them, using his doll to push and throw other dolls out of the way until they escaped from the chaos. The moment they got out, their speed increased noticeably, allowing them to create their own pace. If it weren't for the risk of having them eliminated by helping them too much, he would have already pushed them to the finish line. He helped Melissa out only because she was already eliminated, which meant she had nothing to lose. I did what I could. I'll see you guys at the finish line. After helping out his brother and squad mates, Levi held nothing back, controlling his doll to sprint at its top speed. The doll pierced through the chaos and passed by Demetrius' doll and Kiara's doll in no time, catching up to Nura's doll again. When it got near it, Levi smiled playfully and gave her doll a smack on the ass, almost causing it to trip out. Jerk. Nura's upper lip twitched. Then, it continued sprinting forward, catching up to Jojo's and leaving her to eat its dust before finally crossing the finish line by jumping over Melissa's doll. The moment it crossed, an arena-wide announcement resounded in everyone's ears, followed by the emergence of his stats on the massive holographic screen. / Candidate, Levi Larson. Status, finished. Trial performance breakdown. Total time, 10 minutes and 9 seconds. Final score, SS+. Overall placement, undecided, // Chapter 87, the conclusion of the first phase. When the viewers and night crawlers saw his ratings, they didn't bother taking them seriously, as they knew it was based exclusively on duration. If Levi had taken the trial earnestly from the beginning, he would have scored SSS+ easily. An anomaly in our forgotten region, who would have imagined? Lord Idris uttered. This could have been massive for our region's development. Madame Naima sighed. If only he weren't blind. In the eyes of high-ranked daywalkers and night crawlers, an anomaly signified an extraordinary talent in a single domain, enough to guarantee a powerful evolutionary path, even with a limited evolution. However, in Levi's case, they believed his options with night crawlers would be limited, if not non-existent, once they found out about his disability. Thus, they could only hope for a psych specialization night crawler to ignore the disability and its negative effects on cultivation, committing to Levi regardless. Soon, Levi found himself teleported next to Melissa, who had watched the entire race outside the arena's range. The moment she saw him, she didn't hesitate to give him a tight hug in appreciation. Thank you, Levi. You are the absolute best." She was so excited and grateful for his help, she nearly kissed him on the cheek. When she got eliminated, she became discouraged and on the verge of tears. After all, she was the Morning Star's sponsored candidate, whom they had rested their hopes on. Yet, she got eliminated under Kira. Worse, she was the only one eliminated from her squad, which made her feel extremely disappointed with herself. But, as she was wallowing in sorrow, the gasps of nearby eliminated candidates attracted her attention to the track. When she saw what was going on, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock at the sight of Levi's doll carrying hers to the finish line. Although he didn't help her cross it, she knew that once the bulk of the dolls arrived, they would push hers through the finish line, helping her conclude the race. While Levi had no problems giving a hand to his friends, this was still an individual-based performance trial. He had no intention of letting anyone score higher than him, especially if it was going to affect his wager negatively. He knew he needed Demetrius to finish the race within the top 5 to maintain his third rank, and Levi wanted that reward specifically. "Don't mention it. It's what friends do." Levi smiled faintly as he gently wiggled out of her hug, not too comfortable with physical affection. After separating, Levi told her that while he did his part, it was still up to instructor Seraphis to decide whether it would be allowed or not. The rules might not have been broken, since they stated that dolls needed to cross the finish line for their owners to pass the trial instead of being eliminated by others or leaving the arena's range. But, they meant nothing before instructor Seraphis' final verdict. How terrifying is his spiritual pool to carry out such precise commands and still seem unbothered. Omar narrowed his eyes at Levi while standing next to the medical staff. Even the night crawlers were astonished, realizing that Levi might truly be an anomaly, as no contractless child had ever been found on Earth with this kind of spiritual potential. Alas! His light affinity. He is the perfect partner, but his light affinity will hinder his growth immensely. Kakik, you guys know nothing. That boy is far more special than you could ever imagine. One of the night crawlers chuckled in amusement after recalling what Levi did in the light affinity trial. When questions rained down on him to elaborate, he merely kept laughing in anticipation. Sometime later, the trial of spirituality concluded following a peaceful battlefield. After Levi passed, only a few battles occurred here and there. His party remained untouched, as no one was left to take them down besides Nura. But she didn't bother wasting her time with them. What happened between her and Levi still occupied her mind during the last remaining minutes, until her doll crossed the finish line. As for Demetrius, he was taken by the medical staff for a checkup after his doll succeeded too. Of course, he was teleported while still tied up like a shrimp, making some of the medical staff stifle their laughter as they helped him out. As instructor Seraphis claimed, the track was designed for all the dolls to cross, even if one possessed the worst possible spiritual potential. Thus, besides the eliminated candidates, many others managed to finish while remaining hidden until the end of the trial, not fighting even once. At the moment, they could be seen standing amongst the finishers with a tint of gloat in their eyes as they gazed at the group of eliminated candidates. I was right to hide, a battle royale would have gotten me eliminated at the beginning. Hey bunch of idiots, why expose your cards before the true trial of combat? Before some of them could feel pleased with themselves at their strategic decision, instructor Seraphis concluded casually, with that, the first phase of the contract ritual assembly has been concluded. Huh? Did I hear wrong? What does he mean by finished already? What about the trial of combat? The candidates gasped simultaneously in stupefaction, not daring to believe what their ears were feeding them. The contract ritual assembly was split into two phases, the trial and the ritual. The ritual phase started once the trials were concluded and the night crawlers were given all possible information about this year's candidates. But the trials were always 5, with the trial of combat left for the end. Alas, instructor Seraphis doubled down on his announcement. You heard right, the first phase has been concluded. As for the trial of combat, you have just finished it? Under the stunned looks of the candidates, instructor Seraphis created a new holographic screen with their combat performances written for each one of them. When the candidates who avoided battle saw their squeaky clean performance tablets and the massive elimination stamp at the bottom, the color drained from their faces. I must be dreaming. This ain't happening to me. Me, eliminated, me. This isn't right. No one dared to believe it or accept it. Who could blame them? All candidates had been preparing for the final trial of combat, as they knew it was the most crucial one in the assembly. Some even had written plans for many scenarios to excel in anything thrown at them. Yet, none of them saw this curveball coming. Sadly, instructor Seraphis wasn't a big fan of explaining his decisions. Please escort out all the eliminated candidates in the trial of combat. As for the rest, they are still eliminated, but can be signed. No. You can't do this to me. This ain't right, I passed the trial of spirituality. I didn't know. I didn't know, god damn it. My fighting skills are 10 times better. Please, just give me a chance. The escort didn't go well. Many candidates were seen fighting off the staff members with bloodshot eyes, screaming their lungs out for the instructor to hear them out. To be eliminated from a trial was one thing, but to get kicked out this far into the assembly was another. Sadly, the staff members were military trained. Anyone who dared to cause trouble got smacked in the neck and tossed through the dimensional mirror, sent straight back to their homes. In no time, the number of finishers in the trial of spirituality barely exceeded 7, while the majority of candidates had been eliminated. Yet, they remained standing with baffled expressions, unsure of what was happening. Ha ha ha. Classic move by instructor Seraphis. You must always expect curveballs in his assembly. I knew something was off with this trial. It's too focused on battles for a trial of spirituality. While I am somewhat disappointed with no trial of combat, I understand that this is a much better test of one's true character. The night crawlers and viewers immediately got behind instructor Seraphis' decision, as they knew that no night crawler would bother signing up a candidate who was too much of a coward to fight and showcase his talents. If they were too afraid to fight in a contained, safe environment due to its chaotic aspect, then they weren't ready for expeditions, raids, or even defending their streets from the gates. Phew, it's good that I stuck by. Levi smiled as he listened to Astra read his combat performance. While it was highly rated, he received a dip in the final score due to his defeat under Nura. It might not have counted as him getting eliminated by her, but still. God damn it, how am I so f***ing unlucky? Arthur pulled his face in frustration after realizing that his chances to show his true prowess had been killed. The two candidates he beat down weren't good enough to take a single punch from him. He was placing most of his hopes on the trial of combat. Don't overthink it. The high-tiered night crawlers know each candidate's true strength, even if they haven't shown it. Levi said. I do hope so. Arthur murmured as he gazed at the finalized leaderboard. //1 Levi Larson, 1,343 PTS. 2 Nura Blackthorn, 998 PTS. 3 Demetris Bain, 760 PTS. 4 Hauda Omori, Jojo, 755 PTS. 5 Arthur Larson, 690 PTS. 6 Kiara Joan, 600 PTS. 7 Ryan Morningstar, 590 PTS//. While he made it to the top 5, he had been putting everything on the last trial of combat to make one last push to the top 3. At least, he wasn't eliminated like Melissa, Omar, Selene, and the rest of the candidates. 10 names were the only ones left illuminated on the leaderboard from 100 or more candidates. Only instructor Seraphis had it in him to be this cruel, eliminating more than 90% in less than 2 days. No wonder his signing rate was at 100%, even if the eliminated candidates weren't signed, it wouldn't affect his ratings since they were, well, eliminated. Go get some rest. The second phase will begin in 2 hours after the injured have recovered. Following instructor Seraphis' announcement, the candidates returned to the apartment complex with looks of relief etched on their faces. The one thing that was worrying them was getting eliminated before the trial of combat, since it implied not getting a chance to redeem themselves. But it all turned out for the better. Even though they were eliminated, the night crawlers wouldn't care too much about it as long as they had shown their potential. Meanwhile, Melissa remained behind with Levi and the rest of their friends. Sir, what about me? She asked while playing with her fingers shyly. What about you? Instructor Seraphis asked indifferently. Am I eliminated too? Melissa seemed to have trouble voicing her dilemma. It was understandable considering the way she passed the trial. It's up to you. Instructor Seraphis left her with this statement and took off before she could ask for more details. What does he mean by this? My condolences. Levi patted her on the shoulder and walked away to the apartment complex, understanding that instructor Seraphis gave her a choice between cheating her way to rewards or accepting her elimination gracefully and earning his respect. If she were smart, there was only one choice. Chapter 88, The Contract Ritual. Sometime later, Levi and the others returned to their rooms after the conclusion of the first phase of the assembly. While his brother and friends gathered in one room to talk about their battles and their next move if they got signed, Levi chose to rest alone. As for Melissa, she decided to stay eliminated, realizing that a few hundred solar aegis weren't worth more than the instructor's respect. After all, she had been defeated fair and square. Had she found a way to bypass the rules on her own, instructor Seraphis might not have given her a hard time. Right now, Levi was taking a shower, deep in thought about what Ashkral might do to help him pass the second phase. He had already done his part perfectly in the first phase. Now, it depended on his partner to finish the job. If they couldn't sell their contract, nothing else would matter. Levi only knew what was required of him to help fake the contract, not the inner workings. Ashkral had told him he wouldn't understand it even if explained 100 times since it involved Ithorian arrays. Levi didn't press further. He already knew that arrays were beyond his current level of understanding. What's he doing now? Levi muttered to himself as he stared into the darkness, trying to sense what was happening across the spiritual bridge. Meanwhile, in the shadow dimension, where color was forbidden and light a myth, Ashkral hovered above 3 glowing hexes inside a ruined, colorless mansion. Everything in and around the mansion was painted in shades of white, black, and gray, like a moving frame of an old noir film. The mansion stood atop a cracked island floating in a river of similar land masses, all drifting toward some unseen destination. Not a single one strayed off course. Beyond this river of stone was nothing, just an infinite black void stretching forever. Inside the ruined mansion, Ash Kral was the only thing with colors, standing out akin to a flamingo at a penguin convention. His three-striped pupils scanned the sea of Ithorian inscriptions drawn across the hexes etched into the stone floor. Each hex had a role. One to mask Levi's spiritual aura, one for the contract signing, and the last to fake Ash Kral's spiritual aura. Without them, this mission would have been a dud from the start. The final step is complete. He nodded and floated to rest atop a shattered throne's arm, shutting his eye to wait for the second phase. 2 hours later, the candidates were summoned outside the apartment complex and ordered to form vertical and horizontal lines based on their rankings. The top 10 stood at the front while the eliminated candidates lined up behind them. Each candidate kept a distance of 5 meters from the other, spreading out across the platform. Everyone had solemn expressions mixed in with some nervous anticipation. The moment of truth had come, the time to find out if they would become daywalkers. Whatever happens next, keep your heads up, Instructor Seraphis warned. No tears. No begging. No shame. Nightcrawlers may help us become daywalkers, but they need us just as badly. Never think of it as a favor. This is not a balanced partnership. You always have the upper hand, and you must live by that truth. Otherwise, your Nightcrawler will corrupt you. Am I understood? Yes, sir. Everyone knew that Nightcrawlers always tried to reclaim control. If they succeeded, their host would serve them willingly. Most fallen daywalkers were victims of such corruption. With the warning given, Instructor Seraphis clapped his hands twice, opening his boundless domain to allow Nightcrawlers to spectate. As thousands of eyes began to crowd the skies, he waited until the heavens were filled. Then he called on any Nightcrawler interested in signing candidates from this batch to write their names beneath the nocturnal contract. I'm already signed. Let me in. I want Nura. A dozen Nightcrawlers were already clamoring, showing heavy interest in Nura, Omar, Arthur, Jojo, and a few others. After a few minutes, Instructor Seraphis closed the registration and began reading out names. Nyx Veeler. Ninkira. Graskthul. Darnmeyer. Kaornash. With each name, a portal formed, and a towering Nightcrawler stepped through. Soon, over 20 Nightcrawlers of varying size and shape loomed above the candidates. Don't be afraid, Instructor Seraphis said flatly. I can erase them with a thought if they try anything. He then shut off the public view of his domain, giving candidates privacy. There was no need for thousands of Nightcrawlers and humans to know what kind of Nightcrawler each candidate had signed. Always so intense, Seraphi, murmured a panther-shaped Nightcrawler as she licked her paw. Her fur had drunk in all light, creating a shadowy silhouette that appeared only when it moved. Her eyes were rings of deep violet while her tail was shaped akin to a piercing dagger. She looked simple, but none of the other Nightcrawlers dared get close. Nyx Veeler, I assume you're here for Nura? Seraphis asked. Yes. I like that cutie, she smiled, locking eyes with Nura. Her stare sent a chill down Nura's spine. Nura had faced Tier 4 Nightcrawlers before, but something about Nyx Veeler unsettled her. Don't tell me. Before she could finish the thought, a dozen Nightcrawlers sighed and disappeared. They didn't bother staying to compete once Nyx Veeler made her choice. Nura, you may go with her, Instructor Seraphis said privately. She's Tier 5. A rare kind. She's been looking for a daywalker for over a decade. You're lucky, but remember what I told you. Nura nodded. I want to stay till the end of the ceremony. Check with her, not me. Can we talk after the ceremony ends? Nura asked. Fine by me, Nyx Veeler replied while gazing at Levi with a tint of interest. She had already figured out his condition from the first trial and wanted to stay to see how it ended. Hearing their discussion, Demetrius and the other candidates showered her with envious looks. They knew that Nyx Veeler must be a high-tiered nightcrawler to make the others leave without a fight. Yet, she still chose to respect her wishes. Usually, the second phase of the assembly consisted of multiple nightcrawlers trying to convince a talented candidate to choose them, or if a candidate was lucky enough to be picked up. While most candidates wished just to get signed, uncaring about the tier of the nightcrawler, the talented ones had to be smart in their decisions. Line up before your preferred candidate. Following instructor Seraphi's call, the remaining nightcrawlers started spreading out. Arthur had two nightcrawlers facing him, one shaped like an obsidian rhino and the other as a muscular green-skinned kangaroo. Jojo had three nightcrawlers lined up, and the most unique one resembled a humanoid mountain goat with a long goatee touching the ground. He was wearing a yellow/red robe similar to hers. Melissa was faced with a small childlike figure with limbs too thin and too many joints. Porcelain's face cracked in an eternal smile and wearing a patchwork dress sewn from flesh and skin. Ryan was chosen by a skinless, sinewy hound with muscle wrapped in rune-bound cords. Its snout was twisted like a hunting horn, and its tongue dragged trails of bubbly blood. Omar, Selene, and Kira also had nightcrawlers lining up in front of them. While Demetrius was beaten to a pulp, he had the most nightcrawlers crowding around him, leaving him with a cold smirk. This was the potency of having a great light affinity. Although he was humiliated under Levi, he didn't surrender, and he showed that he had some good fighting capabilities. Thus, many Tier 3 nightcrawlers felt the need to snatch him for themselves, following the principle of, I can fix him. On the other side of the coin, Levi had no nightcrawler lining up for him, unsurprisingly. When Demetrius glanced in Levi's direction and noticed it, a wave of refreshing delight washed over his heart. I knew it. After the trial ended, he passed out immediately on the medical team's table due to the hellish agony he was suffering in silence. He didn't want to pass out during the trial, knowing that it would eliminate him. If he had learned that the trial of combat was combined with the trial of spirituality, he would have eliminated himself to block Levi from earning his rewards. Too bad, he was duped like everyone else. While he wasn't pleased with losing the first wager, knowing that his big brother would be forced to pay the debt for him, he couldn't afford to lose the second wager either. In other words, Levi must not be signed. I ain't taking any chances. Demetrius narrowed his eyes coldly in the direction of Levi. Just as he was about to rat out Levi's secret to the instructor, he heard his voice resound across the domain. Levi, are you interested in retaking the trial of light affinity? I am still unsatisfied with how you left it be. When the nightcrawlers and candidates heard this, each one had a different reaction. The nightcrawlers were pleased with the decision as they didn't want to give up on someone as talented as Levi, especially when he might be an anomaly class talent. However, most candidates weren't too pleased with the decision as it didn't feel fair to see one of them getting preferential treatment. The fact that most of them hadn't attracted any nightcrawler didn't make it any better. Before anyone could respond, Demetrius jumped in with a cold tone, Sir, I believe it's a waste of time. Are you looking for a second beating? Arthur retorted with a deadly gaze. Arthi, let him be. Levi smiled peacefully, they have the right to know. You can accept your disabled condition as gracefully as you can, but it still won't get you signed. Demetrius paused and dropped a bomb with a cold sneer, after all, how can you be blind and still fantasize about becoming a daywalker? Chapter 89, I am done begging. Blind. What is he talking about? Is he trying to ruin his image as a payback? The candidates were the first to doubt Demetrius' insane claim, as they simply couldn't fathom Levi being blind after everything he had achieved in the assembly. It just didn't sit right with them. On the other hand, some nightcrawlers believed him immediately, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Wait, is that you?" Soulless gaze. "I have heard rumors about a blind kid with unbreakable mental in this region." "You kidding? That's him." "Haha, that's him all right. I gave it a shot once to invade his dream, but I failed terribly." A night crawler shaped like a monstrous sea lion with 10 arms chuckled out loud. Some of those night crawlers had visited Levi and recognized him the moment he stepped inside the boundless expanse. However, they kept such information to themselves until the end of the assembly, curious about his next move. Not in their wildest dreams did they anticipate watching him dominate the assembly. Especially when they had mocked him thoroughly for years for dreaming of becoming a daywalker with them. Hearing his voice, Levi smiled faintly. "Sir Leon. You remember me?" "Of course. I remember all the night crawlers who paid me a visit in the past decade." "Oh ho, don't tell me you're planning on getting revenge on us." "Nope," Levi smiled. "None of you are worth the time." "Still a calm asshole, I see," Sir Leon chuckled, unbothered. Meanwhile, Nura, Demetrius, Jojo, Melissa, Ryan, Omar, and the rest of the candidates were left speechless by their casual conversation, completely skipping over the elephant in the room. Blind? Soulless gaze? Hold on a moment, can he really not see? Then how he did, and how he jumped, how, this is crazy. The more Ryan and the others tried to picture a blind Levi passing through the trials, the more their brains short-circuited at how ludicrous it appeared. His battles, his movement, his actions, all showed. Hold on a moment, as their minds went through the line of memories, pictures of Levi's peculiar demeanor resurfaced. His scoring 1 point and settling with it, the way his head almost always seemed to be facing anywhere but ahead, his superhuman hearing, picking up on the ancient whispers. The dots all started to connect, creating a picture of a Levi, blind, but still dominating. Still, the fact that he came first in the assembly made it even harder for them to accept. "Is it true, Levi?" Melissa asked softly, after his friends ditched their positions and gathered around him. "I am afraid it is." Levi merely reached out to his leg and pulled his tightened pants around the ankle, exposing a black monitor. The moment his friends and the candidates saw it, their eyes widened to the limit. "Well, I'll be damned." Nura covered her lips, not expecting her weird feeling about Levi to be related to his blindness. But she kept watching from the sidelines in silence. "First of all, Levi is indeed blind. I have checked on him myself and cleared him to continue his participation. Secondly, his condition is government classified information, and none of you has the right to spread it." Instructor Seraphis came to Levi's rescue with a stern voice, not expecting Demetrius to air his business in public. "So, keep your mouths shut, and don't think I won't be able to find out if you were responsible for leaking his intel to the public. Astra is always watching you." Instructor Seraphis wasn't too bothered by the night crawlers, as the moment they entered his boundless domain, they were under strict terms to keep everything they saw or heard to themselves. This was done for the safety and privacy of the newborn daywalkers. As for the candidates, they hadn't signed any contract, and Instructor Seraphis didn't have the right to have them sign anything. Nocturnal contracts must not be abused on civilians or low-ranked daywalkers, since each utilization devoured a tiny piece of their soul as payment. For high-ranked daywalkers, their souls were potent and rich enough to handle multiple payments without issue, but not theirs. Hearing his warning, the candidates didn't even care about spreading such an absurd secret, as they were still fighting off coming to terms with it. Now that the truth is out, does anyone have an issue with Levi retaking the light affinity trial to test his body's affinity? Instructor Seraphis narrowed his eyes coldly. He asked for their input, but his threatening tone made them understand that he would love to have someone object. Even Demetrius kept his mouth shut, his expression turning uglier by the second. He didn't expect to see Instructor Seraphis taking Levi's side despite his condition. But when he saw the Nightcrawler's expressions remain disappointed, a cold sneer broke on his face. You can have the instructor's support all day long, no Nightcrawler will ever choose a blind partner regardless of their talents, he eyed Levi from a distance. Jojo and the rest of the candidates realized it too, after noticing that no Nightcrawler seemed interested in Levi, even when he had the chance to retake the light affinity trial. They knew that, regardless of how potent Levi's body affinity was, it would never be as good as having eyes. When Levi noticed this, his smile dropped. Although Levi was already signed, he still wished to attract the attention of a different Nightcrawler after knowing his condition. Especially when he had done so much in the trials. Alas, life wasn't fair. Sir, I don't think it's necessary to retry the trial, he said calmly. I have already shown my capabilities. If any one of them finds them good enough, I will be more than welcome to have them as a partner. If not, then so be it. Levi. Jojo and the rest of his friends were left bewildered by his response, believing that he was making a grave mistake. Boy, this isn't the place to have an ego. Even Instructor Seraphis wasn't pleased with him changing his decision. While he understood that Levi must hate being put in this position, where even his greatest talents weren't enough to offset his disability, he still wished for him to get signed first. Then, he could do whatever he wanted. Sir, I have been beseeching a contract all my life, Levi smiled peacefully, all I have gotten in return is mockery and abuse. I am done. I am genuinely done with begging anyone for anything anymore. I know my worth, and if anyone wants to sign me, they have to take a risk. Instructor Seraphis, the candidates, and the Nightcrawlers went silent as they gazed at Levi leaning against his staff for support, with his head tilted slightly upward. He said nothing more, but they could feel that he truly had no plans of putting any more effort into getting signed. If the Nightcrawlers wanted him, they had to take a risk on his body's light affinity being decent. What a fool, no Nightcrawler is that retarded too. Before Demetrius could finish his thought, a sudden, wicked voice resounded in everyone's ears. That's it, boy, know your worth and never beg. For that attitude alone, I will take you in. Following the source of the voice, the candidates' eyes schemed past the gathering of undecisive Nightcrawlers until they landed on a small floating black ball of fur, flapping its tiny wings toward Levi. When he stopped and landed on top of Levi's head, he turned and gazed at them coldly. Didn't your mama teach you not to gawk at monsters? Jojo, Ryan, Demetrius, Omar, Kira, and the rest of the candidates were left utterly speechless at the sight of a cute one-eyed bat staring at them menacingly, but its cuteness made it funnier than it should be. Tier 5. Who is he? Kralsho. I have never heard of such a name before. Is this his first time taking part in our region's assembly? While most candidates were holding in their laughter, Instructor Seraphi's expression turned stern and a bit hopeful after picking up on Ash Kral's powerful spiritual aura. His identity doesn't matter, contract does. Kralsho, if you are sure about your decision, you may leave with Levi to discuss the contract terms. You have 24 hours before submitting the decided contract to me. I have never been more sure in my life. Ash Kral smirked as he tapped Levi's hair, seemingly patting him for doing such a good job in the assembly. While Levi felt appreciated, he didn't break off character as he still needed to sell their fake contract, even his previous refusal to retake the trial was for the sake of it. He might have meant every word of it, but he didn't do it purely due to his wounded pride. He wanted to leave his body's affinity a mystery, which would help hide his cultivation speed. How about you, Levi? I am about to find out. Levi smiled at everyone, then walked to the apartment complex with Ash Kral resting on his head. Meanwhile, Demetrius and the candidates kept staring at his back in disbelief, feeling like they were thrown into an alternate universe, one where blindness wasn't a death sentence for anyone's aspirations to become a daywalker. Otherwise, what could explain this? Am I dreaming, or is a blind person going to become a daywalker before me? If this gets out, I would never be able to live it down. What in God's name is going on? Those ludicrous thoughts coursed through the minds of all candidates with no Nightcrawler around them, feeling smaller than side characters in a badly written story, irrelevant and forgettable. Only now did they find out how it felt to be at true rock bottom. Chapter 90, 10 Newborn Daywalkers. Instructor Seraphis waited until the undecisive Nightcrawlers either chose a candidate or left before concluding the second phase. He escorted out the dazed eliminated candidates while leaving only the ones with the chosen Nightcrawler. Then, he sent them to their rooms to finalize the contract terms. Of course, he gave them the standardized version so they would know what was good and what was bad before they could give him the contracts to rate. While Arthur and the rest were either in their rooms or in the lobby, discovering their potential partners' powers and personas, Levi and Ash Kral were seen sitting on the room's floor. They knew that Instructor Seraphis had an omnipotent view over his boundless domain and even access to telepathic messages. Thus, they acted like this was the first time they had met each other and kept discussing the details of the contract. Since Ash Kral was the only Nightcrawler interested in Levi, it made sense that they would go straight to contract signing instead of grilling him about his powers. This situation made sense only to candidates with more than one Nightcrawler. Though he did tell him that his powers were related to sound and spirit, which satisfied the eavesdropping Seraphis. It made him accept the reason for a Tier 5 Nightcrawler to pick Levi despite his condition. His talents matched his powers perfectly. After drafting a standardized contract and both of them seemed satisfied with its terms, Ash Kral requested Instructor Seraphis' attendance. Instructor Seraphis joined them inside the room and read the contract terms carefully. A few minutes later, he nodded in approval. Looks good. You may commence with the signing. The nocturnal contract manifested before Levi and Ash Kral. Once their hands hovered above the signature placement, an illuminating pen took form between their fingers. Then, they signed their full names on it and watched as the contract broke into a cloud of gray mist and entered their system. Naturally, Ash Kral used his fake name. Kralsha. He even changed his voice a bit to not get mistaken for Ash Kral by the Nightcrawlers familiar with him and Levi. Otherwise, the jig is up. Make sure to choose a hidden tattoo spot, Instructor Seraphis advised. It will limit enemies from finding out details about your Nightcrawler. I understand. Levi nodded in appreciation and focused on channeling the misty ink cloud on his right shoulder. As for the tattoo's details, he had no control over its appearance, as it was known to be related to the species of the Nightcrawler and changed according to their evolutionary paths. Soon, the contract was finalized, and the tattoo was inked on Levi's shoulder, resembling a giant singular eye with 3 lines crossed on its pupil. It was drawn inside a circle with mysterious Ithorian runes and 2 bat-like wings stretching outside of the circle's border. Instructor Seraphis watched with his own eyes as Ash Kral's spiritual aura collapsed from Tier 5 to Tier 1. Only then did he break into a contented smile and gave Levi a short applause in celebration. Congratulations! You are now a Daywalker, just like you've always dreamed of. Thank you, but I don't feel much difference, Levi murmured while caressing the new tattoo. That's natural, boy. We have yet to reach the first stage, Ash Kral lied through his teeth like it was a normal Tuesday evening. Levi nodded in understanding, keeping his interactions as minimal as possible. He didn't want to get caught lying by Seraphis, especially not when he had made it this far. Everything related to Daywalkers and your future will be explained in the Grand Training Center, Instructor Seraphis looked at him proudly. For now, you should enjoy your victory. I know it wasn't easy. Will do, thank you. Levi smiled kindly. If everyone signed their contracts, the ceremony will be held tomorrow on the ground floor of Willow Grove. So, try to get some rest. Instructor Seraphis nodded at them both and took off to another candidate who had finalized his contract as well. He was left more than satisfied. Now that they were considered official daywalkers approved by a governmental entity, Levi and Ash Kral could finally communicate telepathically, knowing that instructor Seraphi's authority to spy on their telepathic messages was taken away. That's because it was also included in the terms of this Boundless Domains contract to protect the privacy of the newborn daywalkers. Are we finally in the clear? Levi asked with a wistful tone as he lay on the ground. Levi and Ash Kral had crafted a strict plan to ensure the laundering of their contract, as they knew it would be tough due to instructor Seraphi's omnipotence. While Levi was tasked with the trials, Ash Kral had to ensure that his spiritual aura showed he was a powerful Nightcrawler above Tier 3. That was all that mattered, as it was a known fact that Nightcrawlers came in all shapes and sizes. In simpler terms, Instructor Seraphi's wouldn't judge Ash Kral based on his appearance, but on his aura. As for the newly inked tattoo and the fake signed second contract? Well, they weren't fake. Ash Kral had made Levi sign a contract targeting only his 9 senses seed. While he got an ink tattoo out of it, in reality, the contract was considered inactive the moment it was signed. That's because the 3-body problem seed's authority as a whole entity superseded the authority of a single seed. In other words, the original contract was the one in full effect, while the new one wouldn't serve as toilet paper. You can relax now. You did well. Phew, thank God it's finally over, Levi sighed in relief. Over? We're just getting started, Ash Kral chuckled. The next morning, the streets and central garden in front of Willow Grove were packed to the brim with citizens, holding holographic and physical signs. They were waiting patiently for the exit of the newborn daywalkers, knowing that each batch that survived Seraphi's harsh trials would always make it in life. Do you think Levi was signed? Jamal wondered while standing on top of the Blood Hunters Agency's roof, peeking over the tree and the massive gathering underneath. Shia and Sergio were accompanying him, chilling on camping chairs with glass sodas and some snacks in hand. He must have gotten signed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained in the boundless expense until now, Sergio smiled confidently. I do hope so. Shia wished wholeheartedly to receive some good news. After the live stream ended yesterday, no one knew who was signed or not unless they were expelled from the boundless expense. Fortunately, the crowd wasn't left to bake under the blazing noon Sunday. Just before it reached its peak, a massive holographic screen lit up above Willow Grove's entrance. Then, Instructor Seraphi's walked outside of Willow Grove, followed by the signed candidates in a straight line under the cheers of the crowd. Kira, Omar, Selene, Ryan, Melissa, Jojo, Arthur, Demetrius, Nura, and lastly, Levi. Please give a round of applause to the rookies of the year 2130. Instructor Seraphi's announced loudly, his voice amplified by a small mic affixed to his shirt. Clap. 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 The crowd exploded with cheers and applause as they watched the highlighted clips of each rookie on the massive holographic screen. Demetrius' amazing light affinity, Nura's insane flexibility, Jojo's martial arts, Arthur's barbaric strength, and many other clips of Melissa, Ryan, Omar, Kira, and Selene. When Levi's turn arrived, his clips kept getting crazier by the minute: the water glide, the nonchalant cruise of the Trial of Intelligence, and winning the Wyvern Knight mount, the fights in the Trial of Spirituality, and his ludicrous spiritual control of the doll. As his clips kept playing on the screen, Demetrius and the rest of the candidates could only gaze at them with a tint of shame. Although they were warned not to expose Levi's condition to the public, none of them planned to do so voluntarily. Getting beaten this bad was one thing, but owned by someone blind? It didn't sit right with them and probably never will. Demetrius also planned on keeping it to himself, as his legacy was already tainted following his humiliating defeat. He had no intention of making it worse. Ha ha ha. He really made it? I can't believe it. Ha ha. We are in the presence of history being made. A blind daywalker, it can't get any stranger than this. Heh, I taught him personally, of course he would make it. Meanwhile, Sergio, Jamal, and Shia were seen laughing in excitement and high-fiving at the sight of Levi and Arthur standing among the contracted candidates. He has gone and done it. Look at me, getting all emotional over a human. A blind day walker, imagine if he joined the CRS platform, what a scene. Even their contract-trad night crawlers popped out in their weapon forms, celebrating Levi's success. If I called your name, step forth to accept your reward. Instructor Seraphis silenced the crowd and called for Arthur to take the stand. Although Arthur wasn't too pleased with his results, he couldn't complain, as he knew it was up to him to be better. He was helped in 3 trials by Levi, and while he appreciated his big brother's assistance, he understood that he must not rely on him always. Thus, he had made up his mind to work hard on all of the areas where he was lacking. After getting on the stand, Arthur accepted the applause and the measly reward of 300 Solar Aegis coins and a 5% discount. Then, he flexed his muscles with a wide grin on national TV until he got kicked off by the annoyed instructor. Next, JoJo was called to the stand, rolling her eyes at Arthur as they crossed paths. After accepting her rewards, she clasped her hands tightly and bowed to the crowd, her smooth, mirror-like bald scalp shimmering akin to a lost diamond. So pretty. The kids in the crowd had their eyes sparkling in awe at the sight. Namaste. After thanking the crowd, JoJo returned to her position, and Demetrius was called next to the stand. Yet, not an ounce of happiness was displayed on his face. Who could blame him? He was receiving the reward meant for Levi after losing both wagers. Worse, he had to add 2,000 Solar Aegis more from his pockets. He came third, yet he was starting his journey in the negative. Thanks. He accepted his reward begrudgingly and walked to his place, just to find Nura giggling at his misfortune. Never gamble more than you can afford. She winked at him and walked to the stand after being called next, uncaring that she had also lost her reward. At least, she still had the discounted rate. Under the cheers of the crowd, Nura accepted her prize and blew a couple of kisses in appreciation before taking a step back. He started with 1 point in the trial of light, dead last and dismissed by all. But he climbed, he endured, and now, he stands alone at the top. Instructor Seraphis smiled as he introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Levi Larson." Whoa! Clap! Clap! Levi stepped forward with a serene smile as the crowd roared to life, pleased to no end to see Levi claiming the number 1 rank and also getting signed. While they were still ignorant about his disability, they knew that it must have been difficult for him to get signed with the showcased horrible light affinity. As a crowd favorite, they wanted nothing more than to see him succeed, someone who represented the average commoner like them, born without any remarkable light affinity. Little did they know. Levi's light affinity was considered divine. Levi stood on the stand and accepted a big, golden check worth 5,000 Solar Aegis coins. He held it in front of him under the journalist's camera flashes. It's tradition for the Assembly's number 1 to give out a couple of words. Are you interested? Instructor Seraphis asked. Sure. Levi smiled and stepped closer to the mic, many thoughts coursing through his mind. He never dreamed that he would get this far from a single decision. The decision to take a risk instead of waiting for the opportunity to fall into his lap. Although he almost got himself and his brother killed, plus ended up signing a contract with 2 suboptimal terms, Levi still had no regrets. That's because he finally had the strength to change his life, and the lives of others. As he stood before thousands of citizens, the right words encapsulating his beliefs, wishes, and goals escaped his lips. I crawled out of a life no child should endure, and I vowed no one else would have to. That's not a dream, that's a promise. Then, he nodded in appreciation for their support and stepped off the stage. The crowd had no idea what Levi went through as a child, but they picked up on the sincerity of his promise. For normal citizens, surviving on a day-to-day basis against the Nightcrawler's dream invasions and the hardships of life, his promise was all they ever wanted. Thus, the instant his feet touched the ground, a thunderous chant resounded across the plaza. Levi! 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 As Levi walked away from the stage, the roar of thousands swelled behind him. But to him, it was more than sound. It was paint. Each voice that called out to him became a brush stroke in his spiritual eye, causing his dark world to bloom. A sea of voices flared into a wavy, chaotic tide of light, stretching endlessly behind him and reaching out to the nearest buildings. With each chant, Levi witnessed the world reshape itself, buildings rising in rolling tides of deep blue, molten gold, and threads of violet flame. Towers swayed like lanterns in the wind, and windows throbbed with a rhythm like living breath. And the people, thousands strong, streaked across his vision like streams of color. Some dim as twilight, others fierce as dawn. Each one called his name and cast a different shade of vibration. Levi didn't turn back. The chants guided his steps, mapped out the world before him in vibrant glory. Not as it was, but as it could be. And through a world crafted from echoes of hope and salvation, Levi Larson walked forward toward the future he swore to change. Chapter 91, The High Bishop. The Shadow Realm. Inside the top floor of the Inverse Sanctum, a suspended fortress from the ceiling of an endless obsidian chasm, a dignified man sat alone on a floating throne made out of thousands of harrowing bones. Besides him and the throne, everything was affixed upside down, defying gravity and reason. With color being non-existent in the shadow dimension, the walls appeared duller than darkness, and the furniture bleaker than our future. It seemed like the fortress was a living entity, as the walls breathed subtly, like old stone remembering pain. As the dignified man cloaked in a darkness veil sat in silence, a sudden silhouette blinked next to his right side out of nowhere. He was also covered with a darkness cape, hiding his figure and identity. High Bishop. The assembly has concluded in Heliodor's region. How did it go? Anything interesting? The High Bishop's voice was low and smooth, like oil sliding over stone. In contrast, his tone was deliberate and rhythmic, like each word was chosen not to communicate, but to control. The hovering silhouette paused for a moment, and then he shared with a tint of dismay. The descendant has signed a contract and came first. Although the High Bishop's expression couldn't be seen, his subordinate could tell that he was confused. How? You have to see for yourself. The shadowy silhouette went in front of his master with his head lowered. The High Bishop reached out with a finger and tapped him gently on the forehead. The moment contact was made, all the information and scenes of the assembly flooded the bishop's mind. A second later, a soft crackle was emitted from his hidden lips. How fascinating! The silhouette kept his ears perked up in focus, believing that he would be ordered to take care of him. To his surprise, the High Bishop skipped over the subject and moved on like it meant nothing to him. How's Feng Ling's investigation going? Are you still in his line of sight? He is still sniffing around our people, and it's starting to make the atmosphere tense in the agency. The silhouette reported. It's expected. You had the closest contact with the harrowing forest compared to the other agencies. The High Bishop nodded, unfazed. Do we do something to slow down his investigation or at least point his sword somewhere else? The silhouette's eyes gleamed dangerously. How about we release the hound? No, Feng Ling is powerful, the hound won't be able to handle him alone, the High Bishop added coldly. Plus, we have no time to deal with him. The silent convergence is upon us at last, and you are the only pawn to have failed to deliver your full allocation of refined daywalker's blood. Do you want to embarrass your master in the meeting? The mysterious silhouette felt a chill course down his spine at the bishop's question. He realized that the harrowing forest's failure was much more serious than he thought. The bishop hadn't told him about any specific date. Now, he was pushing for one? Too sloppy, too disorganized. The mysterious silhouette wasn't too fond of how his master managed his side of the organization. But, he kept those thoughts to himself, for he knew, he was nothing but a pawn in the dusk-bound order. "Master, I will get you the refined blood." The mysterious silhouette's eyes gleamed icily. "Even if it means sacrificing my agency to make it happen. This is why you are one of my fondest pawns. Nothing is too much for you." The tense atmosphere died out, and the High Bishop's pleased voice resounded in the inver sanctum. "I will start the preparations right away." The silhouette bowed his head. "Good. It will be better if you pick a date matching the Morning Star's major expedition," the master informed. "Consider it done." Understanding what he implied, the silhouette nodded one last time and then disappeared as silently as he had appeared. After he left, the dignified man gazed at the chandelier that had been flipped underneath him. It was crafted to perfection with black skulls and bones of many peculiar creatures and races. There were even some peculiar shimmering limbs floating in the middle of it. Yet, a singular human skull took the crown as it was situated at the tip of the chandelier. Its eyes were glowing with an intense light that was strong enough to light up the entire chamber dimly. Even without his eyes, he still shines. The radiant blood runs deep, a hard thing to break. The Black Veil will love it for sure. She has been requesting high-quality eyes for over a millennium. The High Bishop's creepy smile widened. "I have saved this treasure for over a decade, awaiting this very moment." The High Bishop understood that the silent convergence was the only place and time where the Black Veil and all key members of the dusk-bound order gathered. It was also the only place where he could hand over the treasured eyes straight to the Black Veil, ensuring that all the credit goes to him. In the dusk-bound order, accomplishments were everything, yet, at the same time, no one honored them. The hierarchy was strict, and loyalty to anyone but the Black Veil was a rumor, from a pawn to bishops, knights, or even rooks. Everyone desired to climb the organization's ladder, and the only way to do so was to steal accomplishments from below and mess with peers' major ploys from the shadows. That's why the moment a Tier 7 monster was known to have interfered with their forest's massacre, the High Bishop assumed that it must be another High Bishop. He knew exactly who, but he refrained from saying or doing anything. The silent convergence was near, and a united front must be presented to the Black Veil. Still, "Va Ren, this debt of yours will be paid once I secure my promotion," the High Bishop intoned in a voice as cold as ice. His rise was all but assured, provided he delivered the treasured eyes, the other prized relics of flesh, and above all, the purified blood of daywalkers. The flesh and bone could be excused, but the blood was non-negotiable. Any disruption to his quota at such a pivotal moment could unravel everything he'd spent the last decade preparing. An hour later, Levi and the rest of his friends were seated on a private rooftop of a restaurant in the central area of the capital. The restaurant was one of the most exclusive in the entire region, with access granted only to high-ranking daywalkers and other authoritative figures. If it hadn't been owned by the Morning Stars, Shia would have had a difficult time securing the rooftop, as it was reserved solely for them and their closest allies. At that moment, Levi and the others were chatting and laughing around a long, carved wooden table piled with all sorts of food and drink. While everyone else talked about the assembly and their newly contracted night crawlers, Levi spoke directly to his cousin. "I am very pleased that you have contracted with my little brother." Levi smiled as he gazed at the obsidian-colored rhino. It was the same night crawler he had met many days ago, asking him for directions. He hadn't expected to meet him again so soon, especially when he learned that Kazan was a Tier 5 night crawler of a unique specialization, focused mostly on physical strength. He was the best option for Arthur to exceed his limitations and harness his full physical potential. "The pleasure is mine, little one," Kazan replied gently. "I've been on the lookout for many years for someone who's cut out for my fighting style and powers." "Oh, and Arthur fits it? You haven't seen much of his fights, though. What he demonstrated was enough, but I made up my mind mostly due to his weapon choice, Kazan said. The shield? You wanted a daywalker with a shield? Vashkarul raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was Ryan's contracted nightcrawler, a blend of wolf and hyena. His mouth was wide and filled with razor-sharp teeth, and his skin was striped with scarlet lines that ran down to his short, furless tail. Aside from the scarlet fur around his neck, resembling a short mane, his frame was little more than skin and protruding bones. He was extremely lean. Yes, the shield is the only weapon that can harness my powers to their peak potential. Unfortunately, it is a very niche choice, making it extremely difficult for me to find a candidate who wields one while also specializing in enhancement. Then you sure have lucked out big time, Lershavath muttered, her voice as soft as falling snow on a quiet field. She was Melissa's chosen nightcrawler, and she fit Melissa's gothic style to an uncanny degree. Her appearance was that of a small doll stitched with hundreds of colored patches of skin. Even her hair was thin and sparse, each strand stitched on individually. As for her eyes, they were brown shirt buttons with a faint, hazy glow. While her hideous appearance made her resemble Frankenstein's monster, her antics and persona were the complete opposite. Before Kazan could answer, a humanoid gray-furred mountain goat wearing a brown robe and wooden beads around his neck spoke calmly, "Luck is nothing but a facade, an illusion we whisper to comfort ourselves. In truth, fate and destiny govern all. They are the silent architects, threading every motion, every failure, and every triumph through an unseen loom. We do not choose the moment our blade strikes true, nor the second we fall. The stars decided that long before we drew breath." Hearing this, the silent and bored Ashkral couldn't help but scoff under his breath. What a shitty belief. Chapter 92, The Second Ability. Jojo's contracted nightcrawler, Zarvihulik, frowned a bit. He wasn't too pleased with Ashkral's disrespectful reaction. "Disagreement is understandable, but don't scoff and remain silent," Zarvihulik said. "State your argument and defend it." "I don't need to state or defend anything," Ashkral yawned. "I doubt you will even understand it if I tried, might as well save my saliva." Levi's eyebrows twitched at the displeased expressions painted on his friend's nightcrawlers. Even Bleeder, Oro, and Othniel didn't seem too fond of Ashkral's arrogance. If it hadn't been for him being Levi's contracted nightcrawler, and they liked Levi so much, they would have already insisted on a humbling session. "Try me. I am always interested in expanding my horizons." Zarvihulik bowed his head a little, not too bothered by Ashkral's shitty persona. Ashkral smiled for a moment, deciding to entertain him. "Let me tell you a short story, and you can decide what to take from it," he said, his voice as still as the breath held before betrayal. Then he began his narration. Once upon a time, there was a king who believed in fate and destiny to the point of reverence. One day, he heard news of a famous traveling prophet visiting his country. The prophet was known to have all his predictions come true, making everyone seek his guidance and knowledge. The king invited him over, promising all sorts of riches for a single prediction. Ashkral lifted a wing and asked, "When will I die?" The prophet agreed and came to the palace. Without accepting any payment or riches, he told the king that he had only a week to live. Then he left the palace, uncaring that his prediction was like a death sentence for the king. For the next week, the king was paranoid, sick, and uncaring about his kingdom's matters. All he thought about was the fast approaching day of his damnation. His guarding knight was worried and displeased, for he knew his king was healthy and well protected. It was simply impossible for him to die in a week unless he did it himself. Worried that the illness and mental burden of this unfavorable destiny would take the king's life, the knight decided to intervene. He searched for the prophet and brought him back to the palace. Then he asked the prophet to predict the day of his own death. The prophet smiled and said he still had 20 more years to live. Under the stunned eyes of the king, the knight pulled his sword and sliced the prophet's head off. The end. Ashkral concluded abruptly, leaving Levi and the others in stilled silence. He didn't tell them what happened to the king later, but the meaning of the story dug a hole in their minds. For Zarvihulik, a firm believer in fate and destiny, this story didn't convince him of anything. In his eyes, the prophet could have been a swindler and lied about his predictions, or he could have known his death would occur in the palace since he refused any rewards and remained there even after telling the king he had only a week to live. Meanwhile, Levi realized that if the king hadn't believed in fate and destiny from the start, and had simply ignored the prediction, his health wouldn't have deteriorated so severely. He might have laughed it off and carried on with his life. Whether the prophecy came true or not, at least he wouldn't have summoned his own death through his strong belief. In simpler terms, fate and destiny might exist, or they might not, but living a life fully committed to them would do more harm than good, Levi murmured under his breath. Just like the king, almost self-fulfilling the prophecy of his death. What are you whispering about? Shia's voice resounded near Levi, breaking him out of his daze. Nothing, just having a conversation with the night crawlers, Levi smiled. I know you can't help it, but I prefer if you join our side of the discussion, Shia said. We were talking about crafting your weapons, and tips to make them as good as possible for your fighting styles. Oh. I am all ears. After some time, the party concluded, and everyone went to their homes to prepare for the first day in the Grand Daywalkers Training Center. Seraphis had given them a week to pack up and report to the center. Those who made the first stage before their first day would skip the early lessons and move straight to real training. Those who fell behind would be placed under the guidance of his assistant instructor until they caught up with the main group. No one wanted to be left behind. Since the night crawlers were masters at feeding their shadow life seeds, they didn't leave their partners to their own devices. The moment a partnership was established, the night crawlers did everything in their power to help their partners get stronger and faster. Fortunately, Seraphis gave them access to the training center's online store, allowing them to spend their coins to purchase growth totems and such. Right now, Levi and Arthur were sitting on the couch and opening the holographic screen of the store. How much do you have, big bro? Arthur grinned. You must be rich after winning the wager. I have about 13,000, and a 40% discount. Levi answered. Haha, you are rich, rich. Arthur laughed, happy for his brother. We are rich. Levi smiled, having no intention of hoarding all the coins for himself. He knew if his brother had the same amount, he wouldn't hesitate to share it with him. True brothers share everything, except women. Additionally, he already had access to the divine light, which was all the energy he needed to cultivate at the early stages, and still possessed insane speed. Hence, he didn't hesitate to offer his brother 6,000 coins to purchase what he needed from the store. Nah, you keep it. Lord Idris has promised to take care of the necessary resources I will need until I become a junior daywalker, Arthur grinned. Oh, that's generous of him. Levi raised an eyebrow in surprise. He knew that sponsored candidates receive some assistance from the agency in the early stages, but it would never be as heavy as ensuring a consistent supply to the junior rank. While Levi was their true sponsored candidate on paper, Lord Idris had spent most of his time with Arthur and considered him their real sponsored candidate. Levi had no plans to go knocking on their doors, begging to be sponsored. He was already satisfied with just being left to participate in the assembly and not get disturbed after it. He was called by Lord Idris earlier, and instead of scolding him for their ploy, he only congratulated him on acing the assembly and getting contracted. Then, he hung up, keeping the conversation brief. At least take 3,000 coins. I have bet your own money as well. Levi shared. Oh, okay, I might need to buy some goodies from the store. Levi wired him the coins and refocused on the store. With 10,000 left, and effectively half after discount, he could clear dozens of totems at once. If there hadn't been a purchase limit for each product, he would have used his discount to buy for his brother and friends, but the training center's principal wasn't foolish enough to leave such a loophole. After Levi asked Astra AI to name the products in the store and their prices, he envisioned them as ceiling totems, 150 coins growth totems, grade F, 50 coins grade D, 100 coins grade C, 250 coins grade B, 900 coins. Assault totems, Blazing Fang, F, 100 coins Radiant Wrath, D, 200 coins Sun Pierce, C, 600 coins Dawn Burst, B, 200 coins. Protection totems, Ward Light, F, 180 coins Illumination, D, 290 coins Sacred Shell, C, 100 coins Celestial Guard, B, 900 coins. Recovery totems, Minor Mending, F, 59 coins Vital Flow, D, 99 coins Purity's Breath, C, 750 coins Spirit Rebirth, B, 1600 coins. Skill totems, Quickened Hands, F, 350 coins Spell Echo, D, 700 coins Hidden Leaf, C, 100 coins Thunderstorm, B, 400 coins. The prices displayed were before the discount, which made Levi smile at the possibility of clearing tens of totems at once. The best part? He didn't need much growth totems, his divine light and sunlight sufficed for early cultivation. But since everyone knew he'd gotten rich off the assembly and the wager, no one would be surprised if he reached the first stage in a week. Now, what do I need? Levi muttered. I'm allowed 6 growth totems, 10 ceiling totems each week, and 3 other totems every 15 days. Levi first bought 10 ceiling totems, knowing he'd need them for his new night mount. With the 40% discount, he spent only 900 instead of 1500. Then he bought 1 grade D and 2 grade C assault totems, bringing his balance to 8,260. A couple of protection and recovery totems followed, cutting his balance to 6,000. After reading the details of each skill totem, of which there were dozens, Levi purchased only those he believed might come in handy in serious situations. He still had 4,000 coins left for emergencies. Big bro, I'm going outside to feed the seed, Arthur said after putting on some clothes. Levi nodded and watched him walk away with a smaller version of Kuzan floating behind him. He smiled, relieved that his wild brother was in Huzan's care. He believed his composure would keep his little brother's reins checked, right? A few minutes later, Levi and Ashkral were inside the ancestral rooted plane. Now that his contract was official, he no longer needed to hold back, knowing his spiritual talent was abnormal. No one found it strange that it was stronger than normal at the first stage. Levi floated to the massive, shimmering nonagon flower and chose the sound sense petal. Then he closed his eyes and muttered, "Please be good to me again." He reached out, plucked a random leaf, and the flower collapsed into the still ocean below. Levi opened his spiritual eyes and turned the leaf. / thunder chant, a rhythmic chant that builds up a thunderclap, with power increasing the longer the chant goes uninterrupted / not bad. Ashkral nodded in satisfaction. Thunder chant, sounds interesting. Levi pressed the leaf to his forehead, absorbing its knowledge. His eyes widened. Wow, it stacks to infinity. This defies logic. Logic? Brad, I didn't spend millions of years mastering these abilities to perfection to have their logic questioned. Levi's lips twitched, knowing from his answer that he had no plans of explaining it. But he was already numbed and didn't bother wasting his breath on it. He swiftly landed on the still waters with a thrilled expression, rearing to test it out. He transformed Ashkral to the Judgment's chain staff, and then, he activated his new ability. The moment he smashed the staff against the still waters, a faint thunderous rumble resounded in the area. Yet, Levi knew that it was only the beginning. Rumble rumble. He kept smashing the staff around, Each contact produced a much powerful thunderous clap than the previous one. It kept building up until Levi felt himself incapable of holding the Judgment's chain staff. It was vibrating strongly, making his arm shake non-stop. So forceful, I feel like I am holding a caged dragon, smashing against the bars to escape and release its fury. Levi used his other hand to keep the staff controlled and glanced at the waters beneath him. Then, with an eager grin, Levi smashed the staff on the waters while shouting, "Thunder chant, release. Ruuyuumble." Before he knew it, Levi found himself flying backward without his judgment staff and numbing pain coursing through his forearms. Yet, he didn't care about any of this. His spiritual eyes remained affixed on the gigantic circular tsunami born from his attack. It was at least 10 meters long and was charging through the endless still ocean while being pushed by the thunderous shock wave. As Levi stood up and watched the tsunami rushing towards him, he merely spread his arms welcomingly with a wide grin painted on his lips. The tsunami smashed through his spirit and sent him packing to the real world. When Levi regained his consciousness, the first sentence he uttered was, "Teach me sound manipulation." After experiencing echolocation, Levi fell in love with the sound element, but now that he had tested Thunder Chant and recognized its untapped destructive potential, Levi could no longer wait. He had to explore more sound abilities, and the only way to do this consistently was to start creating his techniques. "I was wondering when you would ask. Sit down." When Levi sat on the cold floor, Ashkral asked him, "Do you have an understanding of how the Solarite system works?" Chapter 93, Solarite/Resonance System. Do you have an understanding of how the Solarite system works? Yes, for the Daywalkers to tap into the manual manipulation of solar energy within the seed and transform it into elemental abilities or such, they are required to establish a close-knit connection with the seed. After a connection is established, the Daywalkers are given access to use the Solarite system. Levi went on and started talking about how the Solarite system was the machine that connected the genetic traits with solar energy, allowing the seed to morph the solar energy within it into abilities that had the highest affinity with those traits. For example, if a Daywalker's main evolutionary trait was related to ice, the Solarite system established a direct connection with the ice element primary. Then the solar energy could be transformed into permanent ice-based matter depending on the Daywalker's envision technique. As for how exactly the Solarite system worked internally, all Levi knew was that the Shadow Life seed contained a library of an unknown number of powers within it. Some were elemental or spiritual, some were physical, and some were even unique, like concepts and such. The exact details were either kept private, or even the government had no clue how it worked. Ashkral waited until Levi had wasted all of his saliva on his range of knowledge before telling him calmly, "Good job, now forget all that, you will be learning the resonance system." Levi's eyebrow twitched. "Why does everything have to be different with you? Do you own a Shadow Life seed?" Levi failed to find an appropriate response. "That's what I thought," Ashkral explained, using earthly terms. "The Solarite system is a universal operating system installed on each Shadow Life seed. Meanwhile, my seed is a different machine with its own unique operating system. While the resonance system is quite complex and difficult to master compared to the Solarite system, once learned, you will have the ultimate freedom to manipulate any powers related to your traits." Upon hearing this, Levi couldn't help but feel eager for such a future. He could never forget the Nonagon tree and its millions of leaves. Ever since his eyes landed on it, he had wanted nothing more than to reach such a height. He knew it would be impossible to unlock innate abilities alone, techniques were a must. How does it work? While the Solarite system relies on visualizing a spiritual connection with the seed, the resonance system requires a set of breathing techniques that resonate with the emotional state of the seed. If the seed is calm, you must use a relaxing breathing technique until a connection is established. The same goes for mad, sad, grief, fear, fury, and such. Only when you accept the seed's emotions and tend to them will an intimate connection get established, allowing you to enter its trusted circle. Resonate with the emotional state of the seed. Levi held his chin thoughtfully, not anticipating such a curveball. He had never heard of such a thing before, as he was familiar mostly with a spiritual connection. How am I supposed to check on the tree's emotional state before commencing with the resonance? Levi asked. You will start training with the harmony breathing technique, which is the general breathing technique that connects you to the seed's soul. Once you learn how to pick up on its emotional state, which shows as unique cues, you will switch the breathing technique to the appropriate one needed to either match or offset its emotional state. For example, if it is already calm and happy, all you need is to match it, and the seed will give you access. If it is the opposite, you will be required to appease it like a child until it returns to its natural state. Otherwise, the access given might be limited. Limited? Yes, unlike the solarity system that needs you to establish a single connection and provides you with decent control, the resonance system can get you from 1% to 100% access, Ashkral added. Just know, the more rights you have for its internal control, the more in tune you will be with the powers related to it. I see. Levi nodded in understanding. He realized that while the resonance system sounded like a hassle, in reality, it was the perfect form to establish a real, intimate connection with the seed. Most daywalkers and nightwalkers consider the seeds as parasites, residing within them for mere beneficial purposes. This mindset always put a dent in their relationship, as even though they were provided with some of its internal control, it was never 100%. Meanwhile, Levi had the chance to earn the absolute trust of the nine senses seed, to the point that it could give him control over its life and death. Isn't that the ultimate form of love and trust? While he knew this wouldn't be easy in the slightest, and some would even call it impossible, all he could do was be as sincere in his intentions with it. Whatever happens, happens. However, it soon dawned on Levi that he didn't possess just one seed. His heart skipped a beat as he asked faintly, by the way, the other two seeds don't follow the same system, right? What do you think? Ashkral grinned. Levi felt his skin crawl at the thought of resonating with all three seeds and each one getting mad at him and retracting their access if he gave more attention to another. Heh, he has yet to see the real horror. Ashkral smirked to himself. Soon, Levi sighed exhaustedly and dropped the matter from his mind, knowing that he could do nothing about it at the moment. Then he asked Ashkral to teach him the harmony breathing technique. Now listen carefully. We begin with the breath, Ashkral said calmly. Draw in air through your nose, slowly. Count to 5 in your mind. Let the breath settle deep in your abdomen, where the seed sleeps. Hold it, 3 seconds. Don't rush. Now exhale through your mouth, gently, like you're blowing out a flame. Count to 7. With each breath out, send your sentiment to the seed. It needs to feel your desire to connect, to communicate, and to share. Repeat, inhale, feel, hold, focus, exhale, connect. Again and again. When the seed hums back, even in silence, you'll know. That's resonance. That's where your communication begins. Levi memorized the steps and began right away with the process. Since he was blind, he didn't need to close his eyes to adjust his mental state. He freed his mind and tuned out the surrounding noises until his breath was the only sound reverberating in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. Levi kept repeating the same sequence over and over again, inhale, exhale, while having nothing on his mind besides sincere thoughts of reaching out to the nine senses seed. Unlike the way he dealt with Ashkral, Levi had nothing but respect and awe for the ancestral crimson tree. His emotions were as genuine as they could be. It seemed like the ancestral crimson tree felt them, as the moment Levi got into the zone, his world of darkness started to brighten, showing a dreamy scene of the celestial ancestral tree, weaving left and right gently. He didn't know why he felt deep down that it was welcoming his presence. "Hi." Levi smiled gently, waving back. "You have established a resonance," Ashkral said. "Now, to the difficult part, try to feel its emotional state to match it with the appropriate breathing technique. Once you succeed in finding its emotional state, I will teach." Before Ashkral could finish his sentence, Levi murmured softly, "It's delighted, but I don't know, it seems a bit tired." Ashkral went quiet as he gazed at the ancestral tree with a tint of sorrow buried deep in his eye. "I am trying. I am really trying," he sighed. Chapter 94, I am not that foolish. Soon, Ashkral taught Levi the appropriate breathing technique to relieve a bit of the ancestral tree's exhaustion. It wasn't really to relieve it, but to match it and show that he was there for it, that he was there for it, to experience it together. As Levi repeated the breathing technique, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over him. It was so heavy he felt he could do nothing but grovel on the ground and remain motionless. What is this crushing weight? Is this what the ancestral tree feels each day? Levi murmured with great difficulty. In your dreams, if this were its true burden, your heart would be crushed to death in an instant, Ashkral said calmly. This is less than 1%. The moment Levi heard that, the connection he'd worked so hard to maintain faltered at once. 1%? All of this exhaustion is less than 1%. Levi was shaken to his core. He knew that he could train hardcore every minute of the day, and it still wouldn't be enough to capture the overwhelming exhaustion he felt. Is this exhaustion caused by your repeated evolutionary resets? Levi asked. Maybe, Ashkral gave a half-assed answer. Don't put too much energy into this, continue working hard on the resonance until you secure a permanent 1% access to the ancestral tree's internal control. Levi could tell that Ashkral wanted to avoid the subject as it was related to his past. He dropped it and concentrated on his improvement, knowing that his first success was nothing but a single step on a long, long road. For the next few hours, Levi was consumed with the idea of communicating with the ancestral tree and maybe appeasing it just a little. He wasn't even doing it for access, he was just intrigued and curious about the life of the ancestral tree, knowing that if he won its trust, it could bring him deeper into its life. This was a reward on its own. Unfortunately, trust wasn't gained purely through genuine emotions, it took time and consistency. Thus, after the sun went to bless the other side of the planet, Levi decided to halt his resonance session. I will come back in a bit, Levi said gently as he waved his hand at the disappearing spiritual crimson tree. I told you to resonate for access, not to be friends with it. How about you mind your business? Ouch. Levi ignored Ashkral's chuckles and went to Arthur's room, knocking twice before opening the door. He found Arthur sitting in a meditative position in front of the window, absorbing whatever sunlight remained. Arthur, any progress? Levi asked, sitting on the bed. My seed is absorbing steadily. Arthur nodded. I still can't keep my eyes affixed on the sun for too long, but I am okay for now with just average speed. While staring into the sun promised the best payoff, most daywalkers cultivate by absorbing harmless, normal sunlight around them. After all, staring into the sun for too long harms the retinas, and most low-ranked daywalkers refuse to waste all of their precious coins on recovery totems to accelerate the absorption rate. They had other necessities to purchase. Since they would be stuck at the peak of the third stage anyway if they didn't have the necessary formula for their evolution, wasting too many coins on retinal recovery totems would do nothing but buy them a month or so. Of course, this applies only to rookies and juniors. Pathfinders and upper-ranked daywalkers must purchase them, since the requirement to reach the peak is 10 times harsher, if not more. That's why having high resistance to sunlight was treated as a gift, since it lowered the number of times required to use the retinal recovery totem. Stop for a minute and follow me, I need you to test something, Levi said. Levi and Arthur went to the living room, watching as the divine light slowly entered their apartment from the windows, covering each nook and cranny. What do you feel when you stare at the divine light? Nothing. Am I supposed to feel something? Arthur replied, squinting at the light. Did he not inherit the same qualities as me? Levi held his chin thoughtfully. Levi knew that if Arthur shared the same genetic qualities related to the Radians, then he would be able to absorb the divine light automatically with his eyes, unlike him, who had to do it manually. Your brother must have inherited some physical aspects related to the Radians, not their innate stellar powers, Ashkral said lazily. So don't waste your breath on him. I see. Levi wasn't too delighted with this news, as he hoped that his brother could also absorb the divine light to accelerate his growth. He knew that in the later stages, his speed would be hindered immensely. Still, Levi hadn't given up yet. If he has a Radian bloodline coursing through him, there will be a way for him to awaken it later on, Levi hoped. Levi understood that the Shadow Life Seed might be a downgraded version of the seeds in his possession, but it also worked on the same concept of choosing the best evolutionary trait from both the Nightcrawler and the human genetic pool. If Arthur had the same genetic trait as him, but it was dormant, it might awaken later on during a breakthrough. Go read some books, we are done here. Levi sent his little brother to his room, unbothered by his grumbling. As for telling him about their origins, he preferred keeping it to himself, as he saw no value in telling him something that would do nothing but disturb his focus on his growth. Plus, he still didn't trust Kazan enough to share such an outlandish secret. Although Kazan was his brother's Nightcrawler and the terms forbade Nightcrawlers from sharing their partner's secrets with outsiders, Levi preferred to stay on the safe side. 3 days later, Levi spent the past 3 days working on his resonance, crimson seed growth, and some combat training. While he was making great progress on his resonance, he still hadn't been given the minimum 1% to start manipulating the sound element. He wasn't anxious, he could feel it happening any moment. Right now, Levi was sitting in official Yusef's office, tracing his steps by ear as he approached the totem's shelf and picked up a wooden, winged wyvern. Arthur had gone to continue his cultivation, wanting to push for the first stage on his own without using the growth totems delivered to him by the morning stars. If he couldn't make it, he would pop them off and reach it easily. Official Yusef placed it on the desk and said calmly, "Your night mount is ready. Use your chosen incantation to summon it, but I highly advise you to do it under supervision by a strong daywalker. This feisty beauty ain't for a child to mess around with." "Fret not, I am not that foolish," Levi smiled. 20 minutes later, Levi was standing on the outskirts of the capital in the middle of a yellowish, dried-out wheat field while holding the arrow wyvern's totem. Ashkral was holstered on his back in his weapon form, his eye gazing from the top part of the staff. No Nightcrawler or Daywalker was around, he had selected this area specifically for its emptiness. "Are you sure about this?" Ashkral asked lazily. "You may not be strong enough to tame her." "Don't worry, I came prepared." Levi smiled. "Plus, I just want to introduce ourselves. Don't cry for my help if she bites your head off. Watch and learn." Ashkral rolled his eye and stared at Levi as he threw the sealing totem in front of him, muttering the incantation. "Winds unbound, heed my plea. Seal break, arrow wyvern, be free." The moment the incantation finished, Levi watched as the sealing totem enlarged from a figurine to a monstrous size, spitting terror into weaker hearts. Then it shattered. The arrow wyvern released a bellowing roar into the sky and swiftly lowered her head, her dangerous black slits fixed on Levi, who wore a serene smile. "Hell!" Before Levi could utter a single hello, the arrow wyvern pounced on him with her gleaming claws fully extended. "I guess we will do the introduction later, after we decide who is the boss." Levi smirked as he pulled Judgment's chain staff and charged toward his misbehaving night mount. Just as the claw was about to slice his face off, Levi slid underneath it and summoned the divine chain with the thought, pulling it as hard as he could. The arrow wyvern groaned in pain as she tried to resist having her head touch the ground. Since the divine chains were connected to a spiked collar, resistance only birthed a more intense wave of agony. Still, she toughed it out and slammed her entire body onto the ground, wanting to crush Levi, who lay beneath her. Too bad Levi was anticipating such a reaction. He planted his staff in the ground like a spear while crouching next to it. This caused the arrow wyvern's lower abdomen to slam into the tip, forcing the staff to sink into the ground for a bit, but it wasn't enough to offset all her kinetic energy. Roar! She reflexively jumped away from the staff, but the damage was already done, leaving her wincing in agony from two sides now, her neck and abdomen. Yet Levi wasn't done. He jumped onto her neck and unlocked both ends of the staff. Then he whipped them around her neck, causing the chains to tighten with each spin until they dug deep into her skin. As for Levi, he held the central piece of the staff like reins, resembling a dragon rider. Roar! Easy, girl, I already won. Just accept it. Levi kept shushing the berserk wyvern while trying to stay on top of her. Although he had combined both the divine chain and the staff's chain, reinforcing their strength and control, the wyvern still thrashed all over the place. She wanted to throw him off, but Levi was glued to her back. Realizing she was going nowhere, the wyvern's slits gleamed murderously, sending a faint shiver down Levi's spine. Although he couldn't see it, he felt the drastic change in her heartbeat, making him believe she was up to something bad. Before he could brood on the matter, the arrow wyvern flapped her wings against the pane and took off into the skies, kidnapping Levi with her. Well, shit. Levi's expression dropped. Chapter 95, Kidnapped to the High Heavens. I don't want to say I told you so, but... Shut it. Levi was already in deep shit as he could feel that the wyvern was taking him to the high heavens, piercing through the clouds like a lightning bolt. He had no time for Ashkral's assholeness. She is so damn fast. Levi was barely holding on for his dear life, his body was already separated from the wyvern, flailing all over the place. When compared to Shia's night mount speed, it could easily blow it off in a split second. Yet what terrified him most wasn't getting thrown off her, but the fact that she could lose consciousness from the tightness of his chains around her neck. He could feel them growing tighter and tighter. Damn it, I have to use it now, but how? Levi hadn't summoned his feisty mount without preparing to tame her aggression. He was planning to use a technique he'd read about in his mother's textbook. It required a specific type of totem, and he had purchased 2 of them during his shopping spree. But he wanted to use it only when he found no other alternative to tame her aggression, since the totem was pretty expensive. Who would have known that the wyvern was crazy enough to fight the chains and take him on a death trip that would most definitely get them both killed unless he did something. After all, night mounts are executed the moment their owner dies, and they were still alive. Now Levi wanted to pull the totem out of his backpack, but he knew that the moment he tried, he would experience his first, and last, skydive. Think. Levi zoned out the wyvern's faint groans and the thundering wind, leaving his mind free to work at peace. As he started analyzing his options, he found he had only one viable, very risky, strategy. But instead of committing to it at once, Levi tried getting the totem out of his backpack the standard way. He tightened his grasp on his staff with one hand to the best of his ability. Then he let go with the other, intending to pull the totem free while hugging his staff with his elbow. He knew that once his elbow was locked in, it would be much easier to remove the totem. Alas, the reason he hadn't tried before was that he knew deep down he wouldn't be able to pull it off, not because he lacked strength, but because the wyvern's speed was simply too overwhelming, nearing the speed of sound. Thus, the instant Levi let go with one hand, the wind knocked him off the wyvern before he could even think of pulling himself. Divine Chains. Levi summoned the divine chains again, having been forced to remove them the moment he'd been taken airborne, knowing that the agony from both chains would make it incredibly difficult for the wyvern to stay aloft. But he had to summon them to survive and carry on with his plan, since the divine chains were soulbound, leaving him dangling a couple of meters away from the wyvern. As expected, the moment the divine chains appeared, the wyvern let out a painful cry, her eyes were on the verge of losing their light. Sensing her faint heartbeat, Levi wasted no time and reached into his backpack, pulling out a green wooden totem in the shape of a leaf. This was a Grade C recovery totem called Leaf of Verdant Solace, one of the few known low-grade totems with the power to heal the mind, emotional instability, mental fatigue, and even some disorders, but not a guaranteed permanent cure. Levi had bought them, hoping not to permanently cure his nightmare's genetic aggression, but to relieve it, if only for a day or less. For normal night crawlers, even this gentle light was deadly, but when used on night mounts, only the healing effect applied. He activated it with an incantation, causing the leaf to release a halo of gentle, relaxing green light. The halo covered a couple of meters around him, but it wasn't enough to reach the wyvern. Shorten. He commanded the divine chains to contract, pulling him closer and closer to the wyvern's neck. Smash. The moment his body slammed against her upper neck, Levi caught his staff with both hands and swiftly removed the divine chains. Alas, the damage was already done. Given everything the wyvern had endured, it was a miracle she was still conscious. Usually, most Tier 2 night crawlers behave after less than a minute of pain from the divine chains, but she had lasted many minutes while also being choked by Levi's staff chains. Now, Levi was about to pay the consequences as her consciousness finally gave in before the green light could do its work. In an instant, Levi felt the world turn upside down as the wyvern nosedived toward the ground, her body spinning all over the place. "You have done it now," Ashkral said. "Either help me or shut it. You told me to watch and learn. I'm still waiting to be enlightened." Ashkral chuckled. Levi's eyebrows twitched, but he remained silent, taking accountability for the mess he'd made. He already knew the safer option had been to use the totem at the beginning to calm the wyvern before taming her, but he didn't want to set a bad precedent on their first meeting. He'd rather purchase a new night mount than endure this hassle and drain his bank every time. Still, he didn't want to give up on her so soon. The Judgment's chain staff is cutting circulation to her brain. It's the first to go, Levi thought, already forming a countermeasure. He switched from holding the staff to gripping her horns, knowing she couldn't fight him off while unconscious. The moment he was confident in his grip, he unsummoned the staff, letting it dissolve into crimson light petals. While it left a bruise on her neck, the damage wasn't serious. Still, there were no signs of her waking. Divine chains. He summoned the chains again, but this time he didn't pull hard. Instead, he waved them forward gently, sending soft, painful jolts to restart her system. Fortunately, the green halo also aided in restoring her mental health from the abuse she'd endured. After a few seconds, which felt like years to Levi, the wyvern finally showed signs of regaining consciousness. The moment he noticed, Levi removed the divine chains and patted her neck gently to comfort her. "It's all good now. It's all good." Hearing his soothing voice while bathed in green light changed the wyvern's demeanor for the first time. Her eyes, once clouded in murderous red, now revealed their true color. They were soft and feminine, yet filled with an endless fog of confusion and helplessness. It seemed the wyvern hated her constant aggression, but couldn't control it. The storm dragon's genes were too strong. 1000 m. 500 m. 200 m. While she knew that Levi was the one clearing the deadly fog from her mind, it didn't mean she became instantly comfortable with him sitting on top of her. But she had a much more serious problem at hand, her survival. The moment she was about to kiss the ground with merely less than 50 meters to go, she fixed her balance and expanded her wings to the limit. Whoosh! Then she pulled her head up and pierced through the gravity, leaving no less than 5 meters between her and the ground. What the hell is that? So fast. Is that a missile? A couple of peaceful, cultivating daywalkers were left shocked out of their wits at the sight of a white figure whizzing past their heads at explosive speed. Before they could analyze what happened, the wyvern was already gone, appearing as a mere black dot in their line of sight. Meanwhile, Levi was seen hugging the wyvern like his life depended on it. His heart was pounding out of his chest in dread. While he couldn't see anything, his echolocation fed him everything and made him realize that he was a mere second away from damnation. Growling. Alas, he wasn't in the clear yet as the wyvern turned her head and gave him a nasty glare, seemingly warning him to get the F***ck off her back. Easy girl, I seek not to bind you, but to walk beside you. Put your trust in me and lend me your wings, I promise we shall soar as one to heights others could only dream of. Levi spoke softly while gently caressing her leathery skin, but his tone carried undeniable conviction. Growling. The wyvern was still not convinced, but Levi kept on talking. Your murderous rage binds you as tightly as my blindness binds me. We are both cursed, your claws stained by a power you cannot control, my sight stolen by fate's cruel hand. Levi smiled softly. Together, we can break these chains. You guided by my voice, I guided by your wings. As he spoke, Levi reached into his backpack and pulled out some luminous snacks. He placed them near the wyvern's irritated eyes and added, I can handle your rage, I have been through worse. If you take my hand, I will never forsake you and will do everything in my power to help you through it. Levi paused for a short moment and then said with a bitter smile. For I know, no life is worth living died in red. Although Levi always appeared chill after he had grown up, when he was a child, he wasn't like this. He was consumed with rage and hatred against every single nightcrawler for what had been done to him and his family. While he had learned how to keep such emotions from showing in the open, it didn't mean they were gone. He simply channeled those energies into something that could help him move forward and stay on a straight line. What lay at the end of that line, only he knew. As the wyvern listened to him and sensed his genuine sentiments, her slits widened a bit while her growls sounded a bit more tame. She kept glancing between the delicious snacks in front of her and Levi's faint, welcoming smile. Sensing her hesitation, Levi added, You don't have to decide now, a contract was already established between us. I know I am asking you to take a leap of faith on me, and you can have a day to decide. If you are still unconvinced, you are allowed to reject me. Levi smiled. I will make sure to never summon you again, and you can enjoy an eternal slumber. Levi knew that taming a nightcrawler as aggressive as her could happen using only two options, either through constant abuse or mutual trust. He had no interest in torturing her. He, who used the same whip that was used upon him to whip others, deserved no sympathy or understanding. Chomp. Before Levi could react, the wyvern's eyes softened as she whipped her mouth to the side and devoured his hand and the snacks simultaneously. But Levi only chuckled after sensing her sharp fangs not coming in contact with his skin at all. After eating the snacks, the wyvern pulled her mouth back, leaving Levi's hand all wet with sticky saliva, then she released a low-pitched chirp, as if she was laughing at his startled expression. A nod would have been sufficient. Levi smiled wryly as he patted her head. Chapter 96, Classroom C2. 4 days later. Levi and Arthur could be seen standing before a giant, closed steel gate, connected to steel walls with spiked wires on top. Bro, are we in the right place? Arthur looked around him with a dazed expression, staring at the farm fields and livestock roaming about, feeling like they were sent to a prison. They knew that the Daywalkers Training Center was a well-protected facility since it involved the future of the region. But those steel walls and wires looked like they were planted to keep the trainees from running away. Suddenly, the heavy metal gate groaned as it opened, gears grinding and hinges screeching like rusted chains. Levi used the noise to map out the interior of the training center. What appeared before him was a new, beautiful world, a world he always wished to be part of, campus life. The training center used to be a location for an ancient university. While it was remodeled to train daywalkers by adding cultivation zones, combat arenas, merchandise stores, mission boards, and such, the campus life was still pretty dominant. There were mixed dorms on the far right side while the main school building was in the center, surrounded by a breathtaking open space plaza with grass fields, trees, and even a small running stream. Levi's spiritual vision picked up on hundreds of auras spread out everywhere, some sunbathing on top of trees, some sitting in circles, some sparring amongst each other, but the majority were inside the central hall. Levi wasn't surprised by the hefty number of auras, as he knew that it was extremely challenging to graduate in one's first year. Some daywalkers had failed to graduate for 3 years straight, forcing them to remain under governmental care. He even read that some daywalkers purposely fail to graduate to remain here due to the benefits outweighing joining a low-ranked agency. Of course, the government would never allow freeloaders to hang around. They put them to work as either assistants to the instructors or outsourced their duties to agencies, using the mission board. They might also send squads for low-risk expeditions under the government's name. Likewise, they get a portion from their services. In a sense, the Grand Daywalkers Training Center was the unofficial agency for the government. "You're here right on time," the gatekeeper said with a welcoming smile. "Thank you, sir." Levi bowed his head slightly and nudged his brother to do the same as he could feel his spiritual aura belonged to a veteran warden. While there was only one rank separating a warden and a solar-bound daywalker, it was considered a chasm much difficult to cross than all previous ranks combined. That's why solar-bound daywalkers, Tier 5, was the minimum rank to apply to become a governor of a settlement or a city. Still, becoming a warden daywalker was a difficult challenge on its own, and anyone at this rank was considered an elite daywalker deserving of respect. "Report to the administration office, and they will get you settled," the gatekeeper warned. "Be quick, Sir Seraphis will give you hell if you are 1 minute late to his class." "Will do." Levi nodded gratefully and took off with his brother towards the administration office, jogging with 2 backpacks filled to the brim. As the gatekeeper looked at Levi's back, he couldn't help but crack a faint smile. "I have guarded the gate for a decade, and led hundreds of newborn daywalkers through, yet, not in my wildest dreams did I ever imagine a day would come when I would open the gate for a blind daywalker." The gatekeeper held a sun-shaped pendant and prayed softly, "O light above, shine within him. Though his eyes are veiled, let your warmth be his sight, Orin." After Levi and Arthur went to the administration office, they were given their ID cards, their dormitory room number, a rule book sent to their email, a map of the training center, and their weekly schedule for their classes. Then, they were sent on their way. Fearing they might be late for their first class, they checked into their dormitory to put their backpacks and then swiftly followed the map, leading them to a classroom named C2. Arthur swung the door wide, almost breaking it off the wall, alarming everyone inside the classroom. Uncaring about the annoyed and death stares he received, Arthur greeted with a wide grin. "Yo. Arthur, do you have to be loud in everything you do?" Melissa sighed helplessly. "It's my way of life, deal with it." Arthur shrugged. "Yet, when I call you a gorilla, you get upset." Jojo snickered. "What are you even doing here?" Arthur fired back while sitting next to her, "Shouldn't you be meditating outside with the livestock or something?" "I am already next to one." "Oof." Ryan sucked a cold breath while Levi and Melissa chuckled at her comeback, knowing that while Jojo seemed to embrace the life of a peaceful monk, she was a true menace. "It wasn't even that funny," Arthur muttered in annoyance as he listened to their laughter. Meanwhile, after Levi took his seat, he was immediately surrounded by everyone's contracted nightcrawler besides Demetrius. He was sitting at the far corner of the first row, sparing a mere glance at Levi's entry and then going back to scrolling on the network. It was like he had put everything that happened in the assembly behind him, not wanting to interact with Levi ever again. But Levi could easily pick up on his wild enmity, making him understand that he had yet to learn his lesson. Levi ignored him too and started talking with everyone's night crawlers, whispering and chuckling from time to time, akin to a madman. Since everyone already knew of his condition, no one wanted to bother him. A few minutes later, the door was unlocked and Nura walked in, wearing comfy oversized clothes in black. She was yawning and had an aura of tiredness surrounding her, like she had pulled a three-nighter. She went straight to the seat next to Levi's and complained, "Did the class really need to be scheduled this early in the morning? Are you a night owl?" Levi asked, smiling. He didn't seem bothered by her getting this comfortable with him, as he had no issues with making friends. "No, I was on a mission and just got dropped off by my mother." Nura yawned again and rested her head on the desk. Then, she pulled the hoodie over her head and asked Levi to wake her when Instructor Seraphis arrived. Mission with her mother, she has just become a daywalker and is already going on missions. Levi raised an eyebrow as he glanced at her shadowy spiritual aura. While he still couldn't discern between the spiritual auras of different stages in the same rank, Levi had a strong feeling that Nura must have reached the peak of the rookie rank already. The Blackthorn family's pockets were deep enough that they could afford to push someone as talented as Nura straight to Pathfinder rank in less than a month if they wanted. If it wasn't for the government's strict rules of having all newborn daywalkers graduate from their training center before securing their certified daywalkers' IDs, he doubted she would be here with them. Unfortunately for Nura, she wasn't given even 5 minutes of sleep before the door opened up and Instructor Seraphis walked in, his posture as straight as an arrow. Just as Levi was about to poke Nura, he found her already sitting straight, her eyes barely opening up. Instructor Seraphis stood in front of the podium and glanced at the class of freshmen under his care, scanning them akin to a hawk. Omar, Selene, and Kira were sitting together on the right side while Levi's group was chilling in the middle area. Only Demetrius was sitting alone, like a castaway no one wanted. "If you hear your name, step to the podium and summon your weapon," Instructor Seraphis ordered calmly, not wasting his time on greetings. "Demetrius." Demetrius stepped onto the stage and extended his hand, summoning a beautiful sword with 2 sharp edges and a green, flowery design on its hilt. He seemed proud of his creation as he had a look of adoration while holding it. Instructor Seraphis took it from him and waved it around for a few moments. Then, he threw it back to Demetrius. "Decent, return to your seat." Demetrius walked to his seat, his eyelids twitching in dejection, expecting a much better reaction from Instructor Seraphis, especially when he was a famous swordsman. "Arthur." Arthur ran to the stage with an excited expression and then uttered before everyone, "Be prepared to witness the greatest, most awesome shield in the history of shields. A shield that I have worked tirelessly with my partner to design. A shield so great, so powerful, my enemies will be blinded by its beauty before I get the chance to pound." Smack. "I told you to show your weapon, not give us its lore." Instructor Seraphis smacked him in the neck before he could get to the good part. Instructor Seraphis' patience was already thin, and Arthur still had the nerve to test him with his bullshit. Fine, it's too good for you anyway," Arthur murmured under his breath, but Instructor Seraphis heard him. His upper lip twitched, but he decided to ignore it. Levi merely covered his face with one hand, feeling like his little brother would get himself expelled on his first day if he kept up his shenanigans. Though Arthur's weapon did deserve the hype he built, as the moment he summoned it, everyone was taken by surprise. The shield was made of dark gray metal with a black edge and shaped like an octagon. At its center was a smooth, round black gemstone, resembling a black hole. There were small empty sockets in front of each edge, and markings were etched into the surface, forming rings around the gem, akin to knights protecting a queen. It was big enough, Arthur held it from the center, and managed to hide his entire arm and a large portion of his torso. "Looks good, but it is still just a shield," Omar commented indifferently. Kira, Demetrius, Selene, and even some of Arthur's friends also shared the same sentiment, understanding that shields couldn't be used as weapons, but mere tools for protection. Thus, as cool as it was, it fell short of being a true weapon. "Oh, I would love to change your mind over a spar." Arthur grinned, challenging Omar without an ounce of hesitation. "Oh." Everyone didn't hesitate to instigate further, calling out Omar to accept the challenge. They also wanted to see the source of Arthur's confidence. Only Levi knew what his brother's new powers were capable of, and he could do nothing but smile wryly, knowing that Omar stood absolutely no chance. "It's up to the instructor," Omar said, unfazed by Arthur's confidence. Arthur turned around, giving instructor Seraphis a puppy look. "Stop it, you are ruining puppies for me." Instructor Seraphis's eyelid twitched at Arthur's diabolical expression. Then, he told them that he already had plans to have everyone spar after the weapons demonstration to check on their powers and help them either build a fitting fighting style or improve it. Next, Levi. Chapter 97, I Am the Weapon. Arthur gladly stepped off the stage and gave his big brother the spotlight, grinning from ear to ear at the thought of everyone marveling at his brother's unique weapon. Unfortunately, Levi had no interest in showing off. He summoned the Judgment Chain staff for a couple of seconds, leaving everyone a bit astonished at its fine, delicate artistic design. The crimson roots resembled eastern dragons coiling around two pagodas, while the central piece was as black as forgotten ink. It was a masterwork of craftsmanship, and everyone could tell that it exuded an aura of superiority. Yet, they were more surprised by the fact that Levi stuck to a physical weapon instead of a weapon that could harness his insane spiritual potential. Before anyone could comment, Levi broke it into breathtaking crimson petals and bowed his head to the instructor, awaiting to be excused. "His weapon is strange, it feels like it is hiding a deep secret," Keshoba said. "We will find out soon enough." Seraphis replied, also realizing that Levi's weapon wasn't as simple as it looked. But he didn't press Levi to reveal it, knowing Levi wouldn't show his hand merely for show. Next, Kira. Next, Melissa. Next, Ryan. Next, Selene. Next, Omar. Next, Jojo. In the next 5 minutes, everyone but Nero was called and showed off their weapons. Kira created a set of throwing surgical knives while Melissa recreated the same crossbow but using the figure of her doll. Meanwhile, Ryan crafted 2 retractable knives attached from his knees to his feet. As for Selene, she went with a needle-thin rapier. Omar decided on a pair of solid, tonfa-shaped arm weapons fused to his forearms. Each weapon extended slightly past the elbow and the fist, allowing both blocking and striking. While everyone went for physical weapons, Jojo stunned them with a peculiar weapon shaped as a prayer bead necklace. It was crafted out of deep brown orbs, which seemed connected without any string or attachment. Jojo wore it around her neck, reaching to her abdomen, making her resemble a true reclusive monk. Last but not least, Nura's name was called, and she summoned 2 pitch-black daggers, with a faint shadowy mist surrounding them. Its appearance sent shivers down everyone's spines as they felt like their throats were at its mercy, even with this much distance between them. Even Levi gulped, having a strong feeling that if Nura were to make a move on him, he would find it extremely challenging to evade her. She is getting too strong, too fast, he thought. All of that preparation from such a young age was blossoming akin to a flower under time acceleration. Go back to your seat. Hearing his order, Nura waved her hand, and the daggers were devoured instantly by the shadowy mist. Then she walked back to her seat next to Levi, yawning all the way. Follow me to the Iron Colosseum. Soon, Instructor Seraphis led everyone outside the classroom and took them to the arena center, where all the battles and spars were hosted. It was forbidden to fight on the training center's grounds, and anyone caught would receive a severe punishment. After arriving at the Iron Colosseum, everyone was astonished by its grandeur, as it was the second largest building after the administration office. It was built akin to a steel colosseum, with a massive central area surrounded by stands for the spectators. The central area was split into 10 smaller arenas, while the biggest one took the crown at the center. At the moment, the Colosseum was relatively empty, as only 2 smaller arenas were being used. Before Levi and the others could think of spectating the 2 battles, Seraphis separated them into duels. Omar vs Arthur. Selene vs Jojo. Melissa vs Selene. Ryan vs Nura. Levi vs Demetrius. Everyone was taken slightly by surprise, as they had noticed that the sparring arrangement matched the battles they had during the last trial of the assembly. It was like instructor Seraphis was giving the losers a second chance to redeem themselves and the winners to establish their superiority again. Only Ryan seemed to have drawn the short stick and was matched against Nura. Yet, he didn't seem terrified in the slightest. Instead, he grinned widely while holding his beating heart, feeling the adrenaline rushing through him. To be put against that monster, I am thrilled, he blurted to his friends. Before his friends could respond, Nura appeared, akin to a ghost next to him, and leaned her head on his shoulder. Then she whispered with a dreadful smile, "Ryan, if you call me that again, I will slice your precious legs." Ryan's legs almost gave in from fear as he felt like the Grim Reaper himself whispered near his ears. What scared him the most was the fact that he could not feel her presence next to him at all, even when her head was so close. "He didn't mean it, Nura. It was a joke." Levi intervened, sensing that Nura's heartbeats had changed the moment she heard the term monster. While he didn't know why the term triggered her so much, he could tell she wasn't bluffing with her threat. "It's not a joke for me," Nura said indifferently as she walked away from them. "Stop messing around and prepare for the spars, we don't have all day long." Instructor Seraphis clapped his hands, regaining control over his class. Then he ordered Omar and Arthur to take the stage. Arthur rushed to the arena, resembling a trapped beast freed after years of imprisonment. Meanwhile, Omar walked slowly and steadily, representing his military roots. After both parties stood on opposite sides, Instructor Seraphis warned them to behave, as he didn't have the same omnipotence as before. In other words, they should pull their hands and not go for the kill. "Fight!" Omar covered his forearm with his Nightcrawler's steel exoskeleton, appearing as tonfas, and then he rushed towards Arthur while solemnly uttering, "Show what your awesome shield is capable of." "Gladly." Arthur grinned as he summoned his octagonal grey shield and placed it in front of him, taking a defensive stance. Cling. Omar smashed his tonfas on the shield, wanting to test out its strength and durability. To his surprise, neither the shield nor Arthur budged for even an inch, even though he put more than 50% of his strength into that strike. Cling. Cling. Not allowing this to affect him negatively, Omar added more force to his strikes and started using a rigid close combat military martial arts style, where his attacks might look simple, but they were efficient to perfection. Still, Arthur held strong, moving his shield to face Omar's strikes regardless of their trajectory, blocking them all. "The shield is too big and heavy, yet he is moving it like it weighs nothing," Garnock uttered sternly. "This boy is a beast in human skin." Even Omar's Nightcrawler was taken by surprise, knowing that his partner's strikes were strong enough to blow rocks. Yet, he still hadn't put a dent in Arthur's shield or moved him. "It seems I have to use it." Realizing that his attacks were futile, Omar decided to pop his first innate ability to regain momentum in the fight. Iron Coil Arts, Steel Pulse. Omar's tonfas started to shimmer with a metallic glow as he increased his striking speed and strength to the limit. Boom! Boom! Now, each time his tonfas made contact with the shield, a booming shockwave was released from his forearms. Ryan and the rest showed a brief spark of amazement at the sight of Omar releasing powerful shockwaves with each strike, like his weapon was storing energy during contact and releasing it in a burst. Steel Pulse is one of the best low-grade abilities for breaking guards and disorienting enemies with close-range shockwaves. But is it enough? Instructor Seraphis thought as he watched Arthur sheltering from the storm, still with the same cocky grin. How? Why are my strikes not moving him? Omar's calm demeanor was starting to falter with each failed attempt to damage Arthur. He could understand not being able to shatter his shield, but he simply couldn't accept the notion of failing to move his body an inch. It was like he was striking an unmoving mountain. The only thing changing about Arthur was the black gemstone, as with each strike on the shield, it glowed brighter and brighter, until everyone started noticing it. Before they could react to it, Arthur pulled away from Omar and murmured, "This should be enough for a spar." Then he opened his palm on the back of the black gemstone and uttered "Absorb," causing the black gemstone to dim out until it returned to its dark state. Meanwhile, Arthur's body started to squirm while his massive muscles tightened up until the veins appeared akin to a network of bridges on his skin. This wasn't all, they were glowing faintly with the same light from the black gemstone. "You said a shield isn't a weapon. Maybe you are right, but I never needed a weapon to begin with." Arthur cracked his neck, releasing a faint shockwave, and then added with a barbaric grin, "After all, I am the weapon." In an instant, Arthur appeared in front of Omar, his pitch-black eye reflecting the sight of Arthur's tightened fist headed straight to his stomach, akin to a ballistic missile. It was so powerful, so fast, he could only reflexively guard his stomach with the tonfas, combining them to appear as a small shield. Alas, deep down, Omar knew that the moment the fist connected, he would not end up in one piece. Boom! A cloud of dust arose, hindering everyone's vision, but the sound of the impact was more than enough to send shivers down even Nura's spine. What a barbaric strength! If that landed on me, it would be over. As this thought coursed through the minds of Arthur's classmates, the dust cleared up and everyone was stunned, and a bit relieved to see Seraphis standing in front of Omar. He was holding Arthur's fist in his palm while Omar was thrown away from the aftermath alone, his face drained of color. Smack! "Didn't I tell you to hold back?" Instructor Seraphis landed a chop on Arthur's head, scolding him with an irked voice. "But I did." Arthur showed a wronged look. Hearing this, Omar and the rest had a mini heart attack at the thought of Arthur still not going all out. Clap! Clap! "Well done, Arthur." Only Levi was applauding with a faint, proud smile. As his big brother, seeing his potential bloom was just as rewarding as seeing his own self improve. "Haha, did I look cool?" Arthur immediately went to Levi, asking for his approval. "You were the coolest." Levi chuckled while giving him a fist pump. Meanwhile, Instructor Seraphis was left gazing at Arthur and Levi messing around for a moment before he switched his sight to his red palm. The moment he turned around, his entire forearm started shaking like it had been hit by a sledgehammer. He is still at the first rookie stage and he was able to deliver such a devastating blow. Seraphis glanced at the Larson brothers and couldn't help but murmur, "The Larson brothers, two freaks of nature sharing the same bloodline, these two, they just might be what our region needs in the CRS platform." Chapter 98, Second Beating. Meanwhile, Ryan and the rest of Arthur's friends kept grilling him for answers about his powers, wanting to know how he could be this strong with just one ability unlocked. Arthur was neither lazy nor humble, as he started bragging about how his contracted Nightcrawler's main source of strength was his uniquely crystallized skin that could absorb kinetic energy and store it for later use. His shield was crafted to do the same by channeling all the damage to the black gemstone and storing it. Then he could use this energy in whichever way he wanted. In this case, he used his first unlocked innate ability, Rebound Engine, which channeled all the absorbed energy into his body, enhancing his physical capabilities to various degrees depending on the amount absorbed. "That's so powerful!" Ryan exclaimed. I can't imagine what those abilities will be like if this is the lowest graded one. It's expected, to be honest, Melissa said sweetly. His partner is a tier 5 Nightcrawler, after all. Everyone nodded, understanding that tier 5 Nightcrawlers were considered at the same stage as Solarbound. Having contracted one was the same as having a governor-ranked Daywalker as a partner. No wonder he chose you. His powers could never shine without a shield to absorb the kinetic energy efficiently and a physically enduring man to survive it, Jojo said. A gorilla and a rhino, you two are a match made in heaven. Arthur's eyelids twitched, but he decided not to engage with her this time to avoid ruining his good mood. Jojo, Selene, get onto the arena. Hearing Instructor Seraphise's order, both girls stepped into the arena and stood a wide distance from each other. Selene summoned her thin, needle-like rapier and got into a fencing stance, her body sideways, while her blade aimed straight at Jojo's heart. You defeated me before, but it's going to be different this time, Selene uttered coldly. The only difference is place and time, the outcome will remain the same. Jojo clasped her palms and bowed. My apologies for what is about to happen next. Fight. Selene immediately activated her innate ability, Piercing Dash, causing her body to blur into a mirage as she closed on Jojo. Jojo closed her eyes and made a two-finger gesture next to her chest. Then, she murmured, Silent Bead Arts, Bead Bullet. Out of nowhere, a single prayer bead separated from the giant necklace and vanished. Before anyone could react, a loud thud rang out, followed by an agonizing groan. Everyone turned to see Selene kneeling at the center of the arena, clutching her stomach. Her eyes bulged and her mouth foamed as if a wrecking ball had struck her mid-step. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Jojo made the same two-finger gesture, and a wooden bead floated back to her from beneath Selene. The prayer bead necklace opened just enough space for it, reconnecting in perfect harmony. Namaste. Jojo bowed again and then walked up the arena steps. Spiritual weapons are truly the greatest. Ryan said enviously. Everyone nodded, sharing the sentiment. Jojo hadn't used more than 10% of her strength, yet it was enough to shut down Selene. The worst part? Most of them doubted they could have evaded that beat in time. Ah, this just makes me more annoyed with you. Ryan turned to Levi, biting his shirt in agitation. How could you choose a physical weapon? Isn't your Nightcrawler a psychic type? Everyone wanted Levi to succeed, knowing his cultivation disadvantage needed to be covered by his other talents. To them, Levi's spiritual aptitude seemed otherworldly, too vast to be contained in a mere physical weapon. I appreciate your concerns, but I know what I'm doing, Levi smiled peacefully. Before his friends could interject, Instructor Seraphis called Demetrius and Levi to the stage. He'd already tended to Selene with a recovery totem. Demetrius glanced at Levi as he walked up, giving him no attention. Just as irritation flared, Demetrius remembered Levi was blind, and couldn't see him even if he tried. A pleased smile flickered across Demetrius's face, thinking that, despite everything, Levi was still disabled. This was enough to fill his heart with twisted joy. I can't afford to lose to him twice, Demetrius thought as he summoned his flowery sword and took an offensive stance. Although there are no cameras, I'll beat him here and leak the footage. It's the only way for me to return to the spotlight. Levi immediately sensed his malicious intent in his heartbeat. He didn't know exactly what Demetrius planned, but he knew it wouldn't be good. Levi manifested his staff from a cloud of crimson petals. He placed it on the ground like a pillar and leaned against it, gesturing with a finger for Demetrius to come get his second round of tough love. Seeing the taunt, Demetrius's expression flickered cruelly before he rushed Levi with no intention of holding back. Better to face Instructor Seraphis's wrath than show mercy to Levi. Whoosh! As he charged, Demetrius activated his ability, Petal Mirage Arts, Fading Steps. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Demetrius left illusionary clones with each stride, until it seemed like Levi was under assault by an army of Demetriuses. The mirages mimic sight and sound. Shit, Levi's device and ears can't tell real from fake. Ryan exclaimed. Aside from Arthur and Nura, the rest watched worriedly, fearing Levi's lone ability might not counter this. Poor thing. Instructor Seraphi's face palmed, knowing Demetrius's attempt was futile. Spiritual vision cannot be fooled unless challenged mentally. As expected, Levi's spiritual vision revealed Demetrius's weak aura clearly. The flowery mirages were nothing but a brief show. Levi waited until one mirage was 5 meters away, then kicked the bottom of the staff, releasing the chains like a coiled serpent. The bottom piece shot out a foot above the arena floor, slamming onto Demetrius's right leg. Before Demetrius could react, the chains wrapped around his leg so tightly his face turned blue with pain. What the hell is this? Chains inside a staff. He shouted, panicking as he tried, and failed, to break free. His strikes left no mark, his leg was trapped like in a bear trap. I doubt you'd understand even if I explained. Now, where were we? Oh yes, your second lesson. Levi snapped the chains inward, dragging Demetrius across the ground toward him. Panic and terror contorted Demetrius's face as memories of their first duel flooded back. His body convulsed, and his mouth opened. Yay. Levi would allow no excuse. Before Demetrius could finish, he locked the chain length at 1 meter, swung the staff around, and flung Demetrius into the air, smashing him against the hardened floor. Boom! Levi didn't wait to see if Demetrius was conscious. He lifted him into the air again under his classmates' horrified glares. The impact's echo told them Demetrius was badly hurt, and Levi was still coming for more. The gentle, peaceful Levi was gone, replaced by a merciless glare that warned none to disturb his peace. Enough, Levi. Instructor Seraphi's appeared under Demetrius and caught him midair, forcing Levi's staff against an immovable wall. My apologies, I got carried away. Levi shattered the staff into crimson petals and bowed respectfully. Save this energy for battles against real enemies, Instructor Seraphi's advised. You may dislike each other, but you're on the same side. We can't afford infighting when we're already low in numbers. I will keep it in mind, sir. Levi nodded and walked away, knowing Seraphi spoke from experience. He'd seen horrors that made petty squabbles seem childish. But Levi didn't care. Anyone who threatened his peace would be met with the same merciless resolve. So, who's next? As Levi returned to his friends with his usual serene smile, they suddenly felt the creeps, until Arthur broke the silence. Haha, good smacking, big brother. You rebooted his personality. Arthur grinned and fist-pumped Levi. Levi felt his friend's heartbeats skip, realizing their image of him was shifting. Still, he showed no reaction. In his mind, he'd never paint a false portrait just to be liked. Chapter 99, You Guys Suck. Soon, Levi was rained down with questions about his unique weapon and how he managed to get a chain inside to control it in that manner. Levi didn't feel like going into details about his weapon or powers. He jokingly told them that it was a trade secret enforced by his partner. Then, he changed the subject to the upcoming battle between Melissa and Kira. Good luck, Melissa. If you don't redeem your defeat, dinner is on you. I got this. Melissa gave them a solemn nod and stepped into the arena, her eyes fixed on the petite Kira on the other side. Ready to get your ass hooped again? Kira commented lazily, her hands still in her pockets. Such cockiness coming out of such a tiny figure looked quite comical, but no one was laughing. Kira was the daughter of a famous elite raider daywalker, part of the Lightbearer Alliance, the strongest agency in the region. Her mother was also one of the best surgeons in the entire Northern District, known for miraculous feats of combining traditional surgery with totems. They shared the same weapon type and fighting style, which meant he had supervised her training personally. Show me what you got. Melissa's expression turned icy, finally matching her gothic appearance. She summoned her crossbow, which was built using a chimera doll as the main body. The doll's limbs were fixed in place to form the frame, with its arms acting as the limbs of the crossbow. The mouth was forced open and used as the point where bolts were fired. The crossbow looked strange and unsettling, yet it didn't appear out of place under Melissa's hand, making her resemble a demonic hunter. Melissa stretched her hand, aiming the crossbow at Kira. Then, she held her breath, her eyes focused on her target while her ears were given to Instructor Seraphis, awaiting his voice. Fight! Phew! A bone arrow fired from Melissa's crossbow, glistening under the light, appeared as a flash before reaching Kira. Blade Surgeon Arts, Surgical Halo. Kira was already prepared as she lifted one finger, and the surgical knives flew out of her hidden pockets, flying around her at an insane speed, creating a protective barrier. Ting! The bone arrow smashed against one of the knives, reflecting it away. Unbothered, Kira walked with her hands in her pockets toward Melissa, the flurry of knives making her feel invincible before Melissa's attacks. Ting! Ting! The doll's mouth kept spitting one arrow after another non-stop, but to no avail. The knives were too oppressive, allowing nothing to touch Kira's clothes. Damn it, if she gets too close, Melissa won't survive the onslaught, Ryan exclaimed. It's going to end up the same as last time. Arthur nodded solemnly. They knew that Melissa's Achilles was melee combat. She wasn't horrible at it, but her fighting style was mostly focused on long-range combat. To make matters worse, she didn't have any home advantage due to the size and openness of the arena. This was what everyone thought, but they failed to consider one additional point. Melissa wasn't as limited as last time. Piercing arrow. Melissa waited until Kira was 10 meters away from her and launched her current strongest ability. The doll's mouth opened up to the limit, akin to a serpent planning to devour a deer. Then, a medium-sized bone arrow with a fearsome tip was launched at triple the speed of the previous ones. The force was so strong, Melissa's arm was thrown into the air from the recoil, leaving her arms shaking. Shit! Kira's pupils thinned out in dread as she tried her best to evade the arrow's trajectory, having a strong feeling that her barrier would struggle against it. While she had tried her best, the arrow still arrived faster than she could fully get out of its way. Tying. The flurry of surgical knives was blown aside, leaving Kira exposed for the first time. However, the arrow's momentum and original trajectory suffered immensely, causing it to graze Kira's waist instead of leaving a hole. Feeling the sharp sting on her right waist and the rising burning sensation, Kira's expression turned cold. You asked for it? She summoned her spread-out knives and charged at Melissa while zigzagging along the way, making it extremely difficult for Melissa to land another arrow. Since the distance between them was already short, by the time Melissa loaded another piercing arrow, Kira was already right in her face. Just as she was about to bring her inside the surgical halo, planning to slice her up, Instructor Seraphis halted the fight with a single clap. I've seen enough. Go back to your seats. Although Kira heard him, she still wanted to return the favor, but she found her knives unresponsive to her orders. It was like they were under a much more powerful spiritual pressure, making them fixed in place. Tisk, you got lucky. Kira clicked her tongue in irritation and walked back to her classmates, holding her bleeding wound. Melissa ignored her statement and went back to her friends with a slightly disappointed smile. Don't think much of it. Levi comforted her with a smile. Ranged-based fighters truly shine once they've developed some defensive abilities. The others nodded in agreement, knowing that ranged-based daywalkers get scarier with each breakthrough. They needed special care at the beginning, but once their battle arts developed to a decent stage, everyone would think twice before challenging them. I know, but still, it sucks to keep losing each time. I guess dinner's on me. Melissa sighed. Don't worry, Ryan will pay half. Arthur grinned as he patted his friend's shoulder. Ryan's eyelids twitched, but he couldn't muster a single retort. What happened before still played in his mind, chilling his hot-blooded core. He already knew he was walking into a losing fight, but still, his confidence might be shaken, but not broken. Nura, Ryan. However, the moment he witnessed Nura already standing on stage without making a single noise, he couldn't help but gulp. Wish me luck. Even if the goddess of luck held your hand and walked you to the arena, Nura will still make your ass flatter than your back. Namaste. Jojo uttered and swiftly regained her otherworldly pacifist appearance. You guys suck. Hearing his friend's chuckles, Ryan showed them the middle finger behind his back as he stepped onto the stage. Nura, use only your first innate ability. Instructor Seraphis ordered. I wasn't planning on using any, but sure. Nura smiled. Ryan glanced at Instructor Seraphis, wanting nothing more than to curse him off. Seraphis turned a blind eye to his stare and started the battle with a cough. Fight. My apologies, but I'm too tired to play with you. Before Ryan could summon his retractable leg blades, he found a dagger already placed around his neck. He thought he was tripping. How could she appear behind him from over 30 meters away? But alas! The cold sensation of the dagger was as real as it could get. I yield. Ryan raised his hands in the air, lacking any confidence to even twitch, let alone make a move. Meanwhile, Levi and the others were left stunned and speechless. Not because of how fast the fight went, but by how Nura appeared behind Ryan. In Arthur and the others' view, she fell into her shadow and popped up behind Ryan's shadow. But for Levi, he saw her appear in the spiritual bridge of darkness and move at unfathomable speed through it. What the hell was that? Shadow step. To unlock it this early, her contracted nightcrawler's potential seems decent, Ashkral replied lazily. It was the highest form of compliment for Ashkral to call a nightcrawler decent, as Levi knew the fucker offered praise with the warmth of a tax auditor. Alright, it was a mistake for Nura to join the spars. Instructor Seraphis clapped his hands and said calmly, from now on, Nura will start training with upper year trainees. Before anyone could react, Seraphis added, Levi, Arthur, and Jojo, you can join too, if you're interested. I'm more than down. Arthur agreed excitedly. Seems interesting. Levi smiled. I accept the favor, Namaste. Jojo bowed slightly. Seeing this, Demetrius, Kira, and the others felt their hearts clench. They wanted to complain, to defend themselves, to receive the same opportunity, but they knew Seraphis's word was final. If even Kira wasn't selected despite winning her fight, it only meant they hadn't met Seraphis's criteria. Damn it, it keeps getting worse. Demetrius cursed, his vindictive eyes fixed on Levi. But remembering the 2 thrashings he'd received, a dose of fear steadied his mind. You should stop provoking him, you're not at his level yet. His contracted nightcrawler, Viridel, warned him sternly. Viridel had large green wings with clear vein patterns. His body was thin, dark, and slightly shiny. He had big, round eyes and long antennae that released a faint, illusory mist. While he was a Tier 3 nightcrawler, it didn't mean he was worse than Tier 4 or -5 nightcrawlers. High-tiered ones implied a clear evolutionary route, but what mattered most was each nightcrawler's potential. Demetrius had made a great choice, his nightcrawler's main evolutionary trait was illusion. Its potential was infinite if properly harnessed. But, mark my words, I will kill that disabled mugger one day, Demetrius said coldly. Chapter 100, Raider, Farmer, Officer. After the sparring concluded, Instructor Seraphis returned everyone to the classroom and manifested a massive holographic screen. It had only 3 words written on it, Raider, Farmer, Officer. Everyone was locked in, understanding that it was time they learn about the inner details of their future and world. "Sir, can I nap for a bit? I already know everything." Nura requested with a deep yawn. Instructor Seraphis permitted her with a wave of a hand. Then he refocused on the rest, looking at them sternly. "The moment you become a daywalker and register under our region's system, only 3 professions are unlocked before you: farmer, raider, or officer. The main purpose of the Grand Daywalkers Training Center is to see which profession fits you to enhance your contribution to society to its fullest potential." Instructor Seraphis pointed his finger at the officer term, and the holographic screen split into tens of smaller screens. Each one showed the name of a department and its details. Anti-Sleepwalker Bureau, ASB, handles threats from corrupted sleepwalkers. Outpost Guard Division, OGD, protects outposts, towns, and remote zones near Holy Pillars borders. Solar Order Enforcement Unit, SOEU, maintains public order under the law of the Daywalkers, police. Spectral Response Corps, SRC, responds to Shadow Realm breaches or emerging Stygian gates. Internal Harmony Division, IHD, deals with mental instabilities, rogue daywalkers, or internal conflicts with daywalkers and their partners. Lightbound Intelligence Office, LIO, gathers intelligence and tracks enemy activity, inside and outside the region. Public Safety Wing, PSW, handles civilian rescue, evacuations, and riot control. Nightcrawler Containment Force, NCF, specializes in hunting, capturing, or neutralizing nightcrawlers, both contracted and uncontracted. Daywalkers Grand Training Center, DGTC, oversees recruitment, training, ranks, and discipline for newly contacted daywalkers. "Wow, there sure are a lot of hard-working officers to keep us safe." Arthur gasped in awe and surprise, not expecting this many departments. Meanwhile, the others already knew of their existence as they were taught about them in schools to make them understand the true foundation for the region's stability and progression. After all, to have a union with the enemy itself wasn't a walk in the park logistically. While the Solar Aegis Sanctuary maintained the safety of the region as a whole, the work inside the region was up to the government. To become an officer is to swear eternal allegiance to the government and its people. While this limits daywalkers' freedom to act on their own, the government provides the best possible privileges available compared to the other paths. Instructor Seraphis stated some examples: stable pay with Solar Aegis coins, authority over civil, military, and non-officer daywalkers, depending on your rank, priority access to resources, massive service discounts, officer housing in prime areas and travel access, mission privileges to high and rewarding jobs. Plus, each department has its own private benefits. You can read the rest on your own. Levi couldn't help but feel a bit tempted after reading the privileges details thoroughly. There were so many of them, he knew it would be less of a struggle to evolve and grow stronger. They even offer access to their secret library of formula recipes for many nightcrawlers, allowing the daywalkers to simply focus on gathering resources for their breakthroughs. By offering this many privileges, the government ensured that its task forces were always stronger than the private agencies in its region. That's why they were never nervous about giving private agencies some authority. However, Levi soon shook his head in rejection. Eternal allegiance implies a lifetime of service, which will force me to always prioritize the benefits of the government and the region. While there wasn't anything wrong with this since officers worked hard to help their homeland, Levi had no intentions of remaining in one spot forever. Not with the magnitude of his goals and aspirations. I know most of you think that you will be doing the government a great service by joining one of its departments, but you will be foolish to think so. Instructor Seraphis sneered, most positions are already filled, and if you want to join and climb the ladder, it won't be a walk in the park. Many trainees in the center are choosing to remain and keep reapplying repeatedly to join one of the departments since it's the easiest way to join compared to doing it on your own. When everyone heard this, their perspective on the matter changed, realizing that the government was prioritizing quality over quantity. Even if they applied, they would be forced to go through a gruesome competition with senior trainees to secure the few empty posts. Instructor Sirifis left them to brood over the matter for a few moments before moving on to the next path. Now, to seed farmers. Instructor Sirifis pointed at the term, and a list of details about the profession appeared. This profession gives you the most freedom. After graduation, you will be given your IDs and can use them to officially apply to private agencies or sign a freelance contract with the government. Your tasks will be mostly related to hunting down night crawlers to collect their crystallized seeds. Hence, the name. Although this profession gave the most freedom, it didn't entice Levi as much as the remaining one. He knew being a farmer was the worst way possible to grow stronger and faster. That's because 99% of their duties were related to collecting crystallized seeds to trade for solar aegis coins. Since the government took 30% of crystallized seeds for the savior's tax, and private agencies also took a portion of them as fees for using their services, the farmers were left with nothing extraordinary. Just enough to have steady, slow growth. However, once they start needing to evolve, the resources required far outweigh what they bring. This forced most farmers to either go with a cheap limited evolution or spend months to years at the same rank until they collect the necessary resources for a decent remarkable evolution. Now, to the last and most coveted profession. Raider. Everyone's expressions turned eager, anticipating this moment all their lives. Most of you were told that raiders are the best of the best, the saviors risking their lives to reclaim lost territories from the hands of night crawlers. Becoming a raider is the highest honor, making hundreds of daywalkers dream day by day to become one someday. But there is more to it. Levi and the others raised an eyebrow in intrigue. They knew that the government only fed the public pieces of the truth, but they didn't know what they could have hidden about being a raider. They knew that each private agency had a main raider team consisting of 10 members, and a couple more smaller teams consisting of 6 members. The raiders' job was to go for raids involving planned dimensional death games. You were told that before raiders commit a full-on expedition, they reach out to the night crawlers' nests and discuss a battle to the death for the territory in a 10 vs 10 death game hosted inside the boundless expanse. And that the Solar Aegis Sanctuary and the Dusk-bound Order were always asked to referee the game, but this is nothing but a facade to keep the public from the truth. It goes much, much deeper than this. Instructor Sirifis narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "It's time you get introduced to the true reality of our world.